Chapter 376, Soul Battlefield. In the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, a thick cloud floated 300,000 feet in the sky. From below, the cloud did not look special at all. However, in the extremely high sky that did not have air convection, this cloud floated quietly here. Over the years, there were no changes, as if it was frozen in amber and never changed. From above on the cloud, there was a vast land filled with vitality. The clouds here were originally sea clouds. The cloud ball used to drag the bottom of Phoenix Sun City's floating island was clearly distributed from here. However, compared to the area here, Phoenix Sun City's floating auction was much inferior. Looking down, the sand and rocks here were all crystal clear, as if they were the best jade, clean and flawless. On the ground grew grass, flowers and trees that were like emerald glass. The fruits on the trees were also clear and bright. In the center of Cloud Island stood a magnificent and exquisite palace. In the palace, a rainbow light hung in the air for a long time. Sunlight shone down on the island, shining with charming light everywhere. Some rare beasts that had been extinct for countless years on the ground were playing around in this paradise-like world. There was no need to worry about food and drinks here. There were no natural enemies, so these strange beasts were all fat and strong. If one casually captured a few mortals and let them live here, by breathing in the dustless air and eating the clean spiritual fruits and spiritual vegetables, they would be able to shed their mortal bodies and live longer than a golden core cultivator. Just living here alone could compare to the 500 years of lifespan of a golden core cultivator. Not only that, the pure spiritual fruits here could also increase a cultivator's aptitude and spiritual root, accelerating their cultivation and improving their physique. After shedding the mortal body, it would generally achieve the effect of Jiang Li's immaculate body. It was definitely a paradise that made people envious. The only strange thing was that a few exquisite spiritual fields had been cultivated on a flat land in front of the palace. Spiritual chi gathered on the spiritual farm, and water vapor filled the air. This kind of top-grade spiritual farm could at least accelerate the growth of spiritual materials by more than 10 times. The production each year was comparable to a large spirit stone mine. However, such a precious spiritual farm was not planted with any rare and precious fruits. Instead, it was planted with large radishes. Originally, it was only an ordinary mortal breed. After countless generations of nurturing in this Cloud Island blessed land, it had evolved into a spiritual plant of a high grade. They looked like they were carved from jade. At this moment, on the spiritual farm, a young girl was holding a bamboo basket and excitedly pulling out radishes. Under the sunlight, it shone with an alluring color. At this moment, a cloud floated over from below and fused into the Cloud Island. 3 white figures wearing bamboo hats appeared on the island and hurriedly walked towards a palace in the middle of the Cloud Island blessed land. The girl plucking the radishes in the spiritual field sensed something and transformed into a cloud before disappearing on the spot. A moment later, in the palace, a peerlessly beautiful woman on the throne opened her eyes and looked at the cloud guards and cloud servants who were kneeling before her. It was said that they had brought back something very interesting this time. Lady Yun, this is that talisman lightning. In front of outsiders, the few powerful cultivators called envoys above the clouds knelt in front of this woman. After they finished speaking about everything that happened when they met Jiang Li earlier, they held the talisman lightning and lowered their heads to wait for instructions. The woman called concubine Yun raised her hand, and the talisman lightning landed in her hand. The simple rune lightning could be seen through at a glance, but the power from the other world inside actually had such a miraculous effect. The human emperor's successor has appeared. In this era, he has gained a huge amount of merit. The reopened 9 provinces is becoming more and more interesting. Her eyes closed again, and she blew out a dense purple chi that fell to the ground. If Jiang Li was here, he would be able to notice that the power of virtuous merit in concubine Yun's body had suddenly decreased by a portion at this moment, and then it slowly rose again. In the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, Jiang Li was not at the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance at this moment, nor had he returned to his hometown. He arrived at Benevolent Travel Temple, one of the 3 major sects, and had already stayed here for 7 days. In the secret courtyard of Benevolent Travel Temple, a huge tree wrapped in yellow cloth was floating in the air. On the 6 golden ropes binding them, there was a faint golden light circulating. In the bound yellow cloth, it seemed to be the wailing of ghosts and spirits. From time to time, various extremely tragic cries sounded. As the golden light flowed on the rope, various human faces collided with the yellow cloth, forming distorted faces. 3 of the 6 ropes were grabbed by the 3 divine monks of Benevolent Travel Temple, and the other 3 ropes were grabbed by the 300 elders of Benevolent Travel Temple. Color is what the eye sees. It's like the difference between light and dark. It stains the root of the eye, so it's called the color dust. Sound is what the ear hears. It's like the difference between silence and noise. It stains the root of the ear, so it's called the sound dust. Smell is what the nose smells. It's like the difference between fragrance and odor. It stains the root of the nose, so it's called the smell dust. Taste is what the tongue tastes. It's like the difference between salty, sour, sweet, and spicy. It stains the root of the tongue, so it's called the taste dust. Touch is what the skin feels. It's like the difference between cold and hot. It stains the root of the skin, so it's called the touch dust. Law is what the people know. It's like the difference between good and evil. It stains the root of the intent, so it's called the law dust. 6 dust, 6 desires, 6 orifices, 6 paths, 6 realms, 6 roots. There's no limit to them. My Buddhist 6 roots are pure. Amitabha. They chanted the 6 clarity incantations together, and continuously suppressed the ghosts and spirits in the yellow cloth. What was wrapped in the yellow cloth was naturally the graveyard's 9 nether wood. Jiang Li discovered that in its territory, relying on himself to slowly kill those ghosts was really too slow. On second thought, he was the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. Why did he have to do everything himself? When he was young and weak back then, he was unable to protect himself. Once the precious treasure in his hand was exposed, it would bring endless trouble. Even golden immortals did not have the ability to protect a spiritual root of heaven and earth like the 9 nether wood in ancient times. Naturally, they had to be careful not to let anyone know. However, it was different now. The current Jiang Li had strength and authority. At the very least, no one in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region could pose a fatal threat to him. Not to mention the 3 great sects who were on the same side as him. Even if one of them really intended to attack him, Jiang Li would no longer be afraid. Therefore, he could completely be a little bold in his current actions. Even if there were any signs who could investigate him, the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, thoroughly. Therefore, he went to Benevolent Travel Temple and used their 6 clarity incantations to exorcise the ghosts in the 9 nether wood. After covering it with a yellow cloth, Jiang Li said that he had discovered a soul-capturing ghost wood in the area that had been massacred by the myriad slaughter sect. In order to prevent it from building up, they had pulled it over and handled it in advance. Under normal circumstances, if others came to seek help, Benevolent Travel Temple would definitely want to see the true appearance of the ghost wood. However, Jiang Li only covered it with a yellow cloth and tied the red rope. Even the Benevolent Travel Temple would not ask about his secret. They obediently did the ritual without any objections. After 7 days in a row, Jiang Li could sense that the ghosts in the current 9 nether wood had mostly been cleansed, and they were no longer as tough as before. A few of the previous divine monks of Benevolent Travel Temple were still stationed at the front line and could not return, so the power of the 6 clarity incantation was far inferior to its strongest period. However, how could the 9 nether wood, which was already an arrow at the end of its flight, withstand this? The ghosts had been exorcised, and there were only a few left. After chanting the last spell, The last ghost face in the yellow cloth dissipated unwillingly. The few Dharma masters on the mat heaved a sigh of relief. Alliance leader Jiang, we've succeeded. After pulling back the 6 ropes, Abbot Leku, who was standing at the side, turned around and informed Jiang Li, who was waiting at the side. With Jiang Li's current reputation, he could even invite the benevolent travel temple's abbot to help him. After all, this person's arm and eye had grown back relying on his medicinal pill. Thank you for your hard work, divine monks. I feel really sorry for letting you work hard before your injuries recover. Jiang Li hurriedly thanked them. Most of these monks were injured, so agreeing to help at this moment was giving him, the Alliance leader, enough respect. Alliance leader Jiang, you're too polite. It's our duty as monks to exorcise the souls of the dead. It's our fault for making Alliance leader Jiang worry now. Abbot Leku clearly misunderstood something. Jiang Li had just resolved the life and death calamity of the Great Mountain region, and was rushing to deal with the area after the human kingdom was massacred. In the past, such matters of the mortal countries were usually thankless tasks, and no one was willing to interfere before the establishment of the Great Mountain Alliance. This led to the frequent formation of ghost territories in various places and the appearance of ghosts. Many places were invaded by ghosts accumulated over the years, and the people were living poorly. Now that the Great Mountain Alliance was established, the first alliance leader, Jiang Li, worked hard to set up prosperous Jiang Hong in everywhere to rope in those small demons that ordinary cultivators look down on. From the root of the matter, he changed this situation around. Without them, the ghosts that often appeared and caused trouble, and the small demons that were everywhere, were also restrained to a certain extent. It was said that the happiness index of the people in the mortal countries had increased exponentially. Coupled with the fact that the concentration of spiritual qi was rising year by year, the production of ordinary food was extremely exaggerated. Basically, with a field to farm, they could feed a large family without worrying about starving to death. The citizens' desire to reproduce had also soared recently. After all, population was the foundation of everything. In a few hundred years, the effect of this would allow the Great Mountain region to be reborn. Compared to Alliance leader Jiang's actions, these monks who only knew how to chant scriptures and build pagodas or temples appeared to be a little embarrassed. In fact, there were also people who suspected that Jiang Li had gathered ghosts to refine ghost soldiers. After all, he had displayed the power of his ghost soldiers several times back then. However, this possibility was immediately eliminated by them. This was because even if they sold the entire Great Mountain Alliance, they would not be able to raise so many ghosts. Therefore, they naturally felt that Jiang Li was purely doing this to allow the Great Mountain region to develop better. After a round of pleasantries, Jiang Li finally dispelled the thought of letting their disciples go down the mountain to eliminate demons and defend the Tao with great difficulty. If those ghosts are eliminated by you, my ghost soldier army will lose its supplement. After putting away the 9 nether wood in the graveyard, Jiang Li walked into a room that was provided for him, raised his hand, and tore off the huge yellow cloth. From the yellow cloth, a turbid rock fell. It was the residue of hundreds of thousands of ghosts. This thing might be able to be made into an artifact, so Jiang Li temporarily put it away. Then Jiang Li looked at the 9 nether wood in the graveyard. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra circulated, and a parallel mind was cut out. It silently collided with the huge tree. He closed his eyes and entered with the other 4 parallel minds. The consciousness space of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was not much different from Jiang Li's 9 nether clone. Without the ghosts floating in the sky, it had already become empty and lonely. In the center of the consciousness space, the withered tree still floated there. Soul formation cultivators had already nurtured their essence souls. He felt the huge tree. Although it was flickering in the wind, its essence was still tough and powerful. It was completely different from ordinary souls. If he did not use the ghost lantern cold flame, It would not be easy to defeat such an essence soul in the soul battlefield. Although Jiang Li held extraordinary strength in his hands, and he and the divine statue clone could fight a soul formation cultivator head-on without being at a disadvantage, he was still at the golden core realm in the end. His soul had not transformed into an essence soul, so it was naturally impossible for the parallel mind to form one. It was fine if they fought with their main bodies. In the soul battlefield, they were naturally much weaker. Therefore, even when dealing with the heavily injured 9 nether wood, Jiang Li still chose to bully it with numbers. The 2 sword heart slashes led the way and instantly lit up the soul battlefield. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard suddenly exploded. The roots and branches began to grow crazily, pouncing towards the outsiders like a tsunami. The weak sword cultivator clone immediately retreated. The 9 nether clone stepped forward and similarly created a large number of roots and tree branches to obstruct him. However, because their strength was inferior and it was an away game, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. On the left, the lotus platform dragged the statue clone into the air. The Buddha demon's 1,000 hands bombarded forward like raindrops, and a large number of tree branches shattered into pieces. Every strike of the divine statue clone carried the faith and chaotic will of the believers. Even the essence soul would be affected by these chaotic minds. On the other hand, the Xianxia clone summoned a monstrous sea of blood and slapped forward. This was pure madness from the Asura world. The terrible evil thoughts corroded and destroyed all the roots, even corroding this space. This was the soul battlefield. The thing lost here was the power of the soul. It could not be replenished with just a bit of spiritual qi. On the other hand, Jiang Li himself transformed into a black dragon that roared with dignity. Behind him, the blood shadows of the 100 beasts and the Asura demon statue appeared, wantonly destroying everything in this space. The 9 nether wood of the graveyard, which was at the end of its rope, could not last long under such a method. Chapter 377, Flowing Sand River Ferryman. This soul war lasted for 3 days. When the dust settled, this mental space was already devastated. The original 9 nether giant wood had already become residue on the ground. Only the heart of a tree was left, caught in a pitch-black dragon claw. The black dragon that was flying in the air landed on the ground. Its slender body suddenly shrunk and returned to Jiang Li's appearance. He had just transformed back into a human when Jiang Li staggered and almost fell to the ground. Although they had won the soul battle by luck, the other party had not only cultivated his essence soul, but he was also an expert in soul techniques, the 9 nether wood. The difficulty was not to be underestimated. Jiang Li and his clones were already in a terrible state. The palm-sized 5th clone darted in. A moment later, the tree soul core slowly transformed into Jiang Li's appearance. The final source of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was finally swallowed by Jiang Li's 5th parallel mind. Then he circulated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, and the soul fragments that fell to the ground floated up. They gathered towards the tree heart and were slowly absorbed by the 5th parallel mind that had already transformed into the core of the tree soul. Feeling the soul energy that was replenished, Jiang Li's mind recovered a little. A few days later, Jiang Li bid farewell to everyone from the Great Mountain Alliance and left the range of the Great Mountain region. He rode the wood dragon Rayquaza and flew towards a region marked as Red Danger on the map. In the 10 Directions region, there was a huge area that covered an area of about 10 times the size of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Even on the map of the entire eastern region, this 10 Direction region occupied a considerable area. However, this area was marked with a striking red color, which meant that such a huge area was filled with fatal danger. The forces of the Divine Judgment Hall did not envelop this area. They did not recommend ordinary cultivators to enter. This was because this 10 Directions region had another name, the Land of Infinite Demons. It was a dangerous region that was not inferior to the Ghost King Desolate Ground, or even worse. The ones ruling this place were not human cultivators, ghost kings or ghost generals, but countless mountain demons. They occupied the mountains and ruled the land. Humans were only food in their eyes. This was a paradise where demons danced, but it was a hell where humans were reduced to food. After disguising himself and putting on the clothes of a rogue cultivator, Jiang Li stood on a large riverside. He looked at the area opposite him that was filled with demonic qi and could not help but sigh. He had long known that the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region was actually a very peaceful region. However, compared to the vast area opposite the river with surging demonic qi, he realized how harmonious his beginner village was. If that Earth immortal-level ghostwood demon king had not been killed by the lightning back then, the current situation in the cultivation world would probably not be much better than the 10 Directions region. Jiang Li did not come here for anything else. His good friend, Yan Hong, had been brought here after he was captured by the 9 nether wood in the graveyard. The 5th parallel mind had yet to completely devour the other party, but some information fragments obtained had already pointed out the location of Yan Hong and the others. The 9 nether wood was originally a tree demon. After fleeing from the Mother River, it had somehow ended up here. In half a year, relying on his extraordinary strength, the other party had established some foundation in the 10 Directions region. He had sent all the missing people of the Great Mountain Alliance here. Firstly, Yan Hong was his good friend. Secondly, he was targeted by the 9 nether wood in the graveyard because of Jiang Li. He could not ignore this. Therefore, after knowing the location, he flew all the way here until he was stopped by this river. When he flew in front of the river, he acutely sensed a trace of danger, so he stopped and landed on the river bank. After some thought, he took out a black talisman from his bosom and quickly folded it in his hand. Soon, a black paper crane formed in his hand. A breath of spiritual qi blew on it, and the paper crane seemed to have come alive. It flapped its wings and flew towards the river. The paper crane sent a message through the ancient Maotian technique, originated from the Scripture Storage Valley's Scripture Imparting Hall. The difficulty of learning it was not high, just like the divine technique demon awakening technique. It was easy to learn, and the upper limit was not low. After reaching a high level of profundity, the paper crane could fly across the 3 realms in 6 paths. It was very powerful. However, this paper crane had only flown for more than 100 feet when it flapped its wings and began to fly unsteadily. Soon, the paper crane's flying height became lower and lower. Even if the spiritual qi on it was not exhausted, after flying for more than 100 feet, it plunged into the water and was instantly soaked and shattered by the surging river water. Jiang Li raised his hand again. Green spiritual light flickered, and a wooden stake appeared out of thin air in his hand. After throwing the wooden stake into the river, the wood could not float in the water. As it churned, it entered the murky river and disappeared. Then wooden ships of all shapes and sizes were built and thrown into the water. However, no matter how well designed the ships were, they could not float in the river. Jiang Li's expression changed slightly. He approached the river bank and reached out to grab it. The turbid river water flowed through his fingers, finally leaving a small amount of yellow sand in his hand. The flowing sand river is 800 li wide, and its water is swift and extremely dangerous. On the flowing sand river, the goose feathers will not float, and the reed flowers will sink to the bottom of the river. Jiang Li inexplicably recalled these 2 sentences. 1. He wanted to reach the damned place opposite, but he, a dignified golden core cultivator, was blocked by the river in front of him. On the map, this river was really called the Flowing Sand River. At a glance, this river was only about 200 miles wide. Although the water in the river was a little strange, it was not filled with water. It was unknown if it was the Flowing Sand River from ancient times, but this river was filled with a strange power. Forget about floating on the water surface. Even flying over the river was impossible. A natural air restriction domain was really a huge world with all kinds of strange things. While Jiang Li was scratching his head, a black shadow slowly flowed down from the upper reaches of the flowing sand river. As the black shadow gradually enlarged, Jiang Li saw that it was a bamboo raft floating on the rapid and surging flowing sand river. Jiang Li could not use all kinds of spiritual wood to build a ship just now, but in the end, such an ordinary-looking bamboo raft could easily float on the flowing sand river. As expected, there were methods everywhere. Cultivation and strength did not mean everything. There was a sign on the bamboo raft. This should be the professional ferryman here. Fellow Taoist, I have 500 spirit stones here. Please give me a ride, he shouted loudly at the river. In order to show his sincerity, he even held a medium-grade spirit stone and threw it at the bamboo raft on the river. How could an ordinary mortal swim on a bamboo raft on the flowing sand river? The medium-grade spirit stone that Jiang Li threw over was not inferior to a cannonball, but it was still grabbed by the other party. Then the other party did not take the spirit stones and leave. He floated towards him with the bamboo raft. Fellow Taoist, are you crossing the river? The person on the bamboo raft asked the obvious. That's right, please assist me. Jiang Li opened his palm and placed 4 medium-grade spirit stones on it. Crossing the river for 500 spirit stones. Presumably, this price was already quite good. Of course I can. However, the river crossing fee is 2,000 spirit stones. As if seeing Jiang Li hesitate, the ship owner continued to persuade him. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I third brother he have been on the raft for 20 years in the flowing sand river world. The price has never changed. Hearing his words, Jiang Li looked at the sign hanging at the front of the bamboo raft. It clearly stated that each person would pay 200 spirit stones. The other party noticed Jiang Li's gaze and put away the signboard without changing his expression. Then he continued aloofly, my bamboo raft can ferry 10 people at once. Today, there's only one person, so the price is naturally 2,000. Jiang Li frowned, but he still leaped lightly and stepped onto the bamboo raft. 2,000 spirit stones and 500 spirit stones were actually not much different to him. However, this situation of clearly being cheated still made him a little unhappy. It is the rule to pay half up front and the remaining upon reaching. The other party still did not let up. Jiang Li thought for a moment before tossing out 9 medium-grade spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, stand properly, we're moving. With the depth of the flowing sand river, this bamboo pole should not be able to reach the bottom of the river. However, with just this push, the bamboo raft beneath his feet nimbly turned around and floated towards the opposite shore of the flowing sand river. The river water surged violently, but the bamboo raft was surprisingly stable. Its speed in the torrent was not slow. In less than 15 minutes, they could cross the river. Fellow Taoist, how's your business? Jiang Li asked casually on the ship. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. It's not considered a business. Each trip I make earns enough for years of expenses. The ferryman who was supporting the bamboo raft smiled and did not mind discussing with Jiang Li about his actions of ripping off customers. He was as thick-skinned as a taxi driver who was extorting customers at night. Since it's so dangerous and business is not easy, why don't you change your job? Jiang Li was not angry. He wanted to see what this person could do. Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but a 9-headed dragon fish under this river is my old friend. He will harm others but not me. Other people's bamboo raft will definitely sink here, but mine won't. It turned out that this was a ferryman who relied on his connections to make a living. In fact, most of the people on the flowing sand river knew great demons in the water. Otherwise, if you paddled above their heads, they would wave their tails and flip you down the river. I see. I apologize for my disrespect. Then, fellow Taoist, can you enlighten me? The ships of the flowing sand river sink and birds fall. Why does your bamboo raft pass steadily on the river? This was indeed Jiang Li's doubt. The effect of the flowing sand river was really domineering. In any case, he had yet to find a way to resolve it for the time being. Haha, fellow Taoist, since you asked, I naturally have to answer. 8,000 miles north this time, there's a bamboo forest on the ground. It's called the dragonfly water bamboo. With this bamboo as a raft, it can naturally travel above the rivers, lakes, and seas. So it was a raft made of special bamboo. Everything in the world complemented and countered each other. This had always been the case. Thinking about the 9 nether wood and ghost lantern fish, and thinking about the armored troll and Usra blood, the world was just so magical. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that I'll snatch your business if you tell me the secret? Jiang Li stood at the front of the bamboo raft and turned his head to look at the ferryman holding the pole behind him. Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but only a small segment of the bamboo raft can float on this river. Look, isn't it the area beneath my feet? Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, we're in the center of the river now. I won't take the remaining 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the boatman used his bamboo pole to raise a rope by the side, and the entire bamboo raft immediately disintegrated. As he had said, a small bamboo segment continued to float under his feet. The rest were ordinary bamboo. They were swept up by the river water and sank without even stopping for a moment. It turned out that such a huge bamboo raft was supported by this small bamboo segment. As soon as the bamboo raft dispersed, Jiang Li, who was standing at the front of the bamboo raft, lost his support and was unable to fly. He could only fall into the water together and sink into the water after a short moment. No wonder this person would tell Jiang Li everything he knew and tell him all the secrets in their line of work. It turned out that he had no intention of sending Jiang Li to the opposite shore at all. This was the deal the ferryman had made with the river demons below. Half the raft would float while half would sink. The one who sank into the water would become sacrifices for the greater demons in the water. As for whether the customers stood on the floating half or the sinking half, it all depended on luck. The 50% success rate was simply too sinister. Hee, what a pity for this generous kid. If I can obtain his belongings, I can make a small profit. He shook the bag in his hand. The sound of 10 medium-grade spirit stones colliding made him very satisfied. Another inexperienced fool. Regret it when you're in the stomach of Lord Nine-Headed. Not only did he take the money and harm people, but he also spoke ill of them behind their backs. This kind of guy was going to swallow 1,000 needles in hell. At this moment, the water beneath the bamboo row began to flow strangely. Although the flowing sand river was usually rapid, he had been on the water for 20 years. The current flow of the water was clearly not right. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. It seemed that there was a shadow swimming quickly around him underwater. The huge thing that stirred the water made him break out in a cold sweat. Lord Nine-Headed, it's me, I'm third brother he. Wait, please put away your divine power. Even the dragonfly water bamboo could not withstand the attack of the underwater demons. He begged for mercy, thinking that he had offended the demon below. Boom! In the next moment, a huge head burrowed out of the water and directly lifted up his small bamboo segment, sending him flying. However, what emerged from the water was not a 9-headed dragonfish, but a huge black dragon head. I didn't want to go into the water. Did you really think I can't swim? Have you seen a dragon that can't swim? Chapter 378, How Many Guests? The river water of the flowing sand river was rapid, and there were countless undercurrents that carried a large amount of fine but sharp sand. This was just like the water jet cutter in his previous life. For ordinary water flow, no matter how high the pressure was, its cutting ability was still very ordinary. However, if diamond sand was added into it, the water jet would be a true saber. It could cut through metal and jade in an abnormally terrifying manner. It was the same for this flowing sand river. The high-speed water current wrapped in yellow sand could sharpen a lump of iron ingot in a short period of time. Ordinary cultivators could not fly or float in the air before the flowing sand river whirled, much less enter the water. Ordinary flesh and blood bodies would be completely destroyed underwater for a moment. However, Jiang Li possessed dragon blood, dragon pearl, and dragon soul. With a shake of his body, he became a black dragon. He could not overturn the world with his current strength. However, the dragon race was the ruler of the water. The world was huge, and it was extremely difficult to find a place where the dragons could not go to. Even if the environment in the flowing sand river was terrible, as long as it was a river and contained water, Jiang Li was not afraid. The main reason was that he did not want to become enemies with a water demon as soon as he arrived. Therefore, he chose to cross the river in a normal way. However, this guy dared to harm him after receiving the money. That was really courting death. With a wave of his dragon tail, Jiang Li's speed in the water was even faster than flying in the sky. The rapid chaotic flow was unable to obstruct him at all and could instead assist him. In an instant, he arrived in front of third brother He, who had been thrown into the river. The huge dragon claw of the 5 fingers grabbed the other party. When he left the water surface again, hundreds of small scratches had already appeared on third He's body. Even the flowing sand river ferryman, with excellent swimming skills, could not withstand the grinding of the sand in the water. Dragon, dragon, damn it! A dragon has appeared in the flowing sand river. Wait, Lord River God, please spare me. This person was quite smart. When he saw an unfamiliar black dragon appear in front of him, he thought that a true dragon had appeared in some dragon cave and had now occupied this water area. He panicked and shouted for the river god to spare him. Since ancient times, the dragon race had been in charge of the great river and was basically given the title of river god everywhere. With this call, perhaps this black dragon would not eat him when he was happy. When Jiang Li saw that this person who plotted against him did not recognize him, he originally wanted to put on an act and scare the other party. However, in the next moment, the dragon whiskers on both sides of his nose sensed in the water that a demon was rushing towards him. These dragon whiskers were not a decoration. It was a special organ of the water creatures. It could sense the changes in the water flow and pressure. It was very sharp and was even more effective than both eyes and ears in the water. Many aquatic creatures had similar abilities and organs, but they were not as strong as the dragon whiskers. With the demons approaching, Jiang Li temporarily did not have the intention to play. He threw the guy into the coffin, then turned around and rushed into the water. His dragon eyes emitted a bright divine light. Even in the murky sand river water, his vision was very clear. From afar, he could already see that it was a large gray, fat-headed catfish. This catfish did not have 9 heads, and there was no sign of the dragon race on its body. Could it be that this was not the so-called Lord Nine-Headed? Where did the black dragon come from? Impossible! What a bold little demon! You actually dare to play tricks in front of me, the catfish general. How dare you enter Lord Nine-Headed Dragonfish's territory? Let me eat you. Let's see if your flesh smells like dragon meat. This large catfish opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black water that was obviously poisonous that surged towards Jiang Li. Hearing that the other party called itself the Catfish General, it could be seen that this was indeed not the big demon in charge of the water section of the flowing sand river. Perhaps it was the demon general under the 9-headed dragonfish. The area in front of Jiang Li was already 200 kilometers wide and tens of thousands of kilometers long. Although every river was controlled by different water demons, these demons could not patrol the water all day long. They took in some low-level demons to work for them. This was a catfish, so it should be one of them. He sensed that the other party's aura was roughly equivalent to the nascent soul realm of human cultivators. This was normal. If it could casually encounter a soul formation realm demon in this flowing sand river at the border, how dangerous would the 10 Directions region be? Jiang Li did not move on the spot and only waved his tail again. The powerful dragon tail stirred, controlling the water in the river with the talent of the dragon race. The direction of the water immediately reversed, wrapping around the black water and rushing back intact. Although he had never practiced a water attribute spell technique, under the circumstances of the Black Dragon transformation, he would basically not lose to others when playing with water. The huge catfish was washed away by the black water for a long time. After suffering such humiliation in the water, and seeing that the black water that it was good at was broken, the catfish general was also a little exasperated. In the flowing sand river world, everyone was originally guarding their own territory and living in harmony. Wasn't it a provocation to appear in the territory of Lord Nine-Headed? As the general under Lord Nine-Headed, it could not be afraid. After seeing that his black water was ineffective, it paid no attention to anything else and opened its mouth to bite Jiang Li. There were a total of 3,600 sharp teeth in its mouth. With this bite, no matter how thick the meat was, it would be scraped clean. However, as soon as the catfish approached, it heard a low dragon roar. With a dragon roar, a ripple spread out and quickly spread in the water. The moment the ripple struck the fat catfish, the catfish demon's body tightened and froze in the water. Then, it lost all control over its 1,000-year-old body. The ancient dragon race was the leader of 1,000,000 aquatic creatures. This dragon roar was mixed with the prestige of the dragon race and the special ability of the merman race in the sea. It could affect any aquatic creature. Although he could not directly control the soul formation realm water demon, the water demons below the soul formation realm could not resist him. Even the merman Namor and Nadir could control so many sea beasts. With the power of the merman and dragon, he could only be stronger. After the so-called catfish general persisted for a moment, the control of its body no longer belonged to it, and it was controlled by Jiang Li to swim under him. A moment later, the head of the large catfish surfaced. A young man dressed as an ordinary rogue cultivator was standing on it. Jiang Li had already retreated from the Black Dragon transformation and returned to his original appearance. The large catfish floated on the water surface, becoming Jiang Li's mount as it swam towards the shore of the 10 Directions region. Lord Black Dragon, this little fish is willing to abandon evil and seek justice. In the future, I will follow Lord Black Dragon. The huge catfish was very fast. In less than half an hour, it had already arrived at the shore. After sending Jiang Li ashore, he originally wanted to turn around and leave. However, his body still did not listen to him. Clearly, this black dragon from nowhere did not plan to let him go. Lord Black Dragon, I have many treasures hidden in the cave abode. If Lord Black Dragon likes them, I'm willing to offer them all. Lord, please spare my life. Seeing Jiang Li's unfriendly gaze, the large catfish immediately expressed its loyalty and begged for mercy. Feeling the dense dragon might pressing down on its body and soul instinctively trembled. Its demonic strength, which was not bad, directly collapsed. Now, it somewhat believed that a true dragon had appeared in this world. However, Jiang Li did not buy it. He controlled the large catfish and jumped onto the river bank. When this fish reached the river bank, 50% of its strength disappeared, and it became even more flustered. Even the fish on the chopping board could flail twice. However, as a dignified catfish general, it could not even resist. Sure enough, there was a pain in its stomach, and the white fish stomach was slashed open by Jiang Li's immortal slaying flying sword. Jiang Li reached into it and took out a fist-sized demon core. The demonic chi on the demon core surged into the sky, and the smell of blood was abundant. With a glance, it could be seen that this guy ate no less than 100 people. Looking at the dying catfish with its demon core dug out, Jiang Li thought for a moment but did not kill it directly. The local catfish in the flowing sand river could use the terrain to make many powerful cultivators fall. It might be useful to keep it alive. I can give you a chance. If you can do well, I'll spare your life. He took out a 9 nether earth fruit from the coffin and touched his forehead. A moment later, he pulled out a red wisp. He stuffed this red wisp into the earth fruit and quickly disappeared as if nothing had happened. Then he threw the earth fruit into the mouth of the huge catfish. With the nourishment of the 9 nether earth fruit, Although the large catfish was unable to make up for the loss of its demon core, it was sufficient to protect its life and do something for Jiang Li. He also released third brother he who he had thrown into the coffin. After feeding him a 9 nether earth fruit, he asked him to continue working. Jiang Li had another use for the demon core of the catfish. The fist-sized demon core was stuffed into Jiang Li's mouth. He closed his eyes for a moment and used his dragon pearl golden core to mobilize the power in the demon core. A dense and bloody demonic chi slowly arose from Jiang Li's body. This aura was almost identical to that huge catfish. The place he was about to enter was the 10 Directions region called the Land of Infinite Demons. Among them there were countless demons everywhere. If his human aura was discovered, it would attract countless trouble on the way. Jiang Li's current strength was not bad, and he could barely protect himself. However, he still had to be careful in such a place. If a certain demon king discovered him, he would be in great danger in the 10 Directions region. A demon core could resolve this problem to a large extent. After activating it with the Dragon Pearl Golden Core, a status called Power of the Catfish Demon appeared on Jiang Li's interface. It could provide him with some enhancement and a considerable amount of demonic power. However, Jiang Li really did not fancy the turbid demonic power that had eaten too much human blood. If it was left in his body for a long time, it might even pollute him. It was difficult for him to determine if such a status had more benefits or disadvantages. After leaving the 10 Directions region, he would definitely delete it. He controlled the black dragon transformation and grew a thin layer of black scales on his body. As long as one did not observe carefully, the fine dragon scales did not look much different from fish scales. At first glance, his status as a fish demon was stable. With this, he could walk normally in the land of infinite demons. After he obtained some information from the catfish demon and the ferryman, Jiang Li headed towards the depths of the 10 Direction region. After the ferryman recovered from his injuries on the spot, he built a new bamboo raft and continued to do the same. Thousands of miles away, a group of cultivators was resting on the spot. They were all equipped with blood sabers, and their strength was formidable. The bones and flesh on their bodies could be seen to be suffused with a faint layer of blood chi. Suddenly, the soul formation cultivator in the lead sensed something. He took out a compass and opened it in his hand. A red needle on the compass swayed and finally pointed in a direction. The target's aura has appeared again. Follow me. This group was the Blood Saber Guards sent by the Myriad Slaughter sect to pursue Jiang Li. There were very few heads that the Myriad Slaughter sect's sect master, Wu Fan, could not obtain. Before Wu Fan left the Great Mountain region, he risked being punished by the envoys of the Cloud Manor to plan a method on Jiang Li. It was to kill this kid who ruined his plans. After leaving the Great Mountain region, although it was impossible for Wu Fan to capture him personally, he still sent out the Blood Saber Guards. Jiang Li of the Great Mountain Alliance had some ability, but he had not reached the Soul Formation realm in the end. This time, he sent out 2 Soul Formation elders to kill that imp, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then he would put his soul into the Blood King crown and endure 100 or 1,000 years of torture to vent the hatred in his heart. These Blood Saber Guards had originally planned to wait for a long time. However, the target was very bold. In just a few days, he had already left the Great Mountain region, giving them a superb opportunity. However, for some reason, the aura was intermittent. This made it a little difficult for them to track him. If they could not complete the mission, Wu Fan would not think that there was a problem with his methods. At that time, they would suffer. Now that the aura appeared again, they immediately flew in the direction it pointed. They had to take that kid's head and offer it to Sect Master Wu. Although the Myriad Slaughter sect had been a little unlucky recently, Wu Fan's strength was indeed increasing day by day. One day, when he completely controlled the Blood King crown and obtained the loyalty of the tragic Death City, at that time, even if it was the Cloud Manor, they would not be afraid. However, the more they flew, the more strange they felt. Why did this direction seem to be towards the 10 Directions region? That place was definitely a troublesome place. Even if they entered, they might not be able to come out unscathed. They had to be careful. 20 streaks of bloodlight quickly arrived at the shore of the flowing sand river that Jiang Li had once come to. Even soul formation cultivators could not ignore this natural flying restriction domain. "Ferryman, come and bring us across the river." It was not their first day outside. They quickly saw the ferryman on the river. Third brother, he came over with the bamboo raft and asked with a smile, "Guests, how many of you are there?" Chapter 379, Gift to the 5 Banishment City. "Ferryman, did anyone cross the river from you before?" The blood saber elder of the myriad slaughter sect was also rich and imposing. He directly threw a bag over. It was filled with spirit stones. Moreover, he also revealed his aura. He had to give these rogue cultivators some benefits before they would work properly. At the same time, he had to tell them that he was not to be trifled with, and that the other party would not have any crooked thoughts. As expected, after third brother he received the spirit stone bag. He smiled shrewdly like a businessman. "Sir, you've asked the right person. I own the only raft in this region of water. 6 hours ago, a generous young man just sat on my raft. Are you perhaps looking for someone?" The elder in the lead looked at the compass in his hand again. The long needle was still pointing forward and swaying slightly. "The aura is right ahead. It's not far. Don't let him escape into the depths of the 10 Direction region. Chase. Ferryman, quickly send us across the river." 20 ferocious cultivators jumped lightly and landed on the bamboo raft. "Lords, this won't do. My raft can only carry 10 people." Third brother, he even deliberately rejected it. Then another bag of snacks was thrown into his arms. 2 blood saber guards stood beside him. "Don't worry, we all know some light movement techniques. As long as this bamboo raft doesn't sink, it's fine as long as we have a foothold. I believe your raft won't sink." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 blood saber guards standing beside him unsheathed their sabers. A bloody aura immediately spread out. This was a blatant threat. The people of the myriad slaughter sect knew a little about the methods of these people. If they did not carry 2 sabers with them, they would not feel at ease sitting on the bamboo raft. Of course. Third brother, he acknowledged repeatedly, and pushed his bamboo pole forward towards the opposite shore of the flowing sand river. Seeing the reaction of the needle in the compass becoming more and more intense, this blood saber guard was also excited. When he captured that so-called Great Mountain Alliance leader, he would definitely teach him a lesson. He could have run anywhere, but he had to come to this dangerous 10 Direction region. He hoped that that guy did not go too deep. However, as soon as he arrived at the center of the lake, dark clouds were swept over by the violent wind. In just a moment, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. For a time, the water level rose again in the flowing sand river, but in a moment, it was surging. Even the bamboo raft made of dragonfly water bamboo swayed violently under the current, about to fall apart. The soul formation blood saber elder in the lead turned around and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group. He did not panic and turned around to slash 3 blood sabers at the sky. 3 terrifying blade lights tore through the dark clouds in the sky, causing the rain to suddenly decrease. Sunlight shone in from the area where the blood saber split open, and the weather was about to turn sunny. The terror of soul formation cultivators was that they actually used the saber light to change the weather. Cowards hiding in the dark, our myriad slaughter sect is handling matters. If you're here, quickly get lost. After dealing with the dark clouds in the sky, this blood saber elder shouted in all directions, warning certain existences. If it was really the natural climate change of heaven and earth, how could it be so easy to change? This was clearly done by someone. However, when he reported the name of the sect and wanted to scare away the enemies who had ill intentions, everything on the bamboo raft instantly started to spin. A stream of water suddenly spewed out from the river below, sending the entire bamboo raft and all the cultivators on it flying. They tried their best to stabilize themselves in the air, but under the influence of the flowing sand river world, they finally landed in the water. The two soul formation blood saber elders took out their sabers in the water and immediately observed their surroundings warily. Soon, they discovered the creature who ambushed them. It was a huge dragonfish with 8 lumps on its head. The original head and these 8 lumps gave it the name of the 9-headed dragonfish. The dark clouds and rain just now were summoned by it, and the surging water flow was also spat out by this 9-headed dragonfish. The new catfish that joined Jiang Li was not stupid. After receiving Jiang Li's orders, it became bait and intercepted the enemies that came. Although it was a water demon and had a huge advantage in the flowing sand river, how could it be a match for the powerful pursuers at the soul formation realm? Therefore, it immediately used its head to smash into the underwater reef. After injuring itself, it hurriedly sought help from the 9-headed dragonfish. It was told that outsiders had come to provoke them and had even beat up a fish subordinate. In a few hours, they would come again and stew the strongest dragon fish in this water to make fish soup. What bad intentions could a fat-headed catfish have? After all, it had been working for so many years. The boss of this water area did not doubt much and believed the catfish's words. How could the 9-headed dragonfish, a dignified flowing sand river demon, endure this anger? It had long run here to wait for this group of people. Now that the two sides met, their eyes were especially red. They fought on the spot. In this flowing sand river, the other cultivators below the soul formation realm of the myriad slaughter sect could barely survive. There was no need to expect them to attack. The soul formation elders were fighting 2 against 1. Although there were more of them, they might be stronger. However, falling into the water and being unable to fly or escape was very disadvantageous to them in an away game. It was impossible to win against the dragonfish great demon in the flowing sand river. Whether they could escape unscathed would probably depend on whether the two of them had the ability. Waves erupted in the flowing sand river. The two of them and the demon fought for an entire day and night. In the end, the 9-headed dragonfish won, and it was unknown if the two soul formation blood sabers were dead or alive. Jiang Li held the Great Mountain Alliance leader token and also learned the situation over there. After third brother he fell into the water, he was saved by the large catfish. Then, he immediately used the communication spirit stone to send the situation to Jiang Li in real time. His previous guess was correct. There were indeed pursuers following behind him. It was not in vain that he emitted a bit of aura from time to lure this group of blood saber guards here. The myriad slaughter sect would not give up on him. Both sides were already in a situation where they would fight to the death. This situation was not strange. When enemies met, it would depend on whose methods were more brilliant. After putting away the Alliance leader token, Jiang Li continued to trek through the forest. The 10 Directions region was indeed worthy of being the gathering place of myriad demons. The situation was greatly different from the place occupied by human cultivators. The main difference was that there were almost no decent paths in this region. Without the establishment and maintenance of humans, how could the beasts and birds in the mountains need a flat and straight path? Many years ago, when humans were still flourishing here, some of the paths left behind were already difficult to see because they had not been cleaned all year round. At most, they could only see some beast paths that had been stepped on all year round in the mountains. Traveling through the wilderness of the forest, it was not a wise choice to follow the beast path. If one followed the beast path, he might bump into a ferocious beast patrolling this place at any time. He might directly walk into a demon king's cave, which would spell even more trouble. However, no matter how careful he was, he would inevitably encounter some demons here. Compared to the Great Mountain region and other places in the Eastern region, because the 10 Directions region rejected human cultivators all year round, and did not suffer the hunt and plunder that lasted for a long time. The ecosystem was maintained very well. As the stories often said, wherever spiritual herbs grew, there would be demon beasts guarding them. Jiang Li had encountered such a situation several times. However, after happily killing the demon beast, he discovered that the spiritual herbs guarded by this demon were everywhere in the medicine garden mystic realm of the Great Mountain region. After all, most of the truly good things had already fallen into the hands of the demons who ruled over the mountains. The remaining ones were either what they looked down on, or the location where they grew was too hidden and steep. It was really not easy to find. What a strong fishy smell, do you smell it? Just as Jiang Li carefully left a large demon territory, he heard a voice coming from afar. Fishy smell? Are you sure? We've been walking for 3 days and there's no river or lake here. Where did the fishy smell come from? Hurry up and send the gifts to the 5 banishment city. If we delay the important matter, the king will definitely not forgive us. Yes, yes, yes. The king's tributes are more important. Let's go. A group of wolf demons drove more than 10 large walking beasts, and a group of ordinary goats passed the foot of the mountain. Jiang Li, who had already quietly approached, restrained his aura and was hiding on the treetop while looking at the group of wolf demons. The smell that this group of wolf demons had smelled earlier was probably Jiang Li. He had come into contact with large catfish before, and his body was covered in dragon scales. The fishy smell was indeed not light. Even if he concealed it, it was very easy for the wolf demons with sensitive noses to notice it. Of course, Jiang Li's hearing was similarly not bad. As soon as the wolf demon spoke, he was immediately noticed. However, demons had a very heavy concept of territory, and generally would not easily step into other people's territory. There did not seem to be a place where wolf demons gathered in the nearby area. Where did this group of wolf demons come from? What was their goal in crossing such a distance? From their conversation, it seemed that they were going to send gifts. Was their destination the 5 banishment city? These wolf demons were covered in armor and accessories made of bones and teeth. They were also holding extremely rough weapons in their hands. It seemed that they were not wild demons. There should be a mountain force behind them. Demons also had their own complicated social needs. At this moment, the prosperous Jianghong in that Jiang Li opened had no less than 2,000 shops and had interacted with countless demons. Even those small demons would form groups and shower all sorts of praises cunningly. It was indeed not strange for these demons, with intelligence that was not inferior to humans. At the front of the wolf demon group, there was one holding a small gong. It knocked on it every time it walked and repeated loudly. The green wolves of the black bamboo mountain are taking the path. Great kings of the various mountains, we seek your understanding. The green wolves of the black bamboo mountain are taking the path. Great kings of the various mountains, we seek your understanding. Behind it were 2 wolf demons. Every time they arrived at a new territory, they would bring out 2 goats from the group and tie them to a tree. This was the rule of the 10 Directions region. When using someone's path, one had to pay tolls and gifts to the kings of the territory. The 2 goats were naturally nothing, but this was also an expression of attitude. With proper etiquette, both sides would be pleased and would not get into a conflict. Apart from this group of goats, they were also herding a group of walking beasts. These large walking beasts did not look intelligent. They were only trained and used as ordinary livestock for transportation. However, on these beasts, there were 2 large cages. In this wolf demon team, there were a total of 15 walking beasts and 30 cages. These cages were all covered by a red veil, and there was a large flower ball hanging happily above. It should be the congratulatory gift they were talking about. It was covered by the red veil and could not see what was in the cage directly. However, Jiang Li's ears could clearly hear low sobbing coming from the bamboo cage covered in the red veil. This voice. Jiang Li frowned and circulated his demonic qi to blow it forward. The demonic power transformed into a demonic wind. Immediately, A violent wind blew, blowing up the red veil on the bamboo cages. The wolf demon team was immediately in chaos. They picked up their weapons and guarded the congratulatory gifts. Ignoring the chaotic wolf demon team, Jiang Li clearly saw that the 30 bamboo cages contained human girls in red dresses. They were the congratulatory gifts to the 5 banishment city. Demons used humans as gifts. Such actions were practically unheard of in the Great Mountain region. Among these human girls, the youngest was only 11 or 12 years old, while the oldest was only 17 or 18 years old. They were the best years of their lives. However, at this moment, there was no light in their eyes. Only a few would cry in sorrow. Most of their faces only had a numb expression. They had long known the outcome, so they no longer held any hope. Just like the information Jiang Li had obtained earlier. In the 10 Directions region, humans had not completely disappeared. Instead, a portion of them was left behind and reared by the demons here. They could eat and kill humans whenever they wanted. It was no different from the livestock in the human world. Humans ate beasts and beasts ate humans. This world was really cruel. Even though he knew this would happen, Jiang Li's gaze still became abnormally cold as he looked at that group. However, he looked at the mountain behind him and did not attack in the end. The quality of the catfish demon core in his stomach was not high, and he was not good at using demonic qi. If he attacked now, it would be difficult to quickly kill this group of wolf demons with only the power in the demon core. However, if he used other powers or caused too much of a commotion, he would definitely be discovered by the demons in the mountain behind him. At that time, when they fought, the surrounding demons would gather and attack. Even he was not confident that he could escape unscathed. However, it seemed that Yan Hong's location was near 5 Banishment City. Jiang Li was just worrying that there was no proper path, and it was difficult to find the exact location of the target. With the wolf demons leading the way, it would save him some trouble. Moreover, the 5 Banishment City. What an arrogant-sounding name. He wanted to see what these demons were doing. Chapter 380, Unable to Speak. Brother Baldy, we've finished all the wine we brought. Why don't we kill a few sheep and drink some sheep blood to quench our thirst? Under the scorching sun, the group of wolf demons stuck out their tongues and breathed heavily, looking listless. One of the wolf demons looked at the flock of sheep chasing after them. It was drooling as it ran to the front and suggested to a bald wolf demon in the lead. Wolves love to eat sheep. The bald wolf demon clearly wanted to as well, but when it recalled the boss's cold gaze, it forced itself to endure the urge. No, there are still more than 10 mountain kings left. If there are no more sheep, I'll tie you up and offer you to those kings. The wolf demon was helpless. It could only shake its tongue and return to its seat. The cultivation of demons was not as orthodox as human cultivators. Human cultivators could usually abstain from eating after reaching the Foundation establishment realm. Under normal circumstances, they only needed to drink a little water to last for months or even years without eating additional food. However, demon beasts were different. Their cultivation often followed their instincts. When cultivating, one would not restrain their instincts and desires. That way, after their cultivation level increased, their instincts and desires would not slowly disappear. Instead, the influence on demon beasts would deepen. Even after their cultivation level increased, they would still want to eat blood. The weather was a little hot, and they were all complaining endlessly. The strength of these demon beasts was not weak. They had only walked for a few days. This was not the extreme weather of the Flame Mountain. It was impossible to have a substantial effect on them. If this could make them die of heat and thirst, then the cultivators would not have to work so hard against the demons. On the other hand, because the water in the cage had been snatched away by them, the human girls hanging in the cage these few days were also very weak from the sun. They could only suck some of the dew from the bamboo cage every morning. If not for this red cloth, they might have died from heat stroke. At this moment, the few wolf demons in front suddenly sniffed as if they had smelled something. Soon, all the wolf demons became energetic. It was a charming wine fragrance that came from not far away. There's wine, that's great. The noses of a group of wolf demons were extremely sensitive. They immediately captured this smell. The leader of the group had a bald wolf demon on his forehead. It was also very thirsty. At this moment, how could it resist the temptation of wine? Look after the king's gift. Don't worry, I'll leave a few bowls of wine for you. After letting the subordinates continue to drive the convoy forward, it brought a group of wolf demons and ran out on all 4 feet, quickly rushing forward. Soon, they discovered a tavern in the wilderness. On the door of the tavern, there was a gray signboard with the word liquor written on it. There was actually a tavern in the wilderness. If it was placed in other places in the eastern region, it would obviously be a scam. Typically, cultivators without any ability would not dare to enter. However, the 10 Directions region was different. Everyone was a demon beast, so how could it be divided into barren mountains? After the wine was brewed, as long as the seal was opened and the fragrance spread out, it would attract enough customers. After selling it all, it would start to brew another round. This group of wolf demons was extremely lucky to have encountered them on the way. Which tavern is this? Hurry up and come out to welcome the guests. Serve all the good wine and meat to us. A group of burly wolf demons rushed into the tavern, slapped the table, and began to shout loudly. They looked more like bandits than customers. A moment later, a pangolin walked out from behind. It was also walking upright, but it was only half the height of a person. Clearly, it was a pangolin demon. Guests, this is a small tavern that brews wine for the pangolin king. Please wait a moment. I'll go get some wine to entertain you. The first thing the pangolin demon said was the king that was involved in its tavern. Only this could prevent this group of wolf demons from causing trouble. As for this tavern, it might not really be the property of the pangolin king. They should only be handed over offerings regularly to receive the king's protection. In the land of infinite demons, if one was not strong enough, they often had to hide and survive cautiously. Otherwise, they needed a strong backer to maintain their life. This was especially true for those who did business. If individual demons dared to open their business, the final outcome would be robbery. Only those who knew a few demons well in private could be considered reliable. Sorry for the wait, guests. This is fruit wine brewed by a small demon harvesting the fruits and snakes in the mountain. Although it doesn't have the flavor profile of the wine in the Monkey Mountain, it still has the unique fragrance of a homemade wine. Everyone, try it. A few jars of fruit wine were brought up. The fruit wine poured out from them was red in color, and the fragrance was indeed as the wolf demons had smelled. The wolf demons were already thirsty and could not endure the alcohol. They immediately gulped it down. Unfortunately, there was nothing to eat, so they could not drink to their satisfaction. At this moment, the wolf demons suddenly saw that there was someone sitting quietly at a table in the corner. He wore a wet cloak that dripped from time to time on the cloth. Black scales covered the skin that was exposed to the arm. Be it its appearance or aura, it looked like a fish demon. On its table, there was a plate of beef and a plate of sour plums. This person was none other than Jiang Li. He had been following this wolf demon team for the past few days. Along the way, he wanted to attack them several times, but in the end, he did not find a suitable opportunity. After discovering this tavern, he was certain that this group of wolf demons would definitely come here to have fun and drink, so he entered first and waited for them here. In the beginning, he really wanted to try if the wine brewed by the demon, the pangolin demon, had any special flavor. However, after looking at the color of the wine, and then at the tavern owner's red teeth, Jiang Li could no longer hold the wine bowl. If he was not wrong, the pangolin demon's brewing technique was to chew the materials together with its mouth and put them in the barrel to let them ferment on their own. This method was too much for him. As a result, the wine jars and wine bowls on his side were all intact. He even specially took out a large piece of bloody beef, and a plate of sour plums that could make one's mouth water. The group of wolf demons stared blankly. "Owner, are you looking down on us brothers? Why does he have side dishes while we do?" The bald wolf demon leader immediately grabbed the pangolin boss in dissatisfaction. It bared its teeth fiercely. Saliva mixed with wine dripped down the corner of its mouth. "Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Those small dishes were brought by that guest himself. This store really doesn't have them. I still have some mountain fruits here. Lord Wolves, if you want to eat them, I'll send them over immediately." After all, this was a pangolin tavern. It was already good that they were not given ants or earthworms as snacks. With that said, the wolf demon released the pangolin boss. After all, this was the territory of the pangolin king. It was fine to scare them, but if they really attacked, they might not be able to leave this mountain. However, there were no lakes or rivers nearby. The pangolin could not be targeted, but a mere fish was nothing to fear. This group of wolf demons immediately turned to look at Jiang Li. They stood up together and surrounded Alliance leader Jiang with unfriendly expressions. Wolf demons were demons that lived in groups and hunted. After forming groups, their courage would rise exponentially. Coupled with the fact that they had just drunk a little, their beast nature was exposed. "Where did you come from? Don't you recognize us? We're the subordinates of the Green Wolf King of the Black Bamboo Mountain. Why don't you come up and show respect when you see us?" There was no water nearby, and Jiang Li was alone. Coupled with the fact that the aura on his body was not strong, he was treated as an easy target to bully. The group of guys bared their fangs and brandished their claws for the meat and fruits on the table. Due to the fact that there were a few thick earth veins in this mountain range, and the spiritual chi was relatively abundant, the demons who occupied this mountain were especially dense. It was not easy to attack here, but it did not mean that Jiang Li did not have the methods to deal with them. He was not angry and pushed the 2 plates in front of him. "This is top-grade water buffalo meat. If you want to eat it, there's no need to stand on ceremony. There's also a plate of 10-year-old sour plums. Eating one on a long journey will quench your thirst the most. If you don't mind, please give it a try." The 2 plates on the table were prepared for them, so how could Jiang Li refuse? "At least you're sensible." Seeing that this fish demon was so sensible, they were very satisfied. It picked up the 2 plates of side dishes and returned to its side. The portion of the water buffalo meat was only about 10 kilograms, and it was naturally snatched away by the bald wolf demon in the lead. It ate it all in 2 bites and smacked its lips, still not satisfied. The other wolf demons swallowed their saliva but were helpless. They could only look at the plate of sour plums. Although it was their nature to eat meat, they had already cultivated their demon bodies after all. It was not a bad choice to eat wild fruits occasionally. They each grabbed a sour plum and placed it into their mouths. If they did not eat it, they would not know. As soon as they placed it into their mouths, it was indeed as Jiang Li had said, it was sour and refreshing. Their mouths watered, and the exhaustion they felt all along the way seemed to have been completely eliminated at this moment. "Good fruit. Hey, fish demon, do you have more?" This fruit was naturally a good fruit. It contained the spiritual root seed, so how could it not be a good fruit? "I naturally have more sour fruits here. However, this sour plum can only be eaten once in a day. If I eat a second one immediately, it will become bitter and astringent." The group of wolf demons did not believe it and wanted to eat. However, just as Jiang Li had said, the delicious sour plums really became bitter and astringent at this moment. As soon as the fruits entered the mouth, they hurriedly spat them out. This was also a trait of the spiritual root seed. It prevented creatures from eating the second spiritual seed and causing unnecessary waste. After eating the bitter taste, the few wolf demons immediately wanted to flare up and find trouble with Jiang Li. However, when they raised their eyes again, Jiang Li was nowhere to be seen. After a while, the team behind caught up. The remaining wolf demons also ate sour plums to quench their thirst. Even the human girls in the cages had obtained a few bowls of clear water, and some rations to alleviate their hunger. After resting for half a day, the wolf demon convoy continued forward. However, as time passed, other than the few wolf demons in the lead, the eyes of the other subordinate wolf demons changed. They looked at each other and completed the secret plan without making a sound. After leaving another large demon territory and arriving in an uninhabited region, the bald wolf demon was just about to turn around and say something when a sharp blade pierced through its waist from behind. The intense pain made the bald wolf demon turn around in shock, only to discover that the other wolf demon leaders had suffered the same treatment at the same time. Before they could understand the situation, they waved their claws and sent the wolf demon who had ambushed them flying. They were about to ask why they had betrayed them. In the next moment, all the wolf demons in the team rushed forward. The wolf demons were good at teamwork. Some of them bit their limbs while others bit their necks. Wherever they could bite, they were bitten by wolves. They pulled their leader to the ground. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" The strongest bald wolf demon was still struggling violently despite being pressed down by a total of 30 wolf demons. From time to time, wolf demons would be flung away. After all, their levels were inferior. Even if they worked together, they could not suppress it for long. But that was enough. Just as the bald wolf demon flung away most of its mouth, a foot stepped on its back, causing it to be stunned. It felt that its internal organs had all moved, and more than 10 bones in its body had been broken. For a time, it lost the ability to resist. Then it was lifted up and thrown into a coffin. It was as if this coffin contained an endless abyss. After entering, no one could come out without the approval of their master. Then the other wolf demons equivalent to nascent soul cultivators were also thrown into the coffin. Creatures of this level had the ability to discover and resist the spiritual root seed of the 9 nether clone. Therefore, in the tavern earlier, Jiang Li did not alert the enemy and only secretly controlled their subordinates. Only at this moment did he act together from the inside. He took them all down in the shortest time. "What's your name?" Jiang Li removed the red cloth on a bamboo cage and fed the girl inside some water and food, before asking in the most common language. However, the other party still had a cold expression as she looked at Jiang Li blankly. Was she too afraid, or did she not understand Jiang Li's words? Jiang Li switched to several different languages, but the girl in the cage still did not react. He turned to communicate with the other girls. After repeated attempts, he discovered that these girls did not seem to be afraid to answer because they were afraid. Instead, they seemed to simply not understand. In the end, Jiang Li simply released a few ghosts and entered their minds to investigate. He discovered that the language and words these girls grasped were extremely poor. They did not seem to have their own names and could only recognize a few simple orders. For example, standing up, sitting down, coming here, kneeling down, etc. This group of girls should be the ones from the human village, reared by the green wolves of the Black Bamboo Mountain. The inhabitants of this mountain were not very powerful, and the humans inside were only living in a village. Having been oppressed by the wolf demons all year round, the humans inside could not live well, let alone educate their children. In the end, they were already more than 10 years old and did not even know how to speak. Their usual interactions were only with the wolf demon's orders, which was why this situation ended up like this. Chapter 381, Demon City Inn. After understanding the current situation of these humans, Jiang Li waved his hand and transformed it into a thorn whip with sharp spikes. He personally ran into the coffin space and used the whip technique to accelerate the speed at which these wolf demons were parasitized. Half a day later, Jiang Li let them out. The few leaders of this wolf demon team were wrapped in thick bandages for some reason. However, the group still continued to advance towards their target, 5 Banishment City, as if nothing had happened. After another few days of travel, a huge city stronghold appeared ahead. Then a strong beastly smell spread out from the village. Demon beasts still retained many of their beast habits. They generally did not like to be clean. There were also some demon beasts that were carnivorous and had the instinct to mark their territory with excrement. With such a huge stronghold filled with so many demons, it was strange that the smell was not strong. However, here, there were gradually more traces of human life. It was not that humans could live well in this city. It was because for some reason, although the 5 great demons in 5 Banishment City were demons, they called themselves the 5 Banishment Taoists. Moreover, it seemed that they yearned for the extravagant life of humans. When demon beasts disguised as humans, no matter how much they pretended, they still did not look genuine. Therefore, under the management and requirements of the 5 of them, the humans inside carried the fear of being killed at any time and acted as the prosperous front of this city's stronghold. The humans who worked hard to live calmly formed a sharp contrast with the demon beasts that could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. Looking at the city's stronghold from afar, Jiang Li could sense that the 5 powerful auras that shot into the sky in the city were all stronger than the ordinary Mountain King. This 5 Banishment City was the largest gathering place of the demons in a 500-kilometer radius. It was also the place with the most livestock and humans. Many demons wanted to eat humans, but there were 5 powerful demons presiding inside, and it was sufficient to intimidate the surrounding thieves. Baldy, let's enter the city. After Jiang Li checked that the disguise on his body was not obvious, he summoned the wolf demon and walked towards the 5 Banishment City. The structure of this 5 Banishment City was slightly different from ordinary cities. The fortress structure was mostly for convenience and practical use. The doors were divided into east, west, south, and north. However, this 5 Banishment City was different. There was only one door in this stronghold, and it was built side by side. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. This kind of structure was neither practical nor beautiful. Presumably, it had some other special uses. There were demon soldiers guarding each of the 5 city gates. With a slight glance, one could tell that the strength of these demon soldiers was not bad and were completely capable of suppressing some small conflicts. What Jiang Li and the others entered was the 2nd city gate on the right. The ones guarding the gate were 2 humanoid donkey demons. As for the demon soldiers guarding the other 4 doors, their characteristics were very easy to recognize. They were ox, dog, sheep, and pig. One could imagine that the 5 great demons who called themselves the 5 Banishment Taoists in this city should be an ox, dog, sheep, pig, and donkey respectively. This phenomenon caused Jiang Li to sigh with admiration. It was normal for demons to fight each other. Between the same race, 2 tigers could not share one mountain. Even if they were from the same mother, it was very difficult to form an alliance. However, it was very strange that these 5 completely different demons could work together in this 5 Banishment City. Jiang Li wanted to know more secrets, but it was a pity that this group of wolf demons usually did not pay attention to the gossip. Their Black Bamboo Mountain was also more than 10 demon territories away, so they knew even less. The subordinate of the Black Bamboo Mountain's Green Wolf King is here to send a congratulatory gift to the 5 Banishment Lords. As they approached the city gate, the bald wolf leader took the initiative to step forward and negotiate. A wolf demon of this level naturally recovered a little flesh injuries very quickly. The bandages from before had already been removed. After saying this, the donkey demon only glanced indifferently. Then, it stretched out its hooves that had already transformed into a palm structure and waved at them. It was obvious that he wanted the city fees. Even if it was a guest who had come from afar to deliver a congratulatory gift, if they wanted to enter the city, they still had to pay the entrance fee. The greed of the demons was vividly displayed at this moment. Even their regular invitations were a way to accumulate wealth. However, since he was here to give a gift, he naturally could not embarrass his master. The bald wolf took out a large bag of spirit stones with a pained expression, and handed it to the donkey demon guarding the door. Speaking of which, this bag of spirit stones should also be Jiang Li's property. Jiang Li looked at the 5 city gates. They were all charged by different small demons and did not seem to interfere with each other. Presumably, these 5 demons each held the city entrance fees. After following everyone into the city, 5 Banishment City was covered in lanterns and bright colors. Red cloths were hung everywhere. Clearly, the city was preparing for a joyous event. There was a joyous occasion in 5 Banishment Taoists recently. It was said that someone from the 5 Banishment Taoists was about to get married. Only then did they send out a large number of invitations to the famous demons nearby. These 5 demons had a preference for such things. They controlled a city stronghold and could be said to be grooms at night. However, it was indeed a rare thing to hold a wedding with such fanfare. It was unknown which one of them was going to marry a demon. If the other party was also a greater demon, did that mean that this 5 Banishment City would become the 6 Banishment City in the future? Regarding this, the surrounding mountain kings were all rather worried. If their strength increased again, they might attack their neighbors one day. The Black Bamboo Mountain Green Wolf was a little far from them. Originally, they did not have much of a relationship. However, it was said that the 5 Banishment Taoists held an orthodox inheritance in their hands. Their strength was much greater than ordinary demons through cultivation. They were also 5 people of the same faction, but the surrounding mountains were in a state of disunity. Therefore, the influence of 5 Banishment City in the nearby area had always been considerable. In order to prevent offending these 5, after receiving the invitation, they could only let their subordinates choose 30 human girls from the mountaintop to send over. Of these 5, this was the best. However, ordinary human women with weak bodies would probably not last more than 2 hours if they became toys in their hands. He first got these wolf demons to bring the girls to a place to stay. Jiang Li carried the appearance of a fish demon and walked around the city. There were indeed many humans in 5 Banishment City. They carried out their work numbly, not daring to casually communicate or look up. They had seen many things in the environment of the demon city. They could see these strange creatures every day, but this did not reduce their fear of demons. From time to time, a few people would be dragged away and eaten on the streets. In such an environment, how could they live in peace? When they saw each demon, their eyes revealed fear, afraid that they would be seen and dragged away. When Jiang Li walked on the streets and looked at them, they would often lower their heads and avoid him, not daring to look him in the eye. Their civilization's inheritance was still slightly better than the Black Bamboo Mountain. All kinds of shops that could be seen in the human world could be seen on their side. If not for the various demons on the streets and the numb, despairing expressions on the human faces, Jiang Li would probably really think that he had returned to the human world. Along the way, Jiang Li was mainly checking the array formations in this city. This was his habit every time he went to a new place. Only by making full preparations could he leave a way out. Right when Jiang Li turned a corner, his gaze was suddenly attracted by a signboard. Prosperous Jiang Inn. The 5th parallel mind had already received most of the soul inheritance of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard. However, because the soul battle at that time was too tragic, many memories were severely missing. He only knew that the 9 nether wood in the graveyard had previously set up a stronghold near 5 Banishment City and tried to open a store in it. However, he could not confirm the exact location. However, he did not expect Yan Hong to be so fast. In just a short period of time, he had opened the prosperous Jiang Inn. This was also an important reason why the 9 Netherwood sent Yan Hong and the others back to this place. He took a fancy to the process of collecting souls in the prosperous Jiang Inn. He was the 9 Netherwood, the ancestor of the Yin wood in the world. Although his need for souls was not as great as Jiang Li, ghosts could also increase his combat strength to a certain extent. The ghosts in the 9 Netherwood soul were the best proof. Therefore, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard had actually not planned to use Yan Hong and the others to threat Jiang Li from the beginning. It was purely because he wanted Yan Hong's help in running a business. In such a short period of time, they had opened a branch of the prosperous Jiang Hong Inn in the dangerous 10 Directions region. Yan Hong's ability had improved greatly. Jiang Li looked at the familiar signboard and sighed for a moment before entering the store. The layout inside was still the standard layout of the prosperous Jiang Hong Inn. However, the person standing behind the counter had become a vine demon. No, on a closer look, it was a demon disguised as a vine wrapped around a human cultivator. This should be a disguise specially made by the 9 nether wood to allow them to survive in the land of infinite demons. Such a simple binding looked relatively ordinary. It was fine to deceive low-level demons, but not true figures. Jiang Li took a closer look. He had some impression of this person in the vines. This was a golden core cultivator from the 100 Tempering Mountain. After he subdued him back then, he became the earliest batch of hidden rock cultivators. He provided Jiang Li with considerable help in controlling the hidden rock army. He was also part of the group of people that Jiang Li trusted the most, and had always helped him do all kinds of dirty work. However, later on, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard seized control of him and sent him to this damned place. With the lost hidden rock cultivator here, Yan Hong would probably not be far away. "Bring me to your shopkeeper." Jiang Li walked to the counter and got straight to the point. Chapter 382, Yan Hong recovers. The other party naturally did not recognize the current Jiang Li. Even if they recognized Jiang Li, the original owner, the hidden rock cultivator who had his personality modified, would only think that he was an enemy. The only solution was to change their personalities again. "Sorry, sir, our shopkeeper is very busy. I'm afraid he's not free. The waiter will bring you to a private room upstairs. Please wait a moment, the shopkeeper will be here soon." The cultivator behind the counter spoke halfway. His expression stiffened for a moment before he suddenly changed his words. That was because Jiang Li was holding a small coffin in his hand. At this moment, the coffin lid slid open a little. The 5th clone, who could already control his body, immediately controlled this cultivator and made him understand that the person in front of him was his master. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard had already fallen into his hands. The control of these hidden rock cultivators naturally returned to Jiang Li's hands. However, Jiang Li was no longer blindly trusting the parasitized puppets like before. As a spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood had its own unique points. However, if he encountered other existences of the same level or with deeper roots, they might discover him and crack his control. Not to mention anything else, the Mu family's patriarch should also have the ability to destroy the seed of the 9 nether earth fruit. This time he had suffered a huge loss. He had to be more careful in the future. Jiang Li followed the shop assistant upstairs. The hidden cultivator behind the counter immediately ran back to inform Yan Hong. He was not asked to wait, and nothing unexpected happened. In next to no time, a figure that was similarly wrapped in tree vines pushed open the door and walked in. Wasn't this chubby guy the missing Yan Hong? Yan Hong looked at Jiang Li. From his appearance, he still did not understand the situation. Jiang Li waved his hand. Through his 5th clone, he suppressed the intense soul modification effect of the spiritual root seed on Yan Hong, causing his mind to slowly recover and regain his rationality. Yan Hong's originally normal expression suddenly became stunned. His eyes gradually filled with a layer of confusion, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Then, he suddenly woke up from his drowning state. His entire body shook as he looked around in confusion. What's going on? What happened? After eating the 9 nether earth fruit, Yan Hong felt as if he had fallen asleep and had a dream that he could not wake up from for a long time. He actually had blurry memories of everything that had happened during this period of time. If he recalled carefully, he could recall everything, but he always had a strange feeling as if he had never experienced this. It was as if he had never been the one controlling his body. This feeling made him feel at a loss. He had just woken up, and his blood pressure had increased to at least 500. Then he could not stand still. His entire body immediately went limp on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He was terrified of everything he had experienced. This was also the reason why Jiang Li had never wanted Yan Hong to consume the 9 nether earth fruit to increase his cultivation. Although the 9 nether earth fruit was precious, the growth speed of this spiritual fruit was actually very fast. As long as they absorbed the origin of demon beasts or cultivators, their lives and cultivation would quickly grow. To Jiang Li, who held the 9 nether wood branch, it was really nothing. Jiang Li ran deep into the mountains and caught a few demons before using the parasitism of his spiritual root to extract one. It would only take a day or two to produce one. With Jiang Li's relationship with Yan Hong, it actually did not take much effort to get him 1 or 2 pills to increase his cultivation. However, the effect of changing one's rationality was too terrifying. Jiang Li was unwilling to let Yan Hong become his puppet. However, due to a freak combination of factors, Yan Hong still ate the 9 nether earth fruit and was controlled by others for such a long time. Regarding this, Jiang Li could only light a few concentration incenses and stick them beside Yan Hong to make him feel better. Jiang Li, is that you? After an hour passed, Yan Hong finally recovered from his shock, and then he raised his head to look at Jiang Li. As expected of Jiang Li's good friend, even if his disguise was not removed, he still recognized him. Of course, he was a mere chi refinement cultivator without any background or status. Only Jiang Li could enter the 10 Directions region to save him. Jiang Li nodded, switched back to his original appearance, and sat by his side. How is it? Do you feel better? How could the terrible feeling of his personality being tampered with be so easy to accept? Yan Hong only barely nodded and forced himself to maintain his rationality. Jiang Li, what exactly happened to me? Yan Hong held his chest tightly as he asked Jiang Li with a trembling voice. However, at the very least, his tongue was no longer tied up. What captured you was a tree demon. It's the huge tree demon that appeared in the Mother River back then. It has the ability to influence people's minds. After the last battle, that tree demon lost half of its origin. This time, it's probably back to take revenge on the Great Mountain Alliance. They didn't find me, but they found you instead. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before telling him about the 9 nether wood. However, the big secret that he knew was nothing in Yan Hong's eyes. There were many methods to control people in the cultivation world. Yan Hong was only a chi refinement cultivator previously. He could easily find a large number of people who could control him through unorthodox methods. If he wanted to control a chi refinement cultivator, with Jiang Li's current level, he would probably only need to draw a black talisman. Although that kind of control was far inferior to the power of the spiritual root seed, it was not much different in Yan Hong's perspective. Therefore, even if Jiang Li told him this, he did not take it too seriously. To him, how different were nascent soul, soul formation, earth immortal, and even true gods. They were all existences that could slap him to death. I see. Jiang Li, how did you find me? Also, will I still remain like that in the future? Yan Hong did not probe deeper. In his eyes, there were too many such figures. He was not concerned about the origins of that tree demon. What he cared about was whether he would return to that state in the future. If that was the case, he might as well let Jiang Li kill him. Don't worry, I've already helped you take revenge. That guy is indeed powerful. However, since I can find your location, that tree demon has naturally fallen into my hands. However, your suffering is not without benefits. Congratulations, Yan Hong. You're now a proper golden core cultivator. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard had fed Yan Hong the 9 nether earth fruit. The powerful effect of the spiritual root fruit of heaven and earth had allowed him to obtain a cultivation level that others might not be able to reach in their lifetime in an extremely short period of time, causing him to have a lifespan of 500 years. He only had an empty cultivation base, and the spell techniques he knew were still at the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, his cultivation had not been polished, and his mind was still at its original level. He could only use about 20% of his cultivation. His true combat strength was probably only slightly better than a foundation establishment cultivator. If he wanted to polish his cultivation bit by bit, it would take at least 100 years of hard work. However, to Yan Hong, it was a huge opportunity. Moreover, with his golden core cultivation, although he did not have any combat strength, he could barely qualify as a businessman. Without this cultivation, no one would take a fancy to him. Now he could help Jiang Li again. Chapter 383, Uninvited Guests. Jiang Li stopped joking. Yan Hong's first reaction was naturally disbelief. Didn't he know his own situation? However, when the word golden core was mentioned, it immediately triggered his memories from a period of time ago. Wait a minute, is this true? I've reached the golden core realm. Yan Hong's round face perfectly displayed his confusion. Then he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his water attribute cultivation method that was only at the first level of the Qi refinement chapter to check the cultivation situation in his body. In the end, Yan Hong was only an outer sect disciple of the scripture storage valley. Towards these many outer sect disciples, the sect naturally could not nurture them as fully as inner sect disciples. Instead, there were many restrictions on them. The cultivation methods and spell techniques they had learned were all the foundation of the sect, so they naturally could not spread them privately. When he first entered the sect, he only obtained the first-level Qi refinement chapter cultivation method. It was the same for Jiang Li back then. Only after breaking through would they be allowed to go to the scripture storage pavilion to exchange for cultivation methods of this realm. Before breaking through, it was not only impossible to obtain the next level of cultivation method, but it was also extremely difficult. Most sects did this. The scripture storage valley placed greater importance on their own inheritance. Before he was robbed by the 9 nether wood in the graveyard, Yan Hong had always been in the Qi refinement realm, so he naturally did not have any subsequent cultivation methods. After eating the unreasonable heaven and earth spiritual fruit, the 9 nether earth fruit, although his cultivation was forcefully pushed to the golden core realm, there were almost no traces of cultivation in the golden core. It looked like a white piece of paper. This was also the reason why Jiang Li had never used the 9 nether earth fruit to madly accumulate his cultivation. To him, the gains would definitely not make up for the losses. If he used that method, how could Jiang Li possess his current Quintet Dao Foundation, Dragon Pearl Golden Core, and even fuse 5 golden cores together? Of course, that was also because Jiang Li's cultivation was different from others. To Yan Hong and the vast majority of the other cultivators, although this situation had some drawbacks, it was still a meteoric rise. Moreover, the side effects of the heaven and earth spiritual fruit could be said to be the least. He could only spend time slowly cultivating the cultivation method. Otherwise, if he slowly cultivated, there would be many people who could not break through even when their lifespan was exhausted. I've really reached the golden core realm. Yan Hong sat cross-legged on the ground and confirmed for a long time before finally opening his eyes. Joy and disbelief erupted in his eyes. Although he had suffered a huge calamity, while there was no danger, a huge opportunity landed on him. To Yan Hong, this change was really hard to say. Should it be a good thing or a bad thing? The sudden surprise made this guy's hands not tremble anymore, and his mood was also comfortable. He got up and sat on a chair at the side, constantly trying to mobilize his golden core. However, other than having a golden core, he could not keep up with anything else. It was as if this golden core was not his at all. If he wanted to master this golden core, without any accidents, It would at least take nearly 100 years of hard work. That's right. You're a cultivator of the same level as me now. I'll make you a small elder when we get back. Previously, in the Great Mountain Alliance, because Yan Hong's cultivation was really too low, he could not speak no matter where he went. Even Jiang Li was unable to arrange any decent positions for him. However, in the future, there would no longer be such an awkward situation. By planting more people in the Great Mountain Alliance, it could greatly help Jiang Li consolidate his status. Moreover, in terms of being a businessman, Yan Hong was indeed talented. Moreover, every time Jiang Li needed anything, Yan Hong could basically get him anything that could be found in the market. This was indeed very helpful to him. Then it's a deal. Yan Hong raised his eyebrows and did not refuse. He had been coveting the position of Foreign Affairs Elder of the Great Mountain Alliance for a long time. However, he recalled something else, and his excited expression became solemn again. Jiang Li, I think we should leave this place quickly. This 5-banishment city is not a good place. After the excitement passed, Yan Hong held his head and began to comb through his memories. There's no rush. Isn't there a lively wedding in 5 banishment Taoists in 3 days? Do you know which one of the 5 banishment Taoists is preparing to marry this time? Yan Hong recalled for a moment, and then he looked at Jiang Li with a slightly strange expression. It's not one, but all 5 of the 5 banishment Taoists who want to marry. Yan Hong's expression was that of, you know what I mean. All 5 of them are going to marry. Doesn't that mean they have to bring back 5 brides? These 5 demons are quite ambitious. Which forces are they going to marry? Which greater demon is it? Jiang Li tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and began to think about the conflict of benefits. The combined efforts of the 5 demons could already radiate a considerable area in the surroundings. If they continued to tie the other demons to themselves through marriage, the other demons in a radius of thousands of miles might not have a good life. However, Yan Hong quickly overturned his guess. No, you've misunderstood. They only have 1 bride. What? After Jiang Li heard Yan Hong's words, even with his temperament, he could not help but be stunned. His fingers that were tapping the armrest subconsciously stopped. 5 of them are marrying 1 bride. Are they that close? Jiang Li's expression became strange as well. What was going on? That's right, it's what you think. This wedding is for 1 female to attend to 5 husbands. Jiang Li looked shocked inside in his heart. The noble circle was really chaotic. The 5 banishment Taoists were ox, sheep, pig, dog, and donkey respectively. Even among the demons, these 5 were powerful in reproduction and had strong desires. Especially when these 5 people were extremely powerful, the situation would naturally be much more intense. It was said that every night, they had to kill a few women who served them, be they humans or demons. Who's the other party? She can actually withstand those 5 together. Jiang Li temporarily did not consider anything regarding morality. From a purely physical point of view, if they wanted a woman to serve these 5 demons, her physique had to be extremely powerful. Who could be so powerful? I'm not too sure about that. It seems to be a fox demon from some place called the Two Mountain. It's also at the level of the Mountain King, but its reputation is not very famous. The other party was naturally not willing. It's those 5 fellows in 5 banishment city who took a fancy to her beauty and family fortune. Then, they used some methods to force the other party to agree to marry them. Yan Hong explained what he knew. The 9 Netherwood spiritual root's greatest strength lay here. Even if his personality was changed, his strength, intelligence, temperament, and talent would not be changed. Yan Hong did not lose his merchant instincts. During this period of time here, he had been probing for all kinds of information. At the very least, he had all the information that was spread on the surface near 5 Banishment City. Jiang Li originally nodded as if he was listening to a story, but one word attracted his attention. Wait, what did you say? Two Mountain. There's a Two Mountain in the 10 Directions region. Jiang Li could not ignore it. This place had produced an existence like the nine-tailed heavenly fox, and it was definitely an ancient legacy. Perhaps there was an extremely great opportunity hidden within. At this moment, his coffin also had a group of black and white foxes from Two Mountain. Moreover, there was also a finger bone of the nine-tailed heavenly fox that he had carefully stored. According to the human emperor's inheritance, he actually had the obligation to send this nest of foxes back to Two Mountain. There should be. Is there a problem with this Two Mountain? However, Yan Hong did not know why Jiang Li was interested in this name. This was only one of the many demon mountains in the 10 Directions region. The cultivation civilization of the continent of the 9 provinces had been broken for too long, so they knew very little about the secrets of the ancient times. Back then, such a huge bodhisattva statue could not be sold for a high price at an auction. This situation was clear at first glance. Two Mountain was a place that had always avoided the world. Even Jiang Li only knew of Daji, a nine-tailed heavenly fox. After all, the other party was the human emperor's empress. All her information was hidden very well. Apart from the rare group of higher-ups at that time, the news basically did not leak out. Coupled with the suppression of Two Mountain later, even in the ancient times, they had remained silent, let alone now. However, if others did not know, how could Jiang Li not understand? That was the legendary Two Mountain. Originally, Jiang Li also wanted to rescue Yan Hong and the group of hidden rock cultivators and leave this dangerous territory. At most, they would attack a few weaker demon territories and try their best to save some of the humans here. However, from the looks of it, he had to get involved. Jiang Li's thoughts raced, and then he asked Yan Hong carefully about the exact situation in this area. What powerful demons were there? What was the relationship between their personalities? When he heard Jiang Li's question, Yan Hong knew that this good friend of his did not intend to leave immediately. However, he also believed in Jiang Li's methods and did not persuade him much. He only told him the information he knew bit by bit. In the room on the top floor of the prosperous Jianghong Inn, Jiang Li and Yan Hong were plotting something. On the street at the entrance of the inn, 3 seemingly travel-worn bear demons walked over. They walked to the front of prosperous Jianghong Inn and stopped. The larger bear demon took out a map and looked at it before looking up at prosperous Jianghong's signboard. His expression became ugly. After looking inside for a long time, he decided to enter and asked for a room. After entering the room, the larger bear demon immediately took out a set of formation flags and skillfully set them up. Soon, the room was completely enveloped by a spirit design that isolated aura and sound. Then the 3 bear demons actually began to take off their fur. A moment later, their true bodies were revealed. They were 3 human cultivators. In the room, an elder, a youth, and a young girl revealed their true bodies under the protection of the array formation. Restraining one's own spiritual chi and using the demon core's demonic chi as a disguise was naturally not a comfortable thing. After removing their disguises, the 2 youngsters heaved a sigh of relief and eagerly stretched their bodies. The young female cultivator ran to the paper window in the room and quietly observed the streets outside. Grandpa, is this 5 banishment city? There are many strange demons in the city. The young female cultivator spoke excitedly, giving people the feeling that she was here to travel. That's right, this is our destination. The inheritance of our ancestors is buried here. As long as we obtain that inheritance, our family will definitely be able to regain our former glory. The old man among them also walked to the window, his eyes emitting a hopeful light. He seemed to know some unknown secrets of 5 banishment city. He then looked at the 2 youngsters beside him. The 2 of you have the best bloodline talent in our family. You'll definitely succeed this time. Whether the family can regain its former glory will depend on you. Being looked at by the elder with such high hopes, the 2 youngsters could not help but become much more serious. They had already heard this sentence countless times. While feeling responsible, they also felt heavy pressure. The family had been preparing for this trip for a long time. Taking advantage of the wedding day of the five demons, they would definitely lower their guard in certain places. At that time, it would be their chance. The origins of this five banishment city were ancient, and there were some secrets that even the five banishment Taoists did not know. This was their chance. Grandpa, we understand. But Grandpa, why are we staying here? The two youngsters nodded in agreement. Then the slightly older man asked. This was because, on the way to the 10 Directions region, their grandfather had repeatedly emphasized to them about their actions and plans after entering the five banishment city. They had originally prepared a place to stay in the city. However, he clearly remembered that it was not this prosperous Jiang Inn. However, his grandfather revealed a helpless expression. This is our original secret base. However, the world of the demons is too chaotic. This place should have been snatched away by others not long ago. The prosperous Jiang Inn in Five Banishment City had just opened for about a month, but where did this shop come from? It was naturally snatched. This store originally belonged to a group of demons without any faction. After Yan Hong took a fancy to it, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard directly attacked and forcefully took it down. Perhaps due to the influence of someone's luck, the place they took down happened to be pressed against an unknown secret passage. Then, Grandpa, what's our plan? He was indeed a little nervous when he was young. It's fine. That secret passage is very secret. Apart from our family, no one else can open it. The demons who snatched this store shouldn't have discovered it. On the day of the wedding, everyone must go and support the 5 banishment Taoists. At that time, it'll be our chance to act. The 5 banishment city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with preparations for the immoral demon wedding in 3 days. On the other side of this joyous matter, there was an inconspicuous mountain called Two Mountain in the 10 Direction region. An extremely beautiful woman, who was far more beautiful than anyone Jiang Li had seen, was sitting on the throne and looking at the wedding clothes that had just been delivered below. A pair of eyes that were like clear springs were emitting endless coldness. Chapter 384, Live Show. Lord Sixtailed, 5 Banishment City is like a tiger's den. You definitely can't go. Moreover, it's a huge humiliation to have a female serving 5 men. You're the spiritual maiden of the Two Mountain. How can the future of our race be humiliated like this? Lord Sixtailed, please let me go in your place. Below the throne, other than the red wedding dress that was sent to Tu Shan. In the stone hall, there were hundreds of fox demons kneeling below. Most of them had yet to transform. Only the 2 kneeling at the front could barely form a human shape. However, they were not as tall as Lord Sixtailed. Some parts of their bodies still retained the characteristics of a fox. Of course, even so, their appearance was overwhelming in the fox demon group that was good at charming people. Moreover, compared to their alluring beauty, their auras were quite extraordinary. There was not much demonic chi on their bodies, and they looked more like fairies who had fallen from the clouds. Moreover, behind the fox demon in the hall, there were 2 or more tails that grew. They hung behind it and swayed about, making people's hearts beat faster. This was because they were indeed not ordinary fox demons, but the ancient 9-tailed race of Two Mountain. In essence, these 2 were actually not the same species. They only looked similar. The race that should have been extremely noble had once followed Emperor Xianxia into the primordial world and made extraordinary contributions. However, their glory rose with the human emperor and declined along with his fall. After the Shang dynasty, the bloodline of the human emperor was severed. Two Mountain's fate was severed by Xianxia. From then on, this demon faction that could match the Dragon Palace could not help but decline. There were no more traces left in history. However, everything was predestined. After the cultivationless age, there were no longer any immortals or gods. Now, there were only 2 descendants of the 9-tailed race left. Compared to the descendants of the last human emperor in the Empress tomb, the group that stayed behind to guard Two Mountain and gradually became the last group had been going downhill since ancient times. When the cultivationless age descended, most of their clansmen had already turned into the lowest-level demon beasts. Low cultivation meant that the need for spiritual chi was decreasing. This also allowed a portion of the Nine Tails clansmen to survive the calamity. Then, in the tens of thousands of years of the cultivationless age, they were all reduced to ordinary beast-like existences. They reproduced like the most ordinary mountain beasts, and only then did the thin bloodline last until now. As spiritual beasts, their intelligence was even harder to awaken than ordinary demon beasts. During the period when spiritual chi was first awakened, they, who had the nine-tailed bloodline, had never been able to awaken. This caused Two Mountain to miss the first period of development. It was not until hundreds of years ago that the first Two Mountain fox demon gave birth to a second tail and found the opportunity to cultivate on this lost Two Mountain. However, one step slower meant one step slower. Up until now, no demon king had been born. There were not many people and there were no experts to protect them. In the end, due to some reason, the six-tailed spirit fox of Two Mountain was targeted by the 5 banishment cities' rulers. There's no need to say anything else. I've already made up my mind on this matter. From now on, Two Mountain will hide from the world until a 7-tailed fox appears. Only then can we protect our race. 3 days later, in 5 banishment city. Clang, a gong sounded. A few small demons walked through the streets, shouting as they walked. The 5 banishment Taoists are getting married to the fox maiden of Two Mountain, Lady Wuxia. The 5 banishment Taoists are celebrating. Congratulations, 5 banishment Taoists. In the streets and alleys of the entire city, there were hundreds of such small demon teams striking the gong and spreading the news of the marriage to every corner. All the humans who heard the voice had to stop everything and kneel on both sides of the road to pray to the 5 banishment Taoists. All the demons in the city had to stand on both sides of the road to watch the ceremony. Under the pressure of authority, they pretended to be harmonious on the surface. What a grand scene! However, demons are still demons after all. An unknown cultivator standing at the entrance of the prosperous Jiang Inn, who was pretending to be a large and 2 small bear demons, could only be forced to witness the ceremony in order to prevent arousing the suspicion and attention of others. The young cultivator muttered in dissatisfaction until his grandfather glared at him. Only then did he shut his mouth. "Look, the bride is here!" Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. A strange fragrance came from the end of the road. In 5 banishment city that was filled with the stench of various beasts, this fragrance was especially prominent. Petals were thrown into the air and scattered down. The 2 flower girls led the way in front, and behind them was a huge red sedan carrying 16 flowers. They followed the path like stars surrounding the moon. It looked a little similar to human weddings. The sedan was hung with red gauze curtains on all 4 sides, but a faint outline could be seen. It could be seen that the woman inside was definitely drop-dead gorgeous. Jiang Li, who was in the crowd, naturally paid attention to this side. He could not see the person in the sedan clearly, and could only observe the other demons carrying the sedan. Many of them were part of her family's dowry. The first 2 scattered flowers and the 4 attendants behind them. Looking at the tails that could not be refined on their backs, it was obvious that they were all fox demons. However, what surprised him was that they only had 1 tail behind them. Could it be that it just happened to have the same name, or was it a group of ordinary fox demons that occupied Two Mountain? "Master, I smell blood." Right when Jiang Li was pondering, the bald wolf demon standing by his side suddenly twitched its nose, and then it spoke to Jiang Li with slight uncertainty. "Blood." Could it be that the fox demons had menses? Jiang Li did not comment. He followed the baldy and the other wolf demons to the venue. They were here on behalf of the Black Bamboo Mountain to send their congratulations. There were also a few cultivators whose strength was equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator. Apart from those demons who ruled over the mountain, they were also the ones with some reputation. It was not to the extent that they could not even enter the banquet. After he sat down, Jiang Li finally saw the 5 masters of this city, the 5 banishment Taoists. They were not as strange as he had imagined. The transformed bodies of these 5 demons could be considered handsome. Ox, sheep, pig, dog, and donkey were not spiritual beasts with powerful bloodlines. Such demons naturally had the advantage of ease when they transformed. However, what was strange was that the appearance of these 5 guys, transformed bodies, was surprisingly very similar. Even their races were different, let alone their blood relationship. Apart from being based on racial characteristics, the body transformation also had a lot to do with the minds of demons. These 5 guys looked so similar, there might be something else amiss. Baldy, shouldn't they be undergoing the wedding rituals? Why are they eating and drinking with the guests as soon as they come out? Jiang Li tasted the unique roasted demon beast of the 10 Directions region and asked the bald wolf demon beside him. Master, there's no such thing as etiquette among demons. Demons were not like humans. They did not worship the heavens or the earth, nor did they have an ancestral hall. Only the moon hanging in the sky at all times emitted a power that could help demon beasts cultivate. In terms of worship, they only had some admiration for the moon. Therefore, the ceremony of the demon's wedding could only be held when the full moon rose to the sky. They would bow 3 times to the full moon. It was not time yet, so they naturally invited the guests. The bride with the red veil was arranged to sit on a red chair and not move at all. The 5 banishment Taoists started to leave the stage and continuously toast the demons who came to the wedding banquet. However, between the cups, their eyes frequently looked at the red chair, and their eyes were filled with greed. After drinking a few 100 kilograms of wine, the moon gradually rose. Under the stimulation of the spiritual wine, the smiles of these 5 demons who called themselves the 5 banishment became more and more fearless. Lord 5 banishment, the time has come. You can bow now. An old goat demon who was staring at the moon rail ran over hurriedly and reported to them. The 5 demons looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. Just like bandits and bullies snatching their wives, they walked to the middle and surrounded their bride. Wife, we 5 brothers greet you. Here is a precious pearl. From now on, you're the wife of the 5 of us. They first took out a pearl and shook it in front of the sedan. The fox demon under the cover seemed to be moving deliberately as it raised its head slightly to look at the pearl. Then, in the next moment, a rough hand directly pulled off the cover, revealing her beauty that made people's hearts stop. Just this face alone was enough for the wretched 5 banishment Taoists to attack Two Mountain without any other motive. If it was Jiang Li, he would probably have some thoughts about kidnapping this fox demon into the coffin first. The fox demon bride was expressionless, but the 5 banishment Taoists' saliva had already flowed down. Perhaps it was because of the spiritual wine, or perhaps it was their nature, but the 5 of them had never thought of treating the Two Mountain bride kindly. After removing the cover, an even more bold idea was revealed. All your guests have come from afar. It's too boring to just worship the moon. Why don't we let the guests see something interesting? Brothers, what do you think? The ox demon among the 5 banishment Taoists was the first to speak. The other 4 also laughed understandingly. They actually began to remove their clothes and approached the red-robed fox demon in the middle. From the looks of it, they planned to change the moon worship ceremony of the demon wedding to a live show. Not only did they want one female to serve 5 husbands, but they also wanted to show everyone the process in public. Such taste was really shocking. Jiang Li could not help but wonder what deep hatred these 5 fellows had with that fox demon. They actually had to do such a thing. Jiang Li, who was sitting in the outer area, had an expression of an ignorant country bumpkin. He stared fixedly at the center to see how the situation would develop. Could that bride really endure this? The 5 banishment Taoists pounced at the bride in the middle while drooling. You're going too far. As the clear female voice fell, Two sharp claw shadows suddenly appeared from under the dignified red dress and instantly grabbed at the crotch of the 5 demons. Crotch claw. 5 figures were sent flying and collided along the way. Countless tables and chairs made the originally bustling wedding venue suddenly become chaotic. However, that sharp claw strike did not succeed. Ha ha ha, what a spicy little fox demon. I like it, I like it, I like it. In the pile of rotten wood, the 5 banishment Taoists stood up one after another and patted their bodies as if they were not injured at all. Dear wife, you can't scratch this place recklessly. Hee, little fox demoness, you can't escape. Today, the 5 of us will definitely show you some love. The originally human skin was burst open, and a white-skinned pig that was more than 100 feet tall appeared at the banquet. Then the green-black water buffalo, the long-bearded old goat, the yellow dog, and the huge donkey appeared in their true forms. They rushed towards the fox demon in the middle of the other party in an even more crazy and violent manner. A huge battle was about to break out. 6 demons equivalent to the soul formation realm of humans collided with each other. Their power was enough to change the terrain and flatten the mountains. This originally bustling banquet hall was instantly destroyed. When Jiang Li and the others who were participating saw that the situation was bad, they had already retreated far away. However, they were not too far away. They stopped in the air and watched the scene in the middle. They're fighting, they're really fighting. That 2-mountain woman is really bold. Who do you think will win? Who will win? Is there a need to say this? The 5 banishment Taoists have 5 bodies. When they join forces, they can even compare to demon kings. How can they lose to a mere fox demon? Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. Perhaps we can watch 2 more big scenes tonight. That woman is really beautiful. It's good that we can't eat her. The 5 banishment Taoists are really generous demons. The surrounding demons were not surprised by this sudden battle. There were fights every day in the 10 Directions region and dead demons every day. Such a scene was not rare at all. Instead, they teased and cheered loudly. However, no one spoke up for the fox demon. They were basically all villains. Jiang Li himself was also quietly observing. The fox demon was not bad, but it was only not bad. If she only fought one of the 5 banishment Taoists, she might have a chance of winning. However, against 5 of them, she was at an absolute disadvantage. The other party clearly had the ability to complement each other and greatly increase their combat strength. As soon as they fought, she was suppressed to an absolute disadvantage. If not for these 5 guys holding back due to fear of damaging the fox demon's body, she would have been heavily injured. In the battle of understanding, Jiang Li had always been observing carefully, but there was indeed only one tail on her back. This caused Jiang Li to be slightly disappointed. It seemed that she was not an orthodox fox descendant of the 2-mountain he knew. Then, her life and death were meaningless to Jiang Li. Jiang Li was just about to turn around and leave when he recalled what the Baldy had said to him earlier. The fox demon indeed had a bloody aura on its body. Moreover, looking at the way she fought, Jiang Li had a feeling that this fox demon had already suffered considerable injuries. Could there be something else going on with this fox demon? He quietly raised his hand and grabbed a few wisps of energy that seeped into the air. Under the status of medium-grade merit blessing, Jiang Li could casually do this. He removed the 5 forces that belonged to the 5 banishment Taoists and left behind the fox demon's energy alone. After throwing the energy into the coffin, the nest of 2 or 3-tailed fox demons living in the coffin immediately approached. After smelling the energy aura, they began to nod crazily. Chapter 385, White Moonlight. He had almost made a mistake. This fox demon only had a tail, so Jiang Li's first impression was that it was an ordinary fox demon. Fortunately, he was cautious in the end. He captured the other party's aura and let the 9-tailed fox race in the coffin identify him. They confirmed that, although this aura was a little mixed and impure, it was definitely their 9-tailed fox race. Moreover, its tail was even above 4. It was very powerful. The nine-tailed fox race that had always lived in Empress Daji's tomb were able to preserve 10 to 20 fox demons of the thinnest bloodline through the final resort of the last human emperor. The lifespan of the nine-tailed fox race was very long, far longer than ordinary wild beasts. They could slowly reproduce inside and maintain their bloodline purity. However, two mountains branch could actually retain their bloodline after experiencing the long cultivationless age and reach this stage. It was indeed not easy. Jiang Li took a closer look and noticed that the fox demon's strongest attack should be that tail, but it had never used it. When the fox tail lashed out a few times, one could see that the root of the tail was still stained with blood. This was also the reason why the bald wolf demon had smelled blood on her. Before coming here, there was only one tail left. At that time, there were no traces of battle on her body. In other words, it was very likely that she had cut off the additional tails. However, what was the point of crippling her own strength before entering this tiger's den? Jiang Li felt a little strange when he saw the fox demon that was surrounded by the 5 demons and was barely holding on. However, right at this moment, Yan Hong sent him a message. Someone was stirring up trouble at the prosperous Jiang Hong Inn. The prosperous Jiang Hong Inn did not offend anyone in the 10 directions region. It did not look like a rich place, yet it could actually be robbed. Jiang Li had also thought of taking advantage of the chaos. However, looking at the current situation, the 5 demons were simply at ease. Now, if anyone dared to cause trouble, they could immediately react. There was basically no opportunity to take advantage of it. Moreover, if he wanted to take advantage of the chaos, he should go to the residences of these 5 guys. Why did he come to an inn for no reason? The coffin lid slid open, and a tree root emerged from the palm-sized coffin. After falling to the ground, it directly entered like a fish swimming in water. Jiang Li's second 9 nether wood was the strongest clone he had subdued. Since he started cultivating, its foundation and strength had already reached the peak of the soul formation realm. Any further and it would become a demon king. Although it had been heavily injured and its strength had fallen greatly, the foundation in its soul was still there. Jiang Li had used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra with his golden core cultivation, so it was not so easy to completely devour its shattered soul. At the very least, up until now, the parallel mind had only absorbed less than half of the soul fragments. However, other than this, Jiang Li's 9 nether clone had already successfully grown a second statue with the help of the immortal peach fruit. Just as he thought, it was an Usura who looked very similar to Jiang Li. The current 9 nether clone was already equivalent to human soul formation cultivator. No matter where he went, he could hold his own. When something happened, he got the 9 nether clone to run back to the inn to check. Jiang Li flipped his hand and grabbed a finger bone that was warm like jade. After obtaining the human emperor's inheritance of King Zhou, he could be considered to have some relationship with 2 mountain. It was one thing if he did not meet them, but since he had encountered the 2 mountain fox race that was in trouble, he should participate in this farce. Not long after, the fox demon in the center of the battle was about to collapse. She attacked the pig demon desperately, leaving hundreds of claw marks on the thick-skinned white pig. However, with her current strength after she severed her tail, it was very difficult for her to stand a chance against these 5 demons in a one-on-one battle, not to mention 5 against 1. To the white pig, those hundreds of claw marks were only superficial injuries. On the contrary, her body suffered several heavy blows, and her condition worsened. Presumably, it would not be long before she was forcefully taken down by these few animals and subdued physically. Just as she could not persist and could not even drag someone down with her, a throbbing sensation from the bloodline suddenly appeared in the fox demon mind. the intimacy and shock that came from the source of his bloodline. It made her forget that she was fighting. Her eyes stared in a certain direction. In the crowd, trying to find the person who made her feel so. Just sensing this bit of aura made the spiritual chi in her body surge. The bloodline that had originally become impure after tens of thousands of years of crossbreeding began to boil at this moment and slowly became purer. This feeling shocked the fox demon, who originally had 6 tails. Recovering the two-mountain nine-tailed bloodline was the wish of their race. For many years, now just an aura had reached this effect. If she could find the source of the aura, there was a chance that two-mountain would rise up. Then, because of this distraction, she was grabbed by the ox demon among the 5 banishment Taoists and ruthlessly flung to the ground. Her seemingly weak body created a huge hole in the ground, and she was heavily injured again. The 5 banishment Taoists took out a golden rope at the same time and projected it down, intending to restrain this fox demon. However, at the next moment, a white light shot into the sky from the huge hole filled with dust. A white light and the bright moon in the sky reflected each other with an increasingly cold light. In an instant, all the creatures who saw the white light fell into a beautiful illusion. Even the 5 banishment Taoists were no exception. This was the fox demon's illusion technique, white moonlight. After using an illusion technique to temporarily freeze the surrounding demons, two mountains, Wuxia darted out of the huge hole. She reached out and grabbed the pig demon, pulling out a pearl. This was the betrothal gift that 5 banishment city had originally agreed to give her, but it was a pity that these 5 fellows did not plan to give it to her directly. It was also because they had gone too far that the fox demon was forced to attack directly. Previously, she had attacked in a bid to obtain this pearl first. Presumably, this thing should have some additional meaning to her. Now that she had the pearl, the fox demon should have fled immediately. However, she stopped in the air and stared at the motionless demon, still trying to find the person who emitted the power of the same bloodline. She indeed knew this fox demon illusion technique, but even at her peak, the strength she could unleash was less than 10% of this time. It could only confuse experts of the same level for an instant. Unlike now, when it erupted and froze the thousands of demons in the surroundings, including 10 greater demons. The only reason why it had such an effect was because of the person or thing that had responded to her just now. Although she had not directly touched it, and it had greatly strengthened her illusion technique to unleash that power. That person definitely had a deep relationship with the two mountain and the nine-tailed race. If she could find the other party, or obtain that thing related to her bloodline, she might be able to make two mountains stand out in the world again. Sweeping her gaze across the demons, she really discovered the person she was looking for. At this moment, they were enveloped by the illusion technique. Everyone was immersed in the white moonlight illusion with happy expressions. However, one of them opened his eyes and looked at her with interest. When the two sides looked at each other, the two mountain fox demon immediately knew that this person was helping her just now. With a flash, this beautiful fox demon rushed to Jiang Li's side and stuffed the pearl she had just obtained into his hand. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. My name is Two Mountains Wuxia. Help me send this thing back to Two Mountain. The fox race will definitely repay you." After taking another deep look at Jiang Li, before he could reply, Two Mountains Wuxia flashed towards the distance. It was not good to stay here for long. Although she had come here with the determination to die, it was naturally better to survive. After white moonlight was used, it had only taken a few breaths for Two Mountains Wuxia to leave. However, at this moment, the eyelids of the 5 banishment Taoists who were still floating on the spot began to tremble slightly. This meant that they were about to break free from the illusion. Although these 5 guys committed all kinds of crimes, for some reason they cultivated an orthodox cultivation method of Tha Chi Dao sect. their mental resistance was much stronger than other demon kings. Under the enhancement of the finger bone, this fox demon's illusion technique was indeed very powerful, but it was not to the extent of being able to toy with the enemy. At this moment, as long as they were attacked, they would immediately wake up. The demons had powerful defense and tenacious vitality. With Wuxia's methods, she could not kill any of them in one strike. That was why she gave up this good opportunity and fled into the distance. Although she could not do it, Jiang Li was quite confident in succeeding. He had wanted to take advantage of it previously, but now was the perfect opportunity. Time was tight, and there was no time to hesitate or waste. His figure leaped out of the group of demons and rushed forward. A blood-red lotus platform had appeared in his hand at some point in time. With a shout of his hand, the blood lotus platform swelled up with the wind and enveloped the dog demon among the 5 banishment Taoists. He only had one chance to launch a sneak attack, this time if he could make the 5 banishment Taoists lose a member, it would greatly reduce the threat of 5 banishment city. Jiang Li's target was this dog demon. Although this dog demon was not the strongest among the 5 banishment Taoists, its sense of smell was really powerful. Since he planned to help the 2 mountain fox demon, he might as well help more. After taking in this yellow dog without its nose, the escaping 2 mountains, Wuxia had a higher chance of survival. The lotus platform enlarged in the air, just as it was about to envelop the yellow dog. An instinctive sense of danger woke the dog from the illusion. 2 thick arms reached up and actually grabbed the edge of the lotus platform pedal, preventing it from pressing down. "How dare you? Who are you?" The dog demon roared boldly and was about to counterattack Jiang Li, but the grade of the blood lotus platform was terrifying. He did not have the bull demon's strength, so he was unable to push it away for a time. In the next moment, another chain flew over and wrapped around the yellow dog's waist. From the bottom up, there was a coffin with the bottom wrapped upwards. Karma cleansing lotus, dragon imprisoning lock, and yin burial coffin. Although these 3 were not purely offensive artifacts, they were even more terrifying. If one was hit by any of these 3 artifacts, those below the earth immortal realm would be helpless. Could the yellow dog block the first one, avoid the second, and escape the third? The large demon yellow dog that had just woken up from the illusion realm and was ambushed was directly placed into the coffin by Jiang Li. Then the coffin quickly shrunk, turning into a black light that landed in Jiang Li's arms. Due to the dog demon's roar just now, the other demons were about to break free from the illusion technique. Jiang Li landed at the fastest speed and directly used the 9 nether escape technique to enter the ground. Then he converged all his aura and hid underground, not moving at all. He held the ground control flag in his hand. Once he was discovered by these demons, he would escape with all his might. Damn it, that fox escaped. The other 4 demons among the 5 demons woke up almost at the same time. Looking left and right, they were flustered and exasperated. Where's the dog? Could it be that he woke up and chased after that woman? They discovered that the dog demon was not around and were not worried. How could anyone let a big demon do anything at this moment? What a lecherous dog. Pig, find the whereabouts of that woman. Leave it to me. Ignoring the missing dog, the big white pig among the 4 demons rolled its huge pig nose and began to suck the surrounding air like a bellows. There was a strange aura. The pig demon looked at the place where the yellow dog had vanished earlier. He smelled the energy aura that Jiang Li had emitted when he attacked earlier. If he searched deeper, he might be able to find Jiang Li underground. However, at this moment, their minds were all on 2 mountains Wuxia. Immediately, they ignored this trivial matter and focused on finding the fox demon's aura. Although a pig's sense of smell was slightly inferior to a dog, it was definitely Not much different. This pig's nose could easily pierce a mountain and had the miraculous ability to track people from thousands of miles away. Soon, from the countless wisps of chaotic aura, they locked onto the direction in which the fox demon fled. She's over there, she hasn't run for long. The remaining 4 demons did not plan to leave one here to guard the house. They directly rode the demon wind and flew out. The scattered demon wind woke up the other demons who had fallen into the illusion. These demons were not good people. Ha ha ha, Madam 5 banishment actually fled the marriage. Little ones, let's go after her too. She's already an arrow at the end of its flight. If we catch up, we might be able to taste the flavor of the Madam 5. Banishment first. Pursuing prey was an instinct engraved in the souls of demons. When something ran in front, they would instinctively pursue it. Furthermore, the one running in front was a peerless fox demon, stimulating the beast blood of these demons. Immediately, the demon wind swept out, and countless demons rose into the sky, chasing after the fox demon. Only after the demons flew far away did Jiang Li crawl out from the ground. A few small demons that were cleaning the ruins in the surroundings saw him, and they were instantly killed by Jiang Li before they could react. He took out the thing that 2 mountains Wuxia had given him. It was a spiritual pearl with a high concentration of spiritual qi and a white fox demon fur. He did not know the exact use of that spiritual pearl. However, the white fox demon fur gently floated in one direction without wind. This was guiding him somewhere. The fox demon, Wuxia, wanted him to send the pearl to 2 mountains Wuxia. Clearly, this hair was pointing in the direction of the mountain. Chapter 386, 5 Banishment Livestock. 10 Direction Region, underground of 5 Banishment City. In an underground tunnel that even the 5 banishment Taoists, who had been entrenched here for hundreds and thousands of years, did not know, an old man was slowly advancing with 2 juniors. Their actions were not discovered by anyone and did not trigger any alarm. Array formations. It was as if they were the masters of this demon city. It was difficult to imagine that as the local tyrant, 5 banishment Taoists actually did not understand their territory as well as the 3 outsiders. This was because this fortress was actually not established by the so-called 5 banishment Taoists from the beginning. These 5 demons had inherited it from others. It was not robbery, but true inheritance. The old and young duo walked forward step by step along the passageway that opened from somewhere in the prosperous Jianghong Inn. Many years ago, this passageway was used to maintain the underground core array formation. However, due to the passage of time, the core array methods at the bottom had been occupied by demons for a long time. Without the protection of cultivators, they had been abandoned for a long time. The secret maintenance passage underground naturally lost its meaning of existence and had long been forgotten. In the long-lost passage, many places even collapsed. Water accumulation was common. The 3 of them flowed along with water that was half the height of a person. Sometimes they had to dig it up to pass through. Fortunately, this passageway was not complicated. After spending some time, they successfully found the end. The old man, who had an ancient leather scroll lying in his hand, heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the map left behind by their ancestors was correct. Otherwise, their plan would have been ruined before it could even begin. At the end of the passage was a stone door made of red rocks that blocked their path. The stone door was without any holes or locks and was extremely hard. High-grade profound drang artifacts could only produce a few sparks when they struck it. Ordinary methods were utterly unable to open it. If it was Jiang Li's main body, he would probably be helpless before it. However, it was clearly the elder's first time here, but he seemed to be prepared. He searched the stone door and found 2 small bumps. He turned around and took out 2 daggers, handing them to the 2 children behind him with expectations. Without any hesitation, the male and female cultivator cut their palms with the dagger. Both of them were quite fearless when they stabbed themselves. Expressionlessly, two blood-stained palms pressed on the two grooves of the stone door. It was unknown what reaction it caused. The heavy stone door in front of them suddenly relaxed. After 1,000 years, it slowly opened again. A rotting smell came from inside. The air inside must have been here for a long time. The old cultivator did not care about the thick dust inside and rushed in. Impatiently, a few spell lights shot out, illuminating the underground space completely. Enveloped by the northern red rock, what was hidden under 5 Banishment City was a house that did not look very gorgeous and had a strong garden aura. On it the words Banishment Immortal Residence were written in simple ink. Who was the original owner of this place? He actually called himself an immortal. If not for the fact that this house was only a few thousand years old, one would really think that this was the residence of an immortal who had been banished. In ancient times, however, even Earth immortals were considered immortals now. Ha ha ha, it's indeed here, it's really here. Liu Cheng, Liuoxing, quickly come and pay respects to the ancestor. The two young cultivators followed his instructions and walked to the Banishment Immortal Residence to bow 3 times. Grandpa, was this 5 Banishment City where our family used to live? The young female cultivator asked her question. That's right, this 5 Banishment City is actually not called the 5 Banishment City. This place was originally called the Banishment Immortal Residence. It's the place where our Lu family's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian, lived in seclusion. HMPH, don't look at how impressive those 5 banishment Taoists are. Those 5 guys were only 5 livestock raised by our Lu family's ancestor back then. They were enlightened by the ancestor Lu Xiaoxian, so they had the chance to develop intelligence and walk the path of cultivation. Those 5 guys were ungrateful. 100 years ago our family came to retrieve our ancestors' relic. Not only did they stop us in all ways, they even injured my people. This time we've taken back our ancestors' artifacts. We must make them understand their identities. This elder looked at the Banishment Immortal Residence in front of him and spoke of a shocking past. The 5 Banishment Taoists who suppressed this region was actually livestock raised by humans. However, on careful thought, weren't cows, sheep, pigs, dogs, and donkeys the few livestock that people in this era often raised? Previously, when the few demons returned to their original forms, it was obvious that they were not wild. Especially that huge white pig. How could a wild boar grow like that? It was clearly a breed that had been nurtured carefully. This was also the reason why the cultivation methods of these 5 demons were orthodox and their forms were very similar. That was because they had indeed been enlightened by an expert, and their master, the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian, must have an extremely great image in their hearts. Therefore, when they transformed, their appearance naturally leaned towards their master. The 5 livestock that were casually left behind all grew into great demons and inherited their master's name. They did not know how powerful Lu Xiaoxian was originally. After the 3 of them bowed respectfully to offer incense, they immediately began a carpet search. They believed that the treasures left behind by their ancestors were buried here. However, they did not notice that a snake-like tree root had quietly entered. On the ground, Jiang Li's main body did not leave immediately. He diverted his attention to use it more often, as he controlled the coffin to suppress the enemy. He let the statue clone hiding inside suppress Yellow Dog. As quickly as possible, he used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra with all his might to monitor the leaving demons. The demons were very fast. After all, the demons left his hearing range. Jiang Li opened the coffin again, and then a ball of dark clouds suddenly surged out. This was Jiang Li's Yin burial ghost soldiers. The well-trained ghost soldiers were not like ordinary ghosts who flew around. As soon as they came out, under Qin Shuman's guidance, these guys had already learned complicated, super realistic role-playing. In terms of arranging troops, they were even more restricted. At this moment, Qin Shuman was also dressed in martial attire. She transformed into a manly ghost general, holding 2 large flags and commanding the Yin burial ghost soldiers. Under her command, the ghost soldiers quickly dispersed and formed a small team that spread towards the entire stronghold in an orderly manner. Now that the 5 banishment Taoists were not in the city, Jiang Li wanted to take advantage of this period of time to pack everything away. Although there were still some demon generals, it was not easy to kill 1,000,000 ghost soldiers. Every time they encountered these enemies, the Yin burial ghost soldiers would fuse together and become even stronger ghosts to block those demon generals. More ordinary ghost soldiers were spread throughout the entire city. They only had one mission: bring back all the living things they could see. Be it ordinary humans without cultivation or weak demons, they would capture everything they could. There were approximately 300,000 humans and more small demons in this city. For every 3 ghost soldiers, they only needed to bring back a living person or a small demon. Taking advantage of this time, he could quickly take these people away. Jiang Li had already adjusted an empty space without yin qi in the coffin in advance, and it could provide these mortals with temporary stay. Jiang Li planned to bring these humans to the outside world to live. It could be said that after obtaining the human emperor's inheritance, he would do something for the humans. As for those small demons, they could be used as materials transformed from the armored trolls. No matter how many small demons there were, he could transform into as many trolls. After removing the mask, they could all be exchanged for merit points. Although he had already joined the Divine Judgment Hall, merit points were always useful currency. No matter how much they were, it would not be too much. At this moment, the coffin was placed at the largest size. Countless ghost soldiers dragged mortals and small demons into it. Jiang Li did not stay idle as his figure shuttled through the entire 5 banishment city. His targets were the demon generals guarding the city. These demons, equivalent to human nascent soul cultivators, were not weak. They had to fuse with 10,000 ghost soldiers to resist them. Moreover, every time he collided with the other party, he would lose more than 100 ghost soldiers. He needed to continuously replenish the ghost soldiers and fuse them to maintain the balance. The 6 million new souls had yet to develop into ghost soldiers. The current soul burial ghost soldiers on hand were only around 3 million. Moreover, they could at most withstand the fusion of 10,000 ghost soldiers. If he could not deal with them, this rapid robbery operation would also be delayed. Moreover, the battle of the nascent soul cultivators was too loud. The aftermath alone was enough to destroy the city and kill most of the humans in it. In order to reduce such losses, Jiang Li could only do it himself. He stepped on the immortal slaying flying sword, and his figure turned into a stream of light that ordinary people could not see clearly. Endless power gathered in his hand and smashed the head of a donkey demon. This was already the 5th demon general he had dealt with. For an existence of this level, unless it was a prehistoric variant with special abilities, it was already very difficult to receive his punch. Squeak, squeak, I didn't expect there to be a human here. Your coffin is not bad. Why don't you give it to me? Just as Jiang Li rushed towards the next bull demon, a flesh-colored whip silently tore through the air and actually caught up to him from behind at a speed faster than the immortal slaying flying sword. Jiang Li did not hear any sound, and he only felt a burning sensation on his back. Then a strong force came and his entire body went numb. Everything before his eyes started to spin. He was directly sent flying from the flying sword and smashed to the ground. Rolling far away with the inertia, he shattered a pile of buildings and was buried under the wreckage of those buildings. Hee, good treasure, you're mine. In the distance, a wretched and short figure carried a black cloth bag that was almost dragged to the ground and was walking out of the residence of one of the 5 banishment Taoists. Clearly, Jiang Li was not the only one with the intention of taking advantage of the situation. This short demon directly rushed into the 5 banishment Taoist residence to steal something. Looking at the bulging pocket on his back, it was obvious that he had gained quite a bit. When he came out at the dog demon mansion, he immediately saw the yin burial coffin floating in midair. If it was the yin burial coffin that was in a silent disguise, its miraculousness would naturally not be so easily discovered. However, now that the coffin's might was fully released and had fallen into the eyes of experts, the grade of an earth-rank artifact naturally could not be concealed anymore. He saw that the person using the artifact was actually a human cultivator. Even this bandit who only stole and did not rob could not help but make a move. His tail slapped Jiang Li, who was flying in the air, to the ground, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive. The flesh-colored whip that stretched out for more than 10,000 feet quickly retracted, turning into a 3-foot-long tail that hung behind this person. After that, he paid no further attention to Jiang Li because he had already appeared by the coffin. An earth-rank artifact. What a treasure. It's even a rare spatial type artifact. Good. Follow me in the future. I must fill it with treasures. The wretched and short thief jumped onto the coffin, kissing and touching it excitedly. Earth-rank artifacts were rare in the cultivation world of the human race. In the 10-direction region, which was filled with demon beasts and no sub-occupation masters, they were even rarer. This lord of thieves, who claimed to have stolen all the treasures in the world, had never seen a true earth-rank artifact in his life. Squeak, oh my ancestor, is this coffin about to advance? He was studying this coffin when he suddenly frowned and looked up. Oh, presumptuous ghost, how dare you stop me? When Xianxia, who was flying in the air, saw that a demon was trying to steal her master's artifact, she immediately led the 300,000 ghost soldiers down. However, in the cultivation world, the gap between grades was too great. Many times quantity could not be of use. The tail whip reached out again, turning into a stream of light from below and instantly piercing through the ghost clouds above. Even with hundreds of thousands of monsters as obstructions, Xianxia, who was the core of the million ghost soldiers, was still heavily injured. She screamed and was pulled back into the ghost cloud, not daring to show her face again. HMPH, you overestimate yourself. Good treasure, let's go. The short and wretched demon grabbed the coffin and wanted to carry it away. However, with some force, the coffin floating in the air only moved slightly for an inch before stopping. The demonic power that this great demon, who called itself the Lord of Thieves, threw and also disappeared without a trace, like water entering the sea. It did not have any effect. Clearly, this precious coffin did not want to follow him. If you want to take it away, why don't you ask me first? The ruins that pressed down on his body exploded, and Jiang Li, who had smashed into the ground earlier, walked out. The rogue cultivator uniform he was wearing had a large hole torn open on his back, and some dried blood could be seen inside. This great demon's ability was very special. Be it walking or attacking, it was silent. Even Jiang Li did not notice its existence just now. He had really taken the full brunt of that tail whip earlier. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and 7 or 8 of the ribs on his back were broken. However, if it was only bone and flesh injuries, with Jiang Li's earth rank, medicinal pill statuses, and the healing spell technique he obtained later, Clear Spring, he would be able to completely recover in a few breaths. However, there was still a thin layer of hard fur on this guy's tail. After being lashed to the body, the fur would pierce into the wound and enter the blood vessels. As the blood vessels quickly flowed through the entire body, it would pierce through the internal organs, causing the injured to feel extreme pain. Most importantly, the fur was poisonous. If anyone else was struck by this, even if they did not die, they would live in pain for decades to come, until they slowly expelled the hard fur from their bodies. This was because the hard fur was too difficult to remove. Even if Jiang Li had the immaculate body, it still took him such a long time to clean up all the foreign objects in his body. He did not expect that someone would dare to take advantage of him. This fellow was courting death. Chapter 387, Broken Tail. Atlas Studios. Still alive, kid, you're quite lucky. However, you won't live for more than 7 days after being hit by my black death hair needle. If you know what's good for you, remove the mark of the treasure coffin yourself. You can still find yourself a tomb with a good location. Otherwise, if you die here, your death will be very ugly. This greater demon was very confident in its methods. That sinister black death hair needle had always been successful. However, Jiang Li paid no attention to his threat at all. He sniffed the air and smelled a special stench. El was wondering what it was, so it's a dirty, smelly rat. This greater demon who called itself the Lord of Thieves was originally a rat. In comparison, it was not good at fighting, but it liked to sneak around. After becoming a greater demon, he displayed his racial talent to the limit. His speed was extremely fast and he landed silently. No wonder Jiang Li was utterly unable to notice the sneak attack earlier. The soil beneath his feet exploded as his figure rushed towards the rat demon. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. He licked his exposed front teeth. A black shadow flashed and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Jiang Li, who pounced over at full speed, smashed his fist into the air, causing the ground to collapse. An underground river below was shattered by his fist, and instantly the surrounding ground started to spew muddy underground water. This guy's speed was not inferior to the Usura blood race he had seen before. No matter how powerful his attack was or how powerful his strength was, it was useless if he could not capture the other party. Just as his force was exerted and the second attack had yet to be dealt, the tail whip that was covered in fur lashed out at him again. The tail whip was silent, and its speed far exceeded the speed at which sound spread. Jiang Li's ears were useless at this moment. By the time he felt a sense of danger coming from behind, the tail whip had already landed on his body. Slam! He was fiercely slapped, flying again, but this time Jiang Li flipped over in the air. After adjusting his figure, he landed steadily on the ground. Obviously, it did not cause much of an effect. The black scale armor had already covered his entire body. The power of the tail whip was not bad, but it was far from enough to break through the black scale armor's defense. The tail whip did not have any effect. Instead of being angry, the rat demon was overjoyed. Squeak, another Earth-rank artifact. Good, 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 I'm really rich this time. Under a collapsed ruin, a pair of eyes that were not much larger than green beans lit up with spiritual light, and they discerned the grade of the artifact in Jiang Li's body with a single glance. This rat actually had a pair of treasure-seeking eyes. The flickering spiritual light attracted Jiang Li's attention, and he immediately jumped above the ruins. He raised his right foot high and smashed it down fiercely. The ruins were crushed into pieces by the barbaric force, but a black shadow leaped out of the ruins before it was affected. Then another meat whip flew over and struck Jiang Li 3 times. Jiang Li still liked opponents who faced him head-on. He relied on brute force alone and exaggerated recovery ability. As long as his opponent was not strong enough to instantly defeat him, theoretically speaking, Jiang Li could slowly grind his opponent to death. However, Jiang Li was really helpless against a speed-type opponent. Moreover, not only was the other party's speed extremely fast, He also had an extremely powerful concealment ability. When he finally stabilized his figure, Jiang Li was unable to find the other party again. In this ruin, a flesh-colored afterimage would flash past from time to time, and it fiercely blasted Jiang Li flying. The other party was like a sniper on the battlefield. Every time he lashed out, he would change locations. He was extremely cautious. Every time Jiang Li regained his footing, he wanted to follow the trajectory of the previous attack and find the other party's location. That guy had already left a step in advance and did not plan to give him any chance. He wanted to rely on his speed and concealment methods to exhaust Jiang Li to death here. Jiang Li knew this, but he could not stop it. This aggrieved battle lasted for nearly half an hour. Then Jiang Li, who had been beaten up during this period of time, suddenly calmed down. On the other side, the 3 million ghost soldiers had all returned to the coffin. In half an hour, 3 million huge ghost soldiers had already been released and captured all the small demons and humans that could be found in the entire 5 banishment city. At this speed, not to mention ghosts, even sect cultivators with rationality would find it difficult to do it. This was not a matter of strength, but the degree of command he had over the chaotic ghosts. In this operation, they did not waste any time. They followed the orders perfectly. To be able to train the ghost soldiers to this extent, the spider lily and carefree grass in the coffin were an important factor. Qin Shuman was indeed quite capable. If Jiang Li had acted casually earlier, that rat demon might have attacked his ghost soldiers. With his strength, Jiang Li would probably suffer heavy losses in a short period of time against the ghost soldiers. That was why he deliberately acted like he was defeated and helpless. It was to attract the rat demon's attention alone and let the ghost soldiers complete the mission as soon as possible. Now the opportunity had arrived. With a wave of his hand, the yin burial coffin that the rat demon was originally unable to move no matter how hard it tried automatically flew over and landed in Jiang Li's hand. After putting away the coffin, he no longer cared about the troublesome demon. He stepped on the air and ran towards the distant forest. "That's my artifact, don't you dare leave." When that fellow saw Jiang Li about to leave, how could he bear to part with the 2 Earth-rank artifacts that Jiang Li had? The black shadow flew out from the ruins and followed closely behind Jiang Li. However, the rat demon did not attack Jiang Li, nor did it stop him from leaving. Presumably, this Lord of Thieves also knew that this was not a place to stay long. If the other demons returned, 9 out of 10 of them would have a feud with a great bandit like him. At that time, it was hard to say who would be surrounded and attacked. Jiang Li might not be able to escape, and he would not be able to survive either. In any case, this rat demon had unilaterally beaten Jiang Li for half an hour, and had already determined that Jiang Li was not his match. He might as well follow Jiang Li and find another place to empty out this human cultivator. Just like that, the 2 sides maintained some tacit understanding. One chased while the other fled, flying towards the rather barren region in the 10 Directions region. Only in that kind of place would there be no greater demons to occupy it. Only then could they fight without any reservations. The speed of the man and demon was very fast. Before long, in Jiang Li's eyes, the underground earth vein ahead visibly became thinner and sparse. This was reflected in the environment. The plants were shorter and the spiritual qi was thinner. They were not suitable for cultivators to stay in for a long time. At this moment, a sense of danger assaulted him from behind again, and Jiang Li felt his right foot sink. Looking back, it was indeed that annoying tail wrapped around his feet again. The rat demon could not wait. A huge force came, and Jiang Li was unable to continue flying. He was fiercely flung to the ground, creating a huge mark on the ground. "Kid, let's see where you can escape to." The rat demon looked at Jiang Li, who was thrown to the ground with an abnormally carefree expression. However, when he wanted to retract his tail, he discovered that there was a force holding his tail tightly, preventing him from retracting it. This made the rat demon feel that something was amiss. Jiang Li had long been annoyed by this mysterious tale. He had long been prepared to counterattack. When the rat demon wrapped its tail around his ankle, he reached out and grabbed the other party's tail. Even when he fell from the sky and created a huge hole in the ground, he did not let go. The tail in his hand wriggled, trying to break free from his grasp. As it twisted, poisonous fur that was 100 times sharper than steel needles wanted to stab into Jiang Li's palm. However, the black scale armor that covered his entire body could not be broken by this kind of attack. The rat demon had a long and powerful tail. Seeing that he could not pull it back, he turned around and pulled the tail Jiang Li up from the ground. After raising it to a height of several thousand feet, it smashed fiercely into the ground, repeatedly trying to make Jiang Li let go. 1, 2, 3. This kind of collision and impact was something that the black scale armor could not completely block. Even Jiang Li felt pain. Then spiritual light erupted from his body. When he collided with the ground again, a large number of roots grew out from his body and stabbed into the ground, firmly taking root on the ground. This time, Jiang Li was not immediately pulled up. Instead, he used the power of the roots to fight with his opponent. The surrounding ground bulged and cracked. In the air above, a black dot floated in the air. A tail of flesh stretched straight down from his body and was held in Jiang Li's hand. The strength of both sides increased. Countless roots stretched out from under Jiang Li. The roots were intertwined, and the soil and rocks attached to them were forcefully pulled up. It was as magnificent as the floating island on a futuristic planet. Demons were demons after all. Even if they specialized in speed, even if they did not look big, their strength would not be weak at this level. The soil beneath him was pulled up, and Jiang Li spread the roots at an even faster speed. He tied countless roots to the soil and rocks on a larger and deeper layer. The roots of the 9 nether wood could go straight down to the netherworld to drink water. His cultivation level naturally had not reached that level, but the speed at which the roots grew underground was not much slower than his 9 nether escape technique. Soon, his roots reached a depth of 10,000 feet. The weight of the soil and rocks connected to it could no longer be calculated. Unless one really had the strength to move a mountain, it was absolutely impossible to shake such a weight. Even that ox demon might not be able to pull the current Jiang Li, let alone a rat. Damn kid, let go, otherwise I'll definitely kill you. The rat demon could no longer pull such weight. With a sigh, the floating rocks fell back to the ground, raising dust. In the dust, both sides could not see each other, but with that grabbed tail, they were naturally not afraid of being unable to find the other party. The rat demon that called itself the Lord of Thieves retracted its tail, and the distance between the two sides quickly shortened. Two broken swords that emitted a deathly black aura nailed Jiang Li's face in the next moment. It was also covered in poison that could slit the throat. Unfortunately, it was still unable to break through the black scale armor's defense. The poison was naturally useless. Impossible, there must be a flaw. The dense rain of swords began to fall on Jiang Li's body. Every breath he took caused him to suffer more than 300 strikes. Dense sword blades continuously stabbed towards Jiang Li's body, trying to find any weakness in the black scale armor. However, Jiang Li did not counterattack. He only held the other party's tail tightly and was unwilling to let go. It was not until he tied the tail around his waist that countless roots bound it tightly. He had finally seized this opportunity. Once he let go with this rat's speed, as long as he was vigilant, he would never have such a chance again. When he attacked empty-handed, his body had already suffered countless hits. If not for the black scale armor, Jiang Li would have probably been chopped into pieces long ago. But now it was time for him to counterattack. Amidst the dense sword rain, Jiang Li's heavy fist broke through the attack and hammered his opponent. The rat demon's two spirit eyes almost jumped out of its eye sockets. It was sent flying 1,000 feet away and fell to the ground in a sorry state. It was hard to imagine why a human cultivator, who did not seem to have a high cultivation level, had such power. His poisonous dagger stabbed Jiang Li a few thousand times, but it did not injure him even once. Instead, he was punched by Jiang Li, and his eyes bulged out as he spat out acid. A direct connection of fist to flesh. This was the joy of body cultivators. Jiang Li did not pursue it. Once he cut off the roots beneath his feet, he would definitely be flung into the sky by the other party's tail. At that time, he would fall into a disadvantage again. The most important thing now was to fight steadily and not make any mistakes. He grabbed the stretched tail with both hands and continued to wrap it around his waist. The rat demon on the other side noticed that something was wrong and wanted to stop Jiang Li. However, his strength was slightly weaker than Jiang Li. Even though he was also working hard to resist, his tail was still pulled over by brute force in circles. Once the tail was wrapped around the waist, it would be tied to death with fine 9 nether roots. Even if the rat demon wanted to go around it, it was useless. "Kid, don't go too far." The rat demon rushed up again and harassed Jiang Li repeatedly, trying to destroy the roots at his feet. However, as long as the other party did not fight Jiang Li head-on, Jiang Li would firmly pull his tail. Once he was close enough, he decisively used a combination punch to make it difficult for the other party to withstand. Jiang Li's defense was in an invincible position, and his strength was sufficient to suppress his opponent. After holding onto the other party and being unable to escape, the rat demon fell into an absolute disadvantage. Under all kinds of obstructions, he could not help but endure Alliance leader Jiang's fists several times. The rat demon's tail could be stretched very long, but there was a limit to how long it could be. 1,200 feet was his limit. After being sent flying by Jiang Li more than 10 times, the injuries on his body were quite light. However, the rat demon's tail had already been forced to extend to the limit. Moreover, he was already only 30 m away from Jiang Li. To existences of their level, this distance was simply within reach. Below Jiang Li's waist, he had already been wrapped by the tail several times, becoming extremely bloated. If its tail was wrapped around its body a few more times, the rat demon would not even have room to dodge or deflect the force. Wouldn't he be beaten to death? The rat demon that called itself the Lord of Thieves could no longer maintain its calm and began to beg Jiang Li for mercy. However, his ruthless words earlier were too much. Now, Jiang Li completely ignored him, and the distance was still closing inch by inch. In the end, the rat demon had no choice but to combine the 2 short swords into a pair of scissors. No matter what, his life was the most important. He made up his mind and cut his tail. Chapter 388, Hank Yu Fellow Taoist. Slam. Blood splattered with a stench. The heavy grip on his hand loosened, and he finally chose to give up on the other side of the river. Impressive. Jiang Li praised the other party. Just by looking at the rat demon's twisted expression, one could imagine how painful this was. This was not just a tail. It was obvious that the other party had spent a lot of effort to train this tail. External artifacts were easily changed, but these body specialties were all accumulated over 100 years of time and effort. The rat demon was sufficiently decisive. When it discovered that something was amiss, it could even abandon the rat tail that it had cultivated for 1,000 years. If it was Jiang Li himself, he might not be able to make up his mind so easily. The rat tail broke, and he felt that the tail that was tied to his body was quickly losing its vitality. Clearly, it could not be reattached just like that. After cutting off its tail, the rat demon still had at least 80–90% of its combat strength, so it did not suffer any significant losses. However, he did not continue to attack Jiang Li. Instead, he fled into the distance at an extremely swift speed. It seemed that this black-scale armor that specialized in defense really made him afraid. If he could not remove this shell, staying behind would not help. However, without its tail, the rat demon's balance seemed to be affected. When he moved, there was no longer the original rhythm. There were some flaws in his silent movement method. Jiang Li could already hear the other party's voice. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Jiang Li cut off the tree root beneath him and was about to pursue. However, he discovered that his entire body could not move at all from his arms down. The rat tail binding his body was getting tighter and tighter. Even the black scale armor was squeezed tightly, the joints of the armor creaking. Jiang Li's expression changed. The severed tail was actually able to exert an even greater strength than before. This was actually normal. The tail that had been cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years would not lose its power even if it was cut off. Since the rat demon had chosen to cut off its tail, it naturally had to let it unleash its final effect. Without the support of the main body, the tail was quickly shrinking. From the looks of it, it was going to shrink back to its original 3 feet length from the current 12,000 feet. This was originally nothing, but the key was that this tail was currently wrapped around Jiang Li's body. If it really shrunk back by 3 feet, then wouldn't Jiang Li be directly squeezed into mush? More and more power was applied to him. The rat tail had left the body, and no one could control it anymore. This meant that this shortening process could no longer be stopped. Even if this kind of sealing force could not destroy Jiang Li's black scale armor. This was also 1,200 feet in length that had wrapped around Jiang Li's body thousands of times. Moreover, from the looks of it, the strength of the long tail's contraction had already reached the limit, and it was to the extent that it would not hesitate to break itself. Under such circumstances, even with Jiang Li's brute force, it was impossible for him to break free directly. What a troublesome guy. He looked at the rat demon flying further and further away. There was no other choice. Although if he refined this tail into an artifact, it would absolutely be a top-grade profound rank artifact. It was a pity to destroy it now. However, this was not the time to be frugal. Acrid light shot out from between Jiang Li's brows, and then it spun in the air. The immortal slaying flying sword transformed into a spinning sword wheel. Then the sword wheel collided with the circles of rat tails on his body. The rat tail, which was as hard as a profound rank artifact, broke one after another, but the speed was still too slow. The huge rat in front had already run far away. His speed was inferior to his opponent to begin with. If he pulled further away, he would probably let this old fellow escape. Extreme sharpness, sword heart slash. Jiang Li poured the power of his sword heart that had already transformed once into the immortal slaying flying sword. The immortal slaying flying sword emitted a dazzling light. With a slash, it cut off a third of the rat tail. The force wrapping around his body immediately relaxed. Jiang Li mustered his strength to push himself out, and cracking sounds continuously sounded. The remaining 2/3 of the rat tail could no longer completely withstand his strength. Moreover, the tail that was tightened again became easier to cut off. After 2 more strikes, the light on the immortal slaying flying sword dimmed. Unleashing this kind of power at once was slightly difficult for the high-grade profound rank immortal slaying flying sword. However, Jiang Li finally escaped. After putting away the flying sword, the human emperor's successor shot out like a cannonball and chased after the huge rat in front. Without the tail, the other party's balance was slightly affected. However, that speed was still something that Jiang Li could not reach. If this continued, the distance would only increase. Wait, why is he running this way? Jiang Li suddenly noticed that the rat demon ahead seemed to have a goal in escaping. Controlling the clone hiding in the coffin, he took out the map of the 10 Directions region and quickly checked it. This map was obtained from the bald wolf demon. The place ahead was called the 1,000 Cave Valley. Looking at the description on the map, Jiang Li's footsteps became even more hurried. The 1,000 Cave Valley was similar to the 100 Cave Mountain. There were countless underground caves in the terrain. Rats liked to drill holes to begin with. If he ran into such a place, Jiang Li would have suffered this beating for nothing. Sure enough, a continuous valley appeared ahead. However, the valley seemed to have been eaten by some huge worm. It was riddled with holes. Stinking rat, don't run if you have the guts. I'll use only one hand. Jiang Li shouted from behind, trying to make the other party stop. However, the speed of both sides was too fast. Even with the acceleration of the sound with spiritual qi, he could not catch up to the other party. Moreover, even if the rat demon heard this, it would not stay behind to fight. Was he really going to let him escape? Jiang Li was slightly unwilling to give up. If the enemy fled after attacking him like this, wouldn't he be embarrassed? However, in this day and age, once a person's luck was good to a certain extent, sometimes heaven and earth would respond to him. Swoosh! Just as the rat was about to enter the cave network, a stream of red and blue light suddenly erupted from below and struck the flying rat demon at full speed. Squeak, squeak! The rat screamed and was sent flying by the slash. Caught off guard, it suffered some injuries. When the red and blue energy dissipated, Jiang Li saw that the core of the stream was a beautiful red and blue flying sword. Even though he was very far away, Jiang Li still felt the might of the sword rainbow. Not to mention anything else, the person who executed the sword technique definitely possessed the sword heart. Moreover, its level was at least not inferior to his. In addition, that was a sword technique with the dual attributes of fire and water. The overflowing spiritual qi in the air could not be faked. What a coincidence! Jiang Li immediately recalled the little princess of Shu Mountain, Xianxia, as a sword cultivator with dual attributes of fire and water. However, compared to Xianxia's little cultivation, the person in front of him was clearly much stronger. Just that sword technique from before made even Jiang Li feel uneasy when he saw it from afar. If he did not use the black scale armor, that sword technique just now would definitely be enough to break through his overlord body art. Xianxia's strength was considered decent among cultivators of the same age. Compared to experts of this level, she was still far inferior. Human, another human cultivator. How dare you sneak attack me? Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? After being slashed head-on, a huge scar appeared on the rat demon's chest. A large amount of smelly blood flowed down, wetting the fur on its chest. He looked at Jiang Li, who was pursuing closely behind. It would take at least another 10 breaths of time to catch up. However, he only needed an instant to hide in the hole below. He looked at the person who ambushed him. It was a female cultivator wearing a veil and a bamboo hat. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, and her clothes were not woven with the symbol of any faction. Most importantly, the rat demon's treasure-seeking eyes could tell that the other party's cultivation had definitely not reached the soul formation realm. The reason why she could injure himself earlier was because of the artifacts on her body and the effects of a sneak attack. He only needed 3 breaths to tear this woman apart. He could use this to anger the monster behind him and follow him into the underground cave maze. He would have the advantage of terrain. Perhaps he, the Lord of Thieves, could obtain those 2 Earth-rank artifacts again. Another disciple of a large faction. If I can't kill that fellow behind you, I'll kill you first. Thinking of this, he immediately revealed his true form. It was a treasure-hunting rat with black fur and 3 golden runes on its back. The treasure-hunting rat was a spiritual beast that cultivators liked to tame very much. Because of its special talent, as long as they raised a few and let them out for a walk every day, it could bring some treasures to its master from time to time. The grade of its talent was determined by the golden patterns on its back. The value varied from 1 to 5 patterns, and the difference was huge. It was said that there were even 9 tattooed treasure rats in ancient times that could steal immortal pills and divine weapons. He did not expect that there would be a wild treasure rat in the 10 Directions region that had grown to this level. Little girl die. A pair of golden claws grabbed at the female sword cultivator. Heart-stealing claw. The natural instinct of treasure-hunting rats was to steal treasures. It made them want to steal good things. Apart from hiding these things in their own small storehouse, the treasure-hunting rat would also pick up some suitable treasures to eat. The treasures eaten would strengthen the treasure-hunting rat in a special way. The tail and claws were the same. The claws were fused with 28 powerful metal attribute artifacts. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they also had a magical stealing ability that could directly steal the heart without destroying the skin and flesh on the body. It could be said to be impossible to guard against. Although it could not do anything to Jiang Li's black scale armor, it should not be a problem to deal with a female cultivator who came out of nowhere, right? However, a sword stabbed through the air. The red and blue flying sword collided with the crossed claws. The treasure-hunting rat's expression quickly turned from confidence to fear. His incisive claws actually felt pain that had not been experienced in a long time. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. Then, 4 of the sharp claws that collided with the sword suddenly shattered with a bang. The strange flying sword pierced through the gap between the sharp claws and stabbed into the rat demon's heart, emitting a metallic sound. Cowardly as a rat, this idiom was indeed correct. If one pushed aside the fur and observed carefully, they would discover that there was a huge wound on the fur on the chest of the treasure-hunting rat. This guy was actually so cautious that he cut open his skin and embedded a heart protection mirror in his chest. This insurance method was really unique. However, this was a top-grade profound rank artifact, so it did not give him a sense of security. On the flying sword, 2 extremely cold and hot energies were flickering rapidly. The alternation between extreme cold and heat was enough to destroy most hard substances. Under that force, cracks quickly appeared on the hard heart protection mirror. In just a moment, it would be pierced by the flying sword. This rat that called himself a bandit regretted it very much. He regretted breaking the rules he had set for years. As a treasure-hunting rat, he should only steal and not rob. He did not expect that just by breaking the rule, he would fall into such a terrible situation. Boom! A ball of spiritual light exploded. It was the treasure-hunting rat that had taken the initiative to detonate the heart protection mirror on its chest and blow itself back. Only then did it dodge the fatal blow of the fire-water flying sword. At this moment, Jiang Li arrived from behind. He reached out and caught the rat demon that was sent flying. Before the other party could react, he punched his head more than 10 times. The other party's head deformed from the beating before stopping. After throwing it into the coffin, he handed it to the statue clone inside to receive it. He had just dealt with a dog demon and now there was another rat demon. Fortunately, his source of energy came from the blood-fighting arena, so he was not afraid of expenditure. However, because the spatial crack had already opened, and the goal of the blood-fighting arena had been achieved, it seemed that Jiang Li's indispensable guide was no longer useful to the Asuras. Recently, no one had contacted the statue clone for a long time. Furthermore, the supply of blood of madness was also decreasing. This was obviously the intention of kicking someone to the curb when they've outlived their usefulness. In fact, if not for the existence of the Xianxia clone, they would have probably abandoned Jiang Li, who opened the door for them. The blood-fighting arena had already stabilized itself. Why would there be a need to negotiate with a human? Although Jiang Li could also provide a large amount of blood energy himself, it seemed that he had to pay attention to this aspect. He could not let the local tycoon of the blood-fighting arena escape. He could talk about this later. Right now, in front of Jiang Li, was a female sword cultivator wearing a bamboo hat. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. I'm Jiang Li from the Great Mountain Alliance. May I know your name?" The aura on this female cultivator was obscure and could not even see the attribute of spiritual qi. However, he was roughly certain that she did not have the aura of an essence soul. She should not have reached the soul formation realm. He would just treat her as a nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Li knew very well the huge gap between the nascent soul realm and the soul formation realm. Apart from himself, this was the first time he had seen a genius who could fight against a soul formation cultivator beyond their realm. Moreover, she was so decisive. It was really impressive. Chapter 389, Descendant of Niwa. Jiang Li sized up this female cultivator, and the female cultivator opposite him sized him up as well. The other party did not ask Jiang Li to share the treasure-hunting rat with her. She did not show any displeasure towards Jiang Li's act of directly putting it away. Just from this nonchalant attitude, one could tell that the other party was definitely not a rogue cultivator. It was even to the extent that the faction behind him was absolutely not small, and it was at least a large faction above the medium-sized divine judgment faction. She should be someone who had never been poor since she was young. At the very least, in the Great Mountain region, no disciple of any faction could ignore a great demon-level treasure-hunting rat. Even Jiang Li was no exception. Once this thing was tamed, it would be a living treasure radar, let alone having extraordinary combat strength. My name is Luo Wang. When she said her name, she paused visibly and tilted her head before saying it. Clearly, this was a name she had fabricated at the last minute. Interestingly, she actually had no commonly used fake name when traveling. It seemed that this person did not often walk in the cultivation world. The other party had given him a fake name, so Jiang Li did not feel that he had suffered a loss. His identity on the surface was clear, and the Great Mountain Alliance had the backing of the Cloud Manor. It was not his weakness, so there was nothing to hide. On the other hand, other than being mysterious, this female cultivator gave him a clean feeling. It was probably because her name had the meaning of pure and untainted. If you want to thank me, why don't you receive a strike from me? The fire-water sword cultivator opposite him suddenly made such a request for some reason. Jiang Li was slightly unable to react. Miss Luo Wang, we met by chance, are you sure? Of course, I want to see your ability. Jiang Li was stunned. Why did the other party speak as if she knew him from long ago? However, the other party did not have ill intention, so he did not feel too disgusted. Then let's do it, miss. With a thought from Jiang Li, the dark gold metal folded in a mechanical manner as he quickly put away the armor that covered his entire body. Aren't you using the black scale armor? The other party casually grabbed the fire-water flying sword with her right hand and asked Jiang Li in confusion. Jiang Li did not have any reaction on the surface, but his mind was raging with a storm. The other party actually knew about the black scale armor. This was an armor that could only be equipped by the personal guards of the last human emperor in ancient times. Up until now, only he had gone to the Xianxia city mystic realm left behind by King Zhou. Why did this female cultivator from nowhere know? Where did she learn the name of this armor? This armor is really an Earth-rank artifact. Since Miss Luo Wang wants to test your sword, Jiang Li naturally can't act half-heartedly like this. Jiang Li smiled and did not pursue the other party's background. He only gestured for the other party to attack. In that case, be careful. Fire-water sword technique, spiraling light. In the two spiraling water and fire dual-attribute flying swords, the two completely opposite spiritual chi began to intertwine at a strange frequency. In the end, they directly fused together. There was fire in the water and water in the fire. The aura revealed even Jiang Li felt a trace of pain. It meant that this sword was enough to break through his skin. To think she could actually do this. Jiang Li himself possessed both spiritual chi and the power of chaos. He naturally understood how difficult it was to fuse such opposite energies. Back then, the sword cultivator clone had suffered quite a bit because of this, and he had even lost his life once. Later on, he borrowed the knowledge of the two worlds and relied on the two Buddhist and demonic lotus seeds of the karma-cleansing lotus to let them grow side by side. In the end, he fused the new lotus flower with the dragon pearl golden core, forming his current 9 nether usura power. Fire and water were both spiritual chi, so the difficulty was naturally much lower than the situation Jiang Li faced earlier. However, to really make water and fire compatible was something that most cultivators could not do in their lives. At this level, he could not just stand there and rely on the overlord body art to resist. With a clench of his right hand, The immortal slaying flying sword emerged from his palm and floated there. A purple-red energy slowly climbed up and covered the flying sword. That force looked cold and filled with bloody killing intent. As long as it leaked into the air, it could cause a large area to lose all vitality. The female cultivator's eyes flickered, but she did not show any animosity towards Jiang Li because of this. Jiang Li coughed and chose to change the topic. Since the other party had already pointed out that he had been found because of the identity of the human emperor's successor, and had deliberately exchanged blows with Jiang Li, it should be to test his strength. In this way, even if Jiang Li did not ask, the other party would not deliberately conceal her identity. Otherwise, could it be that she really had nothing to do? In the blink of an eye, the other party had already wrapped herself in a new set of clothes. She was not angry, but she spoke solemnly. The day of the fire cloud cave's appearance is imminent. If we want to enter that place, we need 3 tokens of the human emperor. We need to cooperate. Jiang Li was shocked by the news that the other party had revealed. This female cultivator actually knew about the fire cloud cave. That was a holy land of inheritance that protected the human race. Its importance was not inferior to or even greater than the 9 Heavens Palace. It was only a matter of time before he became an immortal if he possessed the ownership of it. Jiang Li had always treated this human holy land as his own. He did not expect that this news would actually be known by outsiders. "Who are you?" Jiang Li asked again. The other party did not answer directly, but threw a rock at him. Jiang Li raised his hand to catch it, and a force that was filled with vitality and creation came from the stone. This power, he sensed it slightly and was shocked. The energy level hidden in this stone was simply unbelievable. If he had to assess it in a way, as long as he used a suitable method to refine this stone, it would probably be an Earth-rank artifact. Moreover, when he held this stone, it actually caused the human emperor's blood qi in his body to be directly stimulated. When he sensed the human emperor's power, a message was transmitted from the stone. "Niwa, the mother of humanity. You are the descendant of Niwa." Even with Jiang Li's temperament, he could not help but cry out in surprise. The other party did not deny it and nodded. "We need 3 keys to open the fire cloud cave. The descendants of Niwa have inherited a key. We still need 2 portions of the human emperor's inheritance to open it." The other party began to explain the purpose of looking for him. This was the first time Jiang Li had heard such news. The last human emperor did not mention this in the inheritance. King Zhou was really unreliable. However, Jiang Li did not think that the other party was lying to him. The fire cloud cave was the place where the 3 human emperors lived in seclusion. It was not surprising that there were 3 tokens passed down. Without even needing to think, one could tell that the token on Nuwa's side was definitely spread by Wuxia of the 3 sovereigns. In ancient times, the elimination of the human emperor's bloodline was greatly related to Nuwa, Dao Palace. However, the other party was Niwa after all, and as a sage, who could say that she was wrong? With the relationship between Wuxia and Nuwa, it was not surprising for them to hand the token to each other. However, there were a total of 3 keys, or rather tokens. The descendants of Niwa had 1, and he had 1. Where was the final one? "So you're a descendant of Niwa. No wonder you look so friendly. I have no problem with the fire cloud cave, but we still need to compare the exact location." After chatting for a while, Jiang Li knew that the information passed down by both sides was incomplete, and they were missing a piece of the puzzle. This should be deliberately done by the 3 people from the fire cloud cave. After all, the things in the fire cloud cave were left behind by the 3 of them, so they were naturally unwilling to let the inheritor of one side take them away. The relationship between the human emperors might not be so harmonious. Jiang Li did not have the intention to snatch it by force. It was obvious that the other party was not alone. Their relationship with the Cloud Manor should be very close. If he touched her, he would become enemies with them. For now, there was no loss. If you find the third owner of the token, contact me with the Niwa stone. The fire cloud cave's inheritance cannot be lost. Both sides quickly reached a consensus. The descendant of Niwa, Luo Wang, planned to leave and search for the third token separately. However, before leaving, she seemed to have suddenly recalled something. In addition, what do you plan to do with that spiritual rat? Jiang Li understood what the other party meant. As a descendant of Niwa, it meant that the other party was actually a demon. Their attitude towards the demons was naturally different from humans. Jiang Li did not hesitate to tell her his plan. Although that spiritual rat has done a lot of evil, it's not evil. I plan to capture it first. If possible, I'll persuade it to be kind. Being a mountain guardian spiritual beast is much more promising than staying in the 10 Directions region. The other party nodded, turning around and leaving in a rainbow light. Chapter 390, Ascension of Dog and Chicken. Jiang Li watched as the other party transformed into a rainbow and flew away, and he was thinking about the meaning behind this encounter. First of all, his knowledge was too shallow. He had a feeling that he looked down on the geniuses and heroes of the world due to his cheat. However, in ancient times, the number of mighty figures of the various factions was like a school of carps crossing the river. If it was left behind by the weakest deity at that time, it could become the foundation to nurture a faction today. With so many immortals, gods, and Buddhas, how many things could they leave behind? A long time had passed and many things were ruined already. However, in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, there were definitely many people or forces who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient times. There were also many top-notch cultivators that he had never heard of. He was not the only one who was lucky. It was just that with his current vision and strength, he could not see those things. He had to change his mentality and not be a frog in the well. In addition, Jiang Li was still puzzled. How did this successor of Nuwa know that he was here? His actions were not revealed to outsiders. Even the people of the Great Mountain Alliance did not know the goal of his trip. However, this person could find him accurately and even wait on the path that he and the rat demon had to pass through. He would not believe it if there was nothing special about it. Jiang Li suddenly thought of something and took out the cloud pattern token of the Cloud Manor. There was also another special artifact that was said to be able to guide him to the Cloud Manor. There were only 2 things on him that he could not understand. Moreover, only the Cloud Manor knew that he was the successor of the human emperor. As expected, these 2 things should have leaked his whereabouts. Previously, in order to prevent Cloud Manor from spying on the scene in the coffin through these 2 things, he had always placed them in another ordinary storage artifact. But it was clearly not safe enough. Their actions made Jiang Li rather displeased. However, the high and mighty Cloud Manor would not care about the displeasure of a figure like him. Before he had the strength to speak with them, he did not have the ability to get Cloud Manor to answer to him. However, it was not impossible to temporarily block these 2 things. Jiang Li thought for a moment. He stored the cloud pattern token and special artifact in a jade box embedded with a heavy metal inner lining. Then he placed the sealed jade box into a stone coffin and slowly poured the blood of madness into it. The sticky blood of madness gradually rose and completely covered the entire jade box. Finally, after covering the stone coffin lid, these 2 things were completely cut off from the outside world. The blood of madness had a strong effect of resisting spiritual qi. This could perfectly interrupt most spiritual qi fluctuations. No matter what level of communication artifact it was, as long as it still used spiritual qi as the foundation, it would be almost absolutely blocked. Jiang Li had many secrets, so he could not let others know his whereabouts casually. After dealing with the hidden threat, the battle in the coffin had already calmed down. In the coffin space, there was another powerful captive. These captives brought considerable pressure to the coffin, but the 9 nether clone had already grown a second statue. This meant that the 9 nether earth fruit that grew from him would also undergo a transformation. Now the first upgraded 9 nether earth fruit was nurturing. Before long, these captives in the coffin would all become his good companions. Nodding in satisfaction, Jiang Li took out the fox fur. After disguising himself again, he quickly flew towards the direction where the fur fluttered in the wind. On the other side, under 5 Banishment City, 3 cultivators, 1 old and 2 young, as well as a tree root following behind them, were exploring the underground banishment immortal residence. The space of this underground banishment immortal residence did not look very large. There was only a stone house and a thin field. It looked ordinary and could even be considered a little simple. It was almost no different from an ordinary farmhouse in the mortal world. In the corner of the dried field was a yoke and bull plow meant to be worn on a bull. Beside the hut were 3 livestock fences of different heights. At the entrance of the hut, there was a kennel that had clearly not been used for a long time. When he saw these scenes, combined with the words of the old man in front of him, Jiang Li had a deep feeling. The bull demon among the 5 demons was actually meant for farming in this field. The dog demon was used to guard the door, while the other sheep, pig, and donkey should be living in the simple shed. It really did not look impressive at all. It was completely different from the current 5 banishment Taoists, who was 1,000 miles away. Banishment immortal. Truly, when one person achieved the Tao, even chickens and dogs ascended together to the heavens. What level of expert was the original owner of this hut? Even the 5 livestock that he casually raised could cultivate into great demons and dominate an area. Grandpa, there doesn't seem to be anything special here. The 2 juniors' perception was insufficient. At this moment, they were unable to see how special this banishment immortal residence was. However, being ordinary was the greatest wonder. How could the things buried under the core of the 5 banishment city, controlled by the 5 demons, be ordinary? The elder ignored the doubts of the junior beside him. After kowtowing to the stone house 3 times, he got up and carefully walked to the edge of the yoke and bull plow. He reached out and wanted to pick up the yoke, but the yoke that was covered in a lot of soil and looked like ordinary wood did not move at all. However, the 9 nether clone who was hiding not far away saw that the other party's originally black hair was turning white at an astonishing speed. The wrinkles on his body were deeper. Dark age spots quickly covered every comer of his body, and his vitality was quickly flowing away. By the time he reacted, he was already half dead. He sat back on the ground and breathed heavily. He sat on the ground and only recovered after a long time with a bitter expression. He was too impulsive and careless. He should have been more careful, but he actually made such a low-level mistake at the critical moment. Liucheng Liuxing, come over. Grandpa. The 2 children immediately ran to the elder's side and looked at their grandfather with worry on their faces. Follow my instructions and pick up the yoke bull plow. The elder rejected with a white hand. They helped him up and pointed at the yoke he did not pick up earlier for the 2 juniors to take. The 2 children called Liucheng and Liuxing were hesitant and did not dare to step forward. They had just seen such a situation happen to their grandfather. If they encountered it themselves, would it be worse? Go quickly, the old man urged impatiently. Only then did the 2 children reach out reluctantly to grab the bent wooden strips on the ground. This time, the situation was unexpectedly smooth. The 2 children faced a great enemy, but the plow tool was really raised by them like 2 ordinary wooden sticks. However, Liucheng, who had grabbed the yoke, looked a little strained. As for Liuxing, who was holding the bull plow, she looked very relaxed. It seemed that, although the bloodline talent of the 2 was quite good, there was still a certain gap. At this moment, the palms of the 2 children who had just cut open had not healed. Some of the blood that seeped out directly touched the yoke bull plow. The originally ordinary farming tool was covered in dust and emitted a sparkling white light. This farming tool looked ordinary and simple, but as expected, its essence was an artifact. Great, it really works. The 2 of you are the hope of our family. The old man revealed a joyous expression and had long forgotten the pain in his body. This yoke and bull plow was something that the ox demon had been wearing before it became a demon. Later on, it was refined into an artifact by their family's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian. It was the exclusive artifact of the 5 banishment cities' ox demon. As long as they controlled this yoke and bull plow, that bull demon would only be their slave. This was also why their Lu family had the confidence to do this. Otherwise, that old man was only a nascent soul cultivator. So how could he have the confidence to say that the 5 banishment Taoists were only livestock? Jiang Li was slightly surprised to see this scene. The roots of the 9 nether clones swam like snakes, avoiding them and running into the doghouse. Sure enough, he discovered a collar made of metal inside. It emitted an extremely obscure spiritual qi fluctuation. Jiang Li wanted to pick up the collar that had fallen into the doghouse. This thing should be the artifact that countered the yellow dog greater demon. However, just like the old man before, he was unable to pick up the collar that did not look heavy at all. Moreover, after he touched the collar, a suction force tried to attack his body and extract his life and spiritual qi. If not for the example earlier, Jiang Li would have thought that this was a trap. However, the 2 children outside were clearly fine. As expected, these things were all covered in rather brilliant bloodline spells. Only if the bloodline of the family was pure enough could they be recognized. However, this bloodline detection method was usually only effective on families with additional powerful biological bloodlines. Ordinary, human bloodlines were not so obvious to identify. It seemed that this family had a deep understanding of the demons. Since it was impossible, the 9 nether clone hid himself again. Soon, a palm entered the kennel and grabbed the collar. The 5 demons each had their own restraining artifacts. Although the master could allow the chicken and a dog to ascend, after rising up, they were still their master's livestock. There were naturally methods to deal with them. The old man looked at the 5 artifacts in his hand and was extremely excited. Just these 5 artifacts could control the 5 demons. With the power of the 5 big guys, their family could immediately rise up from the declining state. However, there was no limit to human greed. The elder put away the 5 artifacts and looked at the small house in the underground space at the core. They just casually picking up a few farming tools outside the house was so valuable. What should be stored in this room? Earth-rank medicinal pills, earth-rank artifacts, ancient scriptures. Grandpa, there's a seal on the door. Taking 2 steps closer, there was indeed a yellow piece of paper stuck to the door. It said, "People of the Lu family, leave quickly after seeing this post." This was the advice of some ancestor of the Lu family to the person behind them. They had already gotten the benefits, so logically speaking, they should listen to their ancestors' last words. However, how could the juniors of the Lu family, who had tasted the benefits, care about this? The elder approached excitedly and kowtowed 3 times in front of the door. "Ancestor, please don't blame us. The Lu family is currently in a life and death situation, so we can only be forced to take out our ancestor's artifact and return to the family. We will set up a shrine for Ancestor Lu Xiaoxian and burn incense and candles to thank him for his glory. Liu Cheng, go and remove the seal." After the 3 symbolic kowtows, the old man immediately instructed the young man beside him to step forward and tear the seal. The youth did not hesitate. He had been praised by the elder and felt extremely excited now. Now, he really felt that he was the savior and was filled with ambition. He went up and removed a corner of the seal. However, after removing this corner, the youth actually collapsed to the ground for some reason. Life-taking seal. Seeing the youth fall to the ground, the old man was shocked. Looking carefully, the torn corner had a pure black letter stuck under the yellow paper. That life-taking seal could definitely affect whoever touched it. If one was injured by an entire seal, even soul formation cultivators would definitely die. There was actually such a thing stuck on the door. The elder was first surprised before he rejoiced. Such protective measures meant that there must be something very precious hidden at the door. He wanted to reach out and remove the seal himself, but halfway through, he tore to the youth lying on the ground. Liu Cheng, today is the day you sacrifice yourself for the family. He used his spiritual qi to support the youth who had yet to stop breathing and stood up again. He controlled the youth's palm to grab the seal on the door and tore it off in one go. He carried the other girl and quickly retreated the moment the seal was lifted. A large amount of black evil thoughts surged out of a black note on the door and rushed into the nearest youth. The youth was dyed pitch black by the negative thoughts and died instantly. As for the black sticker, after it completely surged out, it lost its original power and luster. It automatically fell from the door like a piece of black waste paper. Even Earth immortals would avoid this life-taking seal if they encountered it. It could kill one person, but it could only kill one. An unlucky scapegoat could destroy it. With a creak, the door slowly opened under the old man's excited gaze. The room was not big. When light shone in, a few things were exposed. The first thing that excited the old man was the long whip hanging on the wall. Could that be the legendary demon control whip? The news passed down by the Lu family indicated that the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian, had a demon control whip that could control all demons in the world. It was an earth-rank artifact. The old man brought the girl and rushed into the house impatiently. However, the nine-nether clone, who was hiding in the shadows, did not move. In that room, he felt a huge threat. Impossible. How is this possible? How did the demon control whip become like this? Chapter 391, Breaking Off a Tale for Survival. The elder in the room borrowed the hand of the junior girl, Lu Liuxing, to take down the whip. However, this time, when it came into contact with the blood of a Lu family junior, the whip did not glow. The old man received the whip in confusion. This thing still did not react in his hand. After trying to infuse spiritual qi into it, the whip finally lit up with a faint light. However, before he could rejoice, the light only lasted for 2 breaths before the whip shattered on the spot, turning into a handful of fine dust. An earth-rank artifact was gone just like that. It was no wonder that the old man cried out in disbelief. This scene was a little unbelievable. Logically speaking, their ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian, had only died less than 1,000 years ago. Moreover, it was not in an era without dense spiritual qi. How could it be destroyed to this extent? The few beast-controlling artifacts outside were still considered to be intact, so how could an earth-rank artifact shatter and be unable to be grabbed? He grabbed another few things in the room. Several of them were famous artifacts recorded in the family records. However, the current situation was the same as the earth-rank artifact, the demon control whip. For some reason, it was all damaged. As long as spiritual qi was injected, it would immediately turn into ash. It was as if he was watching mountains of gold and silver turn into bubbles in front of him. The old man in the room became more and more crazy. His right hand held his heart. If not for the nascent soul in his body protecting him, he would probably have gotten a stroke. The nine-nether clone outside the door also saw the scene inside clearly. It seems that something has eaten the spiritual essence of these artifacts. It's very thorough. However, he had seen it before. This hut was sealed tightly, and not a single gap was connected to the outside world. It did not look like it had been destroyed. If someone had not come to destroy it in advance, the guy who had eaten the artifact might still be in the house. Jiang Li became vigilant in his mind. In any case, he felt that he did not have the ability to destroy an earth-rank artifact to that extent. Ancestor, there must be something left on our ancestor. The continuous setbacks made the old man appear a little agitated. He finally looked at a skeleton sitting, cross-legged on a mat in the deepest depths of the hut. It was the corpse of their Lu family's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian. He had still held a little reverence for his ancestors. However, now, the Taoist robe worn by the ancestors seemed to be quite good. Liuxing, go out first. Stripping a person's clothes was not suitable for children to see. The old man waved the young woman away. The young woman had just seen her elder brother die, and her face was ghastly pale. How could she dare to disobey him? She immediately ran out of the stone house. The old man stepped forward and lit 3 sticks. He used his spiritual chi to stimulate the fragrance to burn away at an extremely fast speed. "Ancestor, please don't blame me." It was as if his ancestors would not blame him after burning 3 incense sticks. The elder grabbed the robe on the skeleton. Due to the fact that the flesh had long rotted, the Taoist robe seemed to be slightly loose on the remaining bones. As he pulled, the Taoist robe was completely torn off. This commotion was too great. The bones that were originally sitting upright shattered and fell to the ground, actually shattering into pieces. The corpse that was originally at least an earth immortal should be tougher than many profound rank artifacts. How could it be shattered like this? Something was amiss, and coupled with the seal on the door, it meant that there was definitely some unknown danger in this room. However, the elder of the Lu family could not care less about this. He only checked the robe in his hand nervously. Fortunately, this precious garment still emitted a faint spiritual light. Although it was also heavily damaged, it should still be salvageable. "Hey, what is this?" He turned the robe over and over and discovered that there was a black stain on the inside of the robe. Could it be that the corpse water when the ancestor's corpse was rotting had dirtied this robe? The old man did not mind and reached out to touch it. However, the stain wriggled that made one's scalp go numb. In the next moment, the stain suddenly turned into a black dot that spread out and enveloped the Lu family's elder. The distance was too close, and the old man was unable to dodge in time. In an instant, he was densely covered by those black dots. On the black dot, a blood-colored light flickered like breathing. Then, his originally weak body shriveled like a deflated balloon. In just a moment, he turned into a shriveled corpse that fell to the ground. He was beyond dead. This black thing had been locked in the small room for nearly 1,000 years, and was actually not dead. There was no doubt that the artifacts in the small room, and some of the savings of the Lu family's ancestors, had clearly been cleaned up by this thing. It was also relying on the spiritual chi of those artifacts that the black dot had survived, until now in this confined space. Buzz, 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 buzz. After absorbing everything from the old man, a dense black dot that was like smoke flew out of the stone house with vibrating wings. As it flew, the blood color in the black dot quickly disappeared. The blood that it had just absorbed was completely not enough to satisfy the thirst of 1,000 years. Then this black ball discovered the young girl from the Lu family not far away. Tiny wings shook the air and immediately rushed towards the girl. A nascent soul cultivator had all been sucked dry in a few breaths. This young lady was at most at the Foundation establishment realm. If she was touched, she would die. 9 Nether Death Ray. At this moment, a green pillar of light shot over and struck the ball of smoke formed by the black dots. This was the moonlight of death that shone into the back Yin Mountain. It silently took away most lives. The black dot was hit by the death light and suddenly curled up. However, some black dots could not withstand it and fell to the ground. However, even more black dots slowly adapted to this death light. They turned around and absorbed the energy in the light, rushing towards the 9 Nether clone. A bone-chilling malice enveloped him, and the 9 Nether clone decisively chose to escape. A tree root emerged from the ground and wrapped around the girl's ankle, pulling her into the ground. After the ground was broken, it closed again. Fortunately, the black smoke that was vibrating with an ugly sound did not have the ability to escape the ground. After crashing into the ground, it could only stick to the ground and hum. The prey hid underground. However, after 1,000 years, the hunger of this black dot seemed to never satisfy them, urging them to hunt and eat. The black dots transformed into various shapes in the air. After flying for a while, they finally smelled the scents of various other creatures in the air outside. They flew out with a buzz. It was not until a long time later that the 9 Nether clone dared to appear from the ground. What kind of thing is this? Earlier on the black thing, the Nine Nether clone had felt a powerful sense of danger. It was as if being tainted by that thing was a calamity to him. He carefully approached the black dot that had fallen to the ground after being hit by his Nether death ray. Observing those tiny things carefully, even with the vision of the Nine Nether clone, it was very difficult to see them clearly. These black dots seemed to be mini mosquitoes. 500 kilometers away, Jiang Li, who had shared his vision and senses, turned around to look in the direction of 5 Banishment City. Those mosquito-like black dots did not seem easy to deal with. However, it was not his territory. If anything happened, it was not Jiang Li's turn to worry for the time being. At this moment, he had already arrived at Two Mountain. Green water covered the mountains, and insects and birds cried endlessly. After tens of thousands of years, this Two Mountain was still a beautiful place. There was a barrier ahead that sealed off the mountain. Jiang Li had no intention of charging in forcefully. After landing, he stood at the edge of the barrier and reached out to knock. A circle of water-like ripples spread out from the barrier. The foundation of the array formation barrier was not bad, but it seemed to be a little lacking in the supply of spirit stones and could not completely unleash the power of the array formation. If Jiang Li used his full strength, he could forcefully break through it with some effort. However, this time he was here to pay his respects. There was no need to fight like this. The fox fur in his hand had already been pulled taut by a suction force. As soon as he released his hand, the strand of hair darted into the Two Mountain barrier. Then the water-like ripples dispersed, revealing a passage that could allow a person to enter and leave. Jiang Li thought for a moment before taking out Daji's finger bone and holding it in his palm. Only then did he pass through the passageway and enter. The fox demon was good at illusions, but as long as he held Daji's finger bone, 99% of the illusions in the world would be thrown in front of it. Behind the barrier, there was a group of fox demons guarding it. They all held weapons and looked very nervous. They were probably afraid that the 5 Banishment City would attack them. However, after sensing the subtle aura of Daji's finger bone, all the fox demons lowered their weapons and respectfully lowered their heads towards Jiang Li. "Honorable Lord, are you also a fox demon? Your body is really perfect. Please follow me. Our spiritual maiden Wuxia is already waiting inside." This group of fox demons probably treated him as a wandering member of the nine-tailed race. Previously, they should have obtained the news that he would come to Two Mountain and did not make a mistake with him. However, in Two Mountains Wuxia, was there a second Wuxia? Under the pursuit of such a number of demons, could the heavily injured fox demon really escape? No, Yanhong had clearly sent him a message 4 hours ago. 4 of the 5 banishment Taoists had already returned to the city. They also brought back a bloody fox tail and hung it at the city gate. That Two Mountains Wuxia should have died already. Why did another one appear here? He was not worried that Two Mountain would harm him. On the surface, they only had Wuxia, that great demon. Even if another one appeared, Jiang Li's current strength was completely sufficient to deal with it. Furthermore, with Daji's finger bone in hand, the fox demon's best illusion technique was nothing in front of him. If they wanted to use array formations to deal with him, they could learn about the artifact ground control flag. It would make one understand, in a moment, what it meant to have their territory occupied. After walking for a while in the mountain, the environment ahead became more and more beautiful, but the fox demon who led him stopped. "Lord, my status is low. It's no longer convenient for me to enter. And Three-Tailed, please lead the way." Jiang Li noticed that there was an obvious boundary on the ground in front of him. This Two Mountain was divided into the inner and outer mountains. On the border, there were only ordinary single-tailed fox demons. Perhaps they had some thin nine-tailed bloodline, but most of them did not have any bloodline at all and could not grow a second tail in their lives. On the inner mountain on the other side of the boundary, there were orthodox fox race members with at least 2 tails. There was also a huge gap in status between the two. They were not powerful and were not strong. This group of foxes had quite a strong sense of hierarchy. "Lord, please let me lead you in next." A fox demon with 3 tails jumped in front of Jiang Li. Behind them, many fox demons with 2 to 3 tails stopped and looked over. They all felt the resonance from their bloodline. Jiang Li's body carried a smell that made them feel very close. The fox demon with 3 tails brought Jiang Li deeper. They walked to a palace dug out of the mountain and stopped. In the following place, even the 3-tailed fox demon was not qualified to enter. Jiang Li understood what she meant and pushed open the door. There were also traces of repair on the wide hall wall. This should have been a historical ruin. There was no one else in the hall, only a ball of snow-white fur curled up on the throne above. When it heard Jiang Li's footsteps, the ball of fur unfolded. It was made of 5 soft fox tails. The fox tail opened, revealing a petite and cute white fox. Jiang Li felt a familiar spiritual qi fluctuation from the white fox. It was exactly the same as the 2 mountains Wuxia he had seen not long ago. "Have brought the pearl you wanted." Jiang Li took out the pearl from his bosom. When the white fox saw the pearl, its eyes became a little sorrowful. It gently jumped down from the throne and slowly walked to the back of a screen beside him. Behind the screen, the white fox burrowed into the green clothes that was hung there. Then, through the screen, Jiang Li only saw a graceful figure holding up her clothes. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. I can't thank you enough." When she walked out of the screen, she had already transformed into Wuxia's elegant appearance. However, the aura on her body looked very weak for some reason. "Are you really 2 mountains Wuxia?" But I heard that at that time, she had already been killed outside the city. Jiang Li voiced his doubts. 2 mountains Wuxia strolled closer to him and directly answered Jiang Li's question without hiding anything. "It originally had 6 tails. That tail and 80% of my demonic power were thrown there." When she said this, Jiang Li understood. 2 mountains tail, abandonment survival technique. It was true that Wuxia, who was in the 5 banishment cities' stronghold, was the real deal. However, she knew that if she went there, she would definitely die. Therefore, she left behind 5 tails and 20% of her demonic strength in 2 mountain. After she died, as long as her essence soul could escape to the sky, she could revive in 2 mountain using the 5 tails here. However, every tail of the 9-tailed race was important. The price of cutting off 1 tail was not small. Who knew how many 100 years it would take to cultivate it again? "I see, fellow Taoist paid such a price for this pearl." Jiang Li was still slightly puzzled by this. 2 mountains Wuxia took the pearl and blew at it. The white surface of the pearl gradually became transparent, and the phantom of a fox demon with 6 tails appeared. "To be honest, this pearl seals my mother's essence soul. Truly can't bear to see my mother suffer at the hands of those 5 demons, but I'm not their match. I had no choice but to take the risk to exchange for her essence soul." "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. I can't thank you enough." Chapter 392, 2 Mountains' New Owner. In Jiang Li's appraisal technique, it only showed that this was a pearl that sealed a high-grade soul. He did not expect that the person imprisoned inside was the previous generation's 6-tailed spiritual maiden, the mother of 2 mountains Wuxia. It was no wonder that Wuxia would take the risk of further infuriating the 5 banishment Taoists in the 5 banishment city. Thinking about the 5 banishment Taoists' preferences, it was obvious what would happen if an essence soul that was not inferior to 2 mountains Wuxia was imprisoned in their hands. Looking at the fox girl kneeling in front of him, Jiang Li felt a little emotional. It was not easy to survive these days. "It's nothing, Miss Wuxia, you're welcome. I, Jiang Li, am related to the ancient 2 mountain lineage. Since I met them, I naturally can't stand by and watch." Jiang Li grabbed the other party's soft hands and helped her up. In his heart, he was thinking about what reward he should ask for later. However, looking at 2 mountains' poor appearance, Why did it feel that their entire mountain might not be as rich as him? Two mountains, Wu. You did not mention the reward, but instead asked about another matter. Young Master Jiang Li, you're holding the remains of our ancestor, right? If possible, Wuya hopes you can leave her remains in the Two Mountain for worship. As a form of repayment, young master can choose 4 transformed nine-tailed clansmen as maidservants. Even I, Wuya, can be chosen. Sure enough, the aura of Daji's finger bone could be hidden from the other small demons, but he could not hide it from the Two Mountains Wuya, who had once grown 6 tails. She could easily tell that the aura came from Jiang Li's right palm and not from himself. She proposed such a deal. The finger bone of the 9-tailed heavenly fox could bring endless benefits to these juniors, even if it only had a little strength left. The most important thing was that the power of the finger bone could help them purify their bloodline. Although the tail that Two Mountains Wuya cut off was a result of the current circumstances, if it was a few hundred years later, even without such danger, she might take the initiative to cut off the tail. This was because the method to survive by cutting off the tail could not only save one's life in critical situations, but it could also transfer the impure bloodline in one of the fox tails. Although using the tail technique would cause her to lose a lot of strength, it could also purify her bloodline and allow her to climb higher. This could also allow their descendants to inherit a pure 9-tailed bloodline. It could be seen how much they yearned for the pure bloodline of the 9-tailed race. Now that Jiang Li had something that could purify their bloodline, how could Two Mountains Wuya not be tempted? She also proposed a condition that ordinary people could not refuse. Young Master Jiang Li, the remains of our fox race's ancestors are useless to humans. If young master is willing, our Two Mountain will forever be your most loyal friend. I'll be at your service for 100 years. Seeing that Jiang Li was still indifferent, Two Mountains Wuya raised the price again and emitted an even stronger fragrance on her body. She had secretly used the fox demon's illusion technique to make Jiang Li lower his guard and agree. The 5-tailed fox's aura was indeed breathtaking. Jiang Li had seen how beautiful a fox demon with 9-tailed bloodline was. Although she called the transacted foxes maidservants, everyone knew what this entailed. Jiang Li could do whatever he wanted to the fox demon maidservants that were delivered to him. Coupled with the 100 years of loyalty of the fox demons, even Jiang Li was a little tempted. However, that illusion technique was a little clumsy. Not only did it not affect Jiang Li's mind, but after he blocked it with his various mental resistance statuses, he instead felt a sense of displeasure towards this Two Mountains Wuya. He had kindly helped her bring back her mother's essence soul and soul. Although Jiang Li was not hungry for rewards, it was a little inappropriate for her to not mention it. Although she did not say it, it had already greatly reduced Jiang Li's trust in her. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she knew how to lie. She was so beautiful that any normal person would be bewitched by her. Unfortunately, Jiang Li was not the type to be unable to walk when he saw a beautiful woman. If there was anything wrong with the other party, he would have already noted it down mentally. Now she wanted to use empty promises to exchange for his heavenly fox finger bone. Did they really think he was a child? Not to mention the possibility of the other party fulfilling her promise. Now that Jiang Li was standing within the mountain, in his mind, the entire mountain was already in his grasp. Using his things to exchange for stuff, wasn't this bullying an honest person? Moreover, the value of Daji's finger bone was something that he could not give up easily. Miss Wuya, you must be joking. I've been busy the entire journey here. May I ask Miss Wuya to arrange a room for me and let me rest for the night before we talk about other things? Jiang Li looked at Two Mountains Wuya in silence for a few breaths. He did not answer her and knocked on his shoulder. He looked really exhausted. This is what I should do, young master, please. Wuya was not in a hurry. Even if Jiang Li did not agree and she had to fight in the end to seize the treasure, she still wanted to wait and recover a few % of her demonic strength first. This human was not weak, Only then could she have full confidence. Immediately, she personally brought Jiang Li out of the stone hall and walked towards an empty treehouse. The two of them walked side by side, attracting the attention of hundreds of fox demons in the mountain. This man who had suddenly arrived emitted an aura that was even more noble than the spiritual maiden, causing them to involuntarily want to get closer. As he walked, Jiang Li's footsteps suddenly stopped. He slapped his forehead, as if he had recalled something important. Sorry, I forgot to mention something earlier. In fact, I came to the 10 Directions region this time to look for two mountain. I was entrusted by an ancestor of yours to send a group of old friends home. Jiang Li smiled as if he was Santa about to give them a huge gift. Entrusted from our ancestor, old friends. Two mountains Wuxia suddenly had a bad feeling. However, she did not know where this feeling came from. Didn't Jiang Li come to Two Mountain for the sake of returning the Essence Soul Pearl? Could it be that he had other objectives? Yeah, Two Mountain is indeed the birthplace of the nine-tailed race. In ancient times, the Two Mountain Nine Tails was once famous throughout the world. But in a certain corner of the world, there was another Nine Tails clan that had been passed down until now. It was instructed to send them home. The ominous feeling in Wuxia's heart had already risen to the peak. She wanted to stop Jiang Li, but under the gazes of everyone, she seemed to have no reason to interfere. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, he opened the coffin. A few small fox heads crawled out of the coffin. The familiar and noble aura immediately made all the fox demons present lower their heads. Even Two Mountains Wuxia took 2 steps back in surprise. Soon, a nest of foxes appeared on the ground. There were a total of 36 foxes, half black and half white. Although there were not many, each of them had at least 3 tails. How is this possible? What a pure nine-tailed bloodline! Two Mountains Wuxia could not help but cry out in surprise. As a nine-tailed fox, she could clearly sense the bloodline of her clansmen. She was once a 6-tailed demon who had abandoned a tail to purify her bloodline. At this moment, she was actually inferior to any of the 36 fox demons in front of her. This nest of fox demons had lived in the Fox Immortal Queen's tomb for tens of thousands of years. Because of the lack of resources and small space, they had always been able to maintain the smallest population. Without enough food, they could not reproduce too much. Without enough spiritual qi, they could not cultivate and become stronger. However, in the tens of thousands of years, they had never left the Empress tomb and could only mate in a small area. Their bloodline naturally did not mix with other ordinary demons and wild beasts. The nine-tailed bloodline that was preserved was naturally far superior to the group living in the outside world. After they left the Empress tomb, they obtained the support of Jiang Li's large amount of resources and the help of Daji's finger bone, so their cultivation and strength started to rise rapidly. The strongest pair of black and white foxes had already grown a 5th tail. They were nascent soul cultivators, and their illusion techniques were extremely profound. Under the fusion of yin-yang, they could even unleash the power of a 6-tailed fox. Even soul formation cultivators would fall under their illusions. When these 36 fox demons appeared, the impact on the entire Two Mountain was not small. Two Mountains Wuxia, who had always been worshipped as the spiritual maiden because of her pure bloodline and 6 tails, suffered a huge blow to her confidence. There were actually clansmen with an even purer bloodline out of nowhere. What was the purpose of their clan guarding Two Mountain for countless generations? Is this Two Mountain? We're finally back. Is this the smell of our hometown? Although I've never smelled it before, it's so familiar. There's actually still the nine-tailed race in Two Mountain. The bloodline of our ancestors did not disappear entirely. The Fox Immortal Queen will definitely be happy when she finds out. Thank you for your kindness, young master. We, Little Fox Black Jade and White Jade, are willing to serve you forever to repay your kindness. A group of fox demons ran around excitedly on Two Mountain. The original owner of this mountain could only lie on the ground respectfully, and show respect to this group of clansmen. A few four-tailed fox demons even looked at Two Mountains Wuya, their eyes carrying some differing thought. According to Two Mountains rules, the more tails there were, the higher the status, the purer the bloodline, and the higher the status. The black and white foxes with 5 tails were naturally not inferior to Two Mountains Wuya. Moreover, even with 5 tails, black jade and white jade showed no signs of transforming. This meant that the purity of the bloodline of these 2 fox demons was far above Two Mountains Wuya's. In the future, they might grow a 6th or even a 7th tail faster. From the looks of it, the title of the spiritual maiden should be transferred. Previously, because of some selfish motives of Two Mountains Wuya, she cut off 1 tail and went to the 5 banishment city, marrying herself to 5 husbands. Not only did it embarrass the entire Two Mountain, but they even fought later on, causing them to directly become mortal enemies with the powerful 5 banishment Taoists. The fox demons below were already very dissatisfied with this matter. Originally, there was no way to resist. Even if Two Mountains Wuya lost a tail, as the only 5 tails, she was still the most powerful existence in the entire Two Mountain. However, it was different now. 2 more fox demons with purer bloodlines than her suddenly appeared. Now, they had a choice. Looking at the gazes of her people, Two Mountains Wuya finally knew the reason for her uneasiness. The appearance of these 36 pure-blooded fox demons was a good thing for Two Mountain and the entire 9-tailed race. However, to her, the spiritual maiden of the Two Mountain, that was not necessarily the case. It would not be long before her status as the spiritual maiden was handed over. My ancestors were all spiritual maidens for 3 generations. Are we going to lose our lineage here? She looked at Jiang Li, who walked into the treehouse to rest with a smile on his face, and her expression became slightly bitter. Jiang Li stayed on Two Mountain just like that. He stayed there for 3 days. During this period, the 36 fox demons he brought along could be said to be living well on Two Mountain. Not only were the 36 fox demons, bloodlines pure, they also brought along a special product called the 9 nether earth fruit. After giving the fruits to a few elders, these foxes were even more respectful. On the 3rd night, the entire Two Mountain launched an attack on the current generation's spiritual maiden. The black and white 5-tailed foxes only took 3 days to squeeze her out of her throne. In the end, she even wanted to use her strength to forcefully break the rules. However, she discovered that the white and black fox demons could actually fuse together. After fusing, their strength was actually above hers. Not to mention that she only had slightly more than 20% of her demonic strength left. How could she be a match for the fused black and white fox demon? Immediately, Two Mountains Wuya fell into deep despair. No, there might still be a chance. The next day, she looked at Jiang Li, who was protected by the black and white 5-tailed fox demons. She suddenly understood why she had fallen to this state. It was because she had some thoughts that she should not have, making Jiang Li angry. The group of fox demons that suddenly appeared obeyed Jiang Li. He also held an extremely important treasure to the Two Mountains foxes. If this young master Jiang Li could change his mind, she would be able to obtain his support. Then she would definitely be able to avoid this crisis and perhaps regain everything. However, what could move him? Now, the entire Two Mountain was indirectly under him. Apart from that, she only had a piece of information from her mother. As such, she also made up her mind. She wore the thinnest clothes in her life and knocked on Jiang Li's room. In the room, Jiang Li was tasting Two Mountain specialty dessert under the service of 2 fox demons. He had long said that he could obtain things like the fox demon maidservants without others giving them to him. Two Mountains Wuya stepped forward and knelt in front of Jiang Li. Young Master Jiang Li helped Wuya earlier. This is my late thank you gift, please accept it. Jiang Li took the box and placed it aside without looking at the things inside. Seeing this, Two Mountains Wuya became even more respectful and continued. Young Master Jiang Li, Wuya has a favor to ask. In the legacy of the past generations of spiritual maidens in the Two Mountain, there is an ancient mystic realm that exists. However, the Two Mountain has never been able to enter it. I earnestly request young master to take action and solve the mystery of that mystic realm. Everything you find inside belongs to you, young master. Two Mountain definitely won't take anything. This mystic realm is called the Xianxia tomb. Chapter 393. Attack of the Four Demons. Jiang Li, who was drinking tea, while the black and white five-tailed fox demons massaged his shoulders and legs, immediately became energetic. Xianxia tomb. Was it the Xianxia tomb of Yellow Emperor Xianxia? Wait a minute, perhaps that was really possible. Wasn't the nine-tailed heavenly fox Daji one of the three demons from the Xianxia tomb? In ancient times, during the battle between Yellow Emperor Xianxia and Kai Yu and Zhulu, they formed groups and invited countless mountain spirits to help. The nine-tailed race, the pheasant race, and the Jade Pipa spirit had made a huge contribution at that time. Later on, they were allowed to cultivate in the Xianxia tomb. The nine-tailed heavenly fox Daji and the nine-headed pheasant Huzaimai had also cultivated their ninth tail and ninth head in that kind of holy land. Later on, they were summoned by Sage Niwa and participated in the divine investiture battle. They became spies who did not get along well with both sides. This led to the decline of the Two Mountain lineage. However, at that time, other than Daji, there was actually a nest of fox descendants cultivating beside the Xianxia tomb. It was normal for them to be able to leave some news about the Xianxia tomb in Two Mountain. Black Jade, White Jade leave first. Miss Wuxia, please tell me more about that mystic realm. The two five-tailed foxes stopped massaging his shoulders and legs and quietly retreated to guard the door. It was not that Jiang Li was enjoying life, but his fusion of the five cores had already reached the end. As the energy of his golden core rose, the accumulated strength in his body would rise by a level every day. The rapid swelling of strength made his entire body feel bloated and uncomfortable. He could only find two people to help him resolve it. Moreover, if it was someone with a lower cultivation level, they would not be able to massage his shoulders. After temporarily getting Black Jade and White Jade to leave, he asked about the details of the Xianxia tomb. If it was anyone else, they might not know the benefits of the Xianxia tomb, but Jiang Li had benefited greatly from the ruins of the Shang dynasty's Kaoj city. Not to mention several powerful treasures, the human emperor's blood qi that had solidified in his body not only made his physique more and more similar to the human experts of the ancient times who could match immortals and gods, but it also gave him the title of the human emperor's successor. Moreover, he was still missing a key to open the Fire Cloud Cave. Perhaps he could find it in the Xianxia tomb. In his deduction, since Bai Gan of the Shang dynasty had actually dared to set fire to the Xianxia tomb, obviously, King Zhou at that time was not a descendant of Yellow Emperor Xianxia, but the bloodline of the Flame Emperor. Otherwise, even if he had 10 guts, he would not dare to do such a monstrous thing. Therefore, the token in Jiang Li's hand was most likely the token of the Flame Emperor's lineage. Moreover, Nuiwa's side had the token of the Fuxi lineage. If he wanted to open the Fire Cloud Cave, what he lacked was the token of Yellow Emperor Xianxia. If Jiang Li could obtain it in advance, then he would have the advantage during the trip to the Fire Cloud Cave. As for why Two Mountains Wuxia suddenly wanted to tell him about this mystic realm, Jiang Li knew very well. She said that she wanted to ask him for help, because she wanted to use this news to curry favor with Jiang Li in exchange for what she wanted. He did not intend to make things difficult for the other party. Miss Wuxia, you're too polite. I naturally won't reject such a favor. In addition, I have a small favor to ask. Black Jade and White Jade still have some things to do beside me. I have to personally guide them in their cultivation. It's not convenient for me to stay in Two Mountain forever. I'm afraid they won't be able to take over this position. When we return from the Xianxia tomb, I'm afraid we'll need Miss Wuxia's help. Miss Wuxia, is it convenient? The other party had given Jiang Li a good favor, so Jiang Li naturally had to return it to her. This sounded like they were helping each other and not a dirty deal. Of course it's convenient. Thank you for your help, young Master Jiang Li. After both sides reached a consensus, Two Mountains Wuxia took the initiative to stand behind Jiang Li. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulders, taking the position of black jade and white jade. However, when she came into contact with Jiang Li's muscles that were even tougher than artifacts, she noticed that the strength in her hand was actually slightly unable to be pressed down. Only then did she realize that the strength of this human cultivator far exceeded her expectations. Suddenly, Wuxia felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, she had lost a tail and her demonic strength had been greatly reduced. As a result, she gave up on the little thought that had arose previously. Otherwise, if she really overestimated herself and attacked, she would probably suffer a very unlucky outcome. Jiang Li smiled and slightly narrowed his eyes as he enjoyed the other party's service. In fact, he did not plan to let all his fox demons stay here. This was especially true for the two five-tailed fox demons, Black Jade and White Jade. Their bloodlines were very pure and they were very talented in illusions. Together with the female ghost, Qin Shuman and Daji's finger bone, they could provide him with considerable help. He naturally would not leave these two capable assistants in the 10 Directions region. It was just a declining Two Mountain. He could just take away what he could. Jiang Li could not wait for this group of fox demons to develop again. In addition, he was very satisfied with the news about the Xianxia tomb. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and agreed to return this spiritual maiden's position to her. Of course, if she could eat the upgraded version of the 9 Nether Earth fruit later, that would be even better. Boom! However, right at this moment, the Two Mountain array outside suddenly trembled violently. The few of them walked out of the hut. The group of fox demons outside were looking up high. They also looked up and discovered that 2 large holes had been created in a mountain-coating barrier in the sky. 2 huge horns with spiral patterns pierced through the barrier. What? How is this possible? They penetrated the barrier with just 1 strike. It's over. The 5 banishment demons are attacking us. Two Mountain, which had always been following the policy of seclusion and locking down the region, did not have any precious resources, so they were naturally quite poor. Coupled with the fact that the location was relatively remote, and there was no large-scale spirit vein underground to support the array formation, the array formation technique was quite ordinary. This also caused the array formation barrier of Two Mountain to be roughly at the level of a second-rate sect in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. It was fine to put on a show usually, but when it came to a crisis, there was no way to rely on it to block a powerful enemy. The huge spiral bullhorn pulled out of the barrier, then waited a moment before crashing again. This time, a huge hole was created in the barrier. The water buffalo demon that he had seen before rushed in from outside the barrier. Then there was a huge white pig, a huge donkey, and a goat with lightning wrapped around its horns. It's true, it's really them. It's over. Even with Lord Black Jade and Lord White Jade, Two Mountain won't be their match. The many fox demons in Two Mountain trembled in panic. Even Two Mountains Wuxia, who was beside Jiang Li, could not help but cry out in surprise. Shouldn't the 5 banishment Taoists think that she was already dead? Why did they still come to their door? Although Two Mountain was an ancient famous mountain, it had been moved here by a mighty figure using terrifying methods a long time ago. This was one of the remote mountains in the 10 Directions region. Typically, no demon would fancy it here. Why did these guys come all the way here after killing her clone? However, what they did not know was that a few days ago, 5 Banishment City had encountered a sudden calamity. The remaining tens of thousands of demons in the stronghold had their blood sucked dry almost overnight. Those extremely small but bloodthirsty mosquitoes could suck the blood of a demon dry in a short period of time and were extremely difficult to kill. Even the methods of the 4 demons did not have any obvious effect. Most importantly, after absorbing the blood, these mosquitoes began to reproduce in large numbers. If not for the fact that the insects produced by those mosquitoes were not so powerful, they would probably not have been able to escape the 5 banishment city. If they wanted to deal with those black mosquitoes, they would probably have to find demons skilled in fire. They had originally wanted to find help from the fire attribute chickens, fire attribute demons, and other demons with fire attribute talent. However, the disappearance of their companion, the big yellow dog, during the wedding made them have some doubts. They seriously suspected that there were some demons in this region who joined forces to harm them. Otherwise, who could silently make a great demon suddenly disappear. Now that they had lost their territory and subordinates, they went to the others like stray dogs. If they fell into the trap set up by other demons, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? Therefore, after discussing, the 4 of them unanimously decided to find a place to temporarily settle down and slowly contact the other fire attribute demons to help. Now, if they wanted to seize a mountain to recuperate, wouldn't the best target be 2 mountain which had just lost their spiritual maiden and had become a pushover? Therefore, they did not come for the 2 mountains Wuxia this time. They only wanted to snatch a mountain and temporarily stay there. Oh look, our bride is actually still alive. The 4 demons looked at 2 mountains Wuxia and immediately understood that they had been tricked by the other party previously. However, this time, she had nowhere to run. Ha ha ha, perfect. The 4 of us brothers are just worrying about having nowhere to vent our anger. You're our legitimate wife. Come and satisfy us. The 4 of them were not wearing any clothes. As they spoke, a certain place that could be used to soak in alcohol swelled up violently. If they were defeated this time, the entire 2 mountain would probably suffer a tragic outcome. The water buffalo stepped on the air with its 4 hooves. The hose on both sides pressed down and rushed down. This was an attack that was enough to directly pierce through the 2 mountain barrier. Demon Ox Horn. Boom! Under the collision, the entire mountain shook. However, the force that could usually break a mountaintop only created a pit less than 10 feet deep this time. As an ancient famous mountain, the toughness of 2 mountain was naturally far from what ordinary mountains could compare to. It was completely more than enough to withstand the power of a soul formation realm battle. The mountain was surprisingly sturdy, but what was even more surprising was that the horns did not directly touch the mountain. Instead, it was stopped by a pair of seemingly weak hands. The few of you came uninvited. You're not giving me face. TL inform you now. I'm the one presiding over 2 mountain. Jiang Li raised his right leg and swept it towards the huge bull head. As his right leg swept out, it suddenly turned into a dragon tail, instantly sending the other party flying. The huge water buffalo rolled on the mountain, shattering large rocks before finally crashing into a stone wall. How dare you, black worm, who gave you the guts to go against us, the 5 banishment Taoists? Watch me pull out your tendons and eat them as noodles. The ox demon had yet to recover from the blow. Above, the other 3 demons cursed angrily. They naturally did not believe that a true dragon would appear in this world, and they all felt that Jiang Li had appeared from nowhere. A large amount of blue lightning immediately appeared on the long horns of the goat demon. In just a breath, it condensed into a bolt of lightning that struck towards Jiang Li below. However, Jiang Li did not dodge. His feet suddenly stepped on the ground as he charged towards the lightning. The violent lightning struck his body with cracking sounds. His clothes shattered and his body was charred. Jiang Li's rapidly rising figure was not affected at all. Instead, a comfortable expression appeared on his face. Lightning was indeed much more comfortable than ordinary massages. After breaking through the lightning bolt, Jiang Li's right fist was covered in a layer of black scales, and he smashed his fist towards the sheep demon that seemed to be the most fragile among the 4 demons. This was especially true for the 2 electric horns on the goat demon's head. After removing them, they could be used as artifacts, Occasionally, it would give him an electric massage. It was very suitable. However, the moment before it hit, a flesh-colored wall appeared in front of him. Jiang Li's heavy fist landed on the wall of flesh. The place it touched fluctuated like a wave, spreading the force that was enough to split mountains in circles. Not only that, but the thick fat caved in like a swamp, causing Jiang Li's entire arm to be stuck inside, and he was actually unable to pull it out for a time. It was the pig demon that collided with the goat demon and endured Jiang Li's punch. Moreover, not only did he endure Jiang Li's fist, it also grabbed him with a body of fat. There were many enemies to begin with. Once he was captured, the outcome was self-evident. Sure enough, in the next moment, a black shadow enveloped Jiang Li's head. Looking up, he saw a donkey's hooves the size of a water vat stepping towards him. Boom! Jiang Li was stepped back to the ground by the huge donkey's hooves, creating another huge hole in the mountain. As expected, it was still a little too difficult for him to face the 4 demons alone. However, it was not enough to kill him instantly. Impressive, impressive. It said that black donkey hooves can ward off evil, right? I wonder if the effects will be better with these 4 hooves of yours. Jiang Li walked out of the dust. A shocking wound on his head was quickly healing. He completely ignored the injuries he had just suffered. As he moved his body, the bones in his entire body crackled, and the aura on his body rose steadily. If not for the fact that one of the 5 of you is missing, I really wouldn't dare to fight you head-on. But now, let's see if I can kill you first, or if you kill me before that. All the demons in 2 Mountain had already rushed to the inner 2 Mountain Earth Cave to take refuge the moment the array was broken. This sturdy ancient mountain could become the best battlefield. He would let these 4 fellows resolve the swelling energy of his golden core fusion. Chapter 394, Cloud Summoning Rain Descends. In the sky above 2 Mountain, in the 10 Directions region, the barrier that was already riddled with holes suddenly broke through again. A figure covered in blood broke through the barrier in a sorry state and could not help but rush into the sky. The figure waved his hand, and a cloud condensed out of thin air, catching him like cotton. Cough, cough. Amidst the clouds, the person coughed violently and coughed out the blood in his lungs. Only then did his breathing become smoother. The clothes on his upper body had already completely disappeared, and there was a fist-sized hole in his chest that was still bleeding. The blood accumulated in his lungs earlier was also because of this injury. It was a shocking wound. This person looked like he was about to die. However, the person in the clouds was not worried or afraid at all. Such serious injuries were as if they were drawn on him by a human artist. Without needing any additional treatment, the blood hole was quickly washed away by a stream of spring water. In just a moment, the original bloody hole was about to vanish. This person was none other than the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, Jiang Li. Earlier, he had been struck in the chest by the ox demon's horns. The huge force directly threw him thousands of feet into the sky, leaving a terrifying hole in his chest. Fortunately, the Earth-rank body repairing Golden Worm Pill and the combined army of the Great Mountain Alliance's medical cultivators were sufficiently powerful. An injury of this level was not qualified to be left on him. Jiang Li's combat strength was not bad, but no matter what, he had only just reached the soul formation realm in terms of battle strength. These 4 adult demons might not have any special bloodline, but their demonic strength was shocking. Each of them could suppress him. The 4 of them attacking together made it even harder for Jiang Li to resist. If one was not careful, they would be hit. Moreover, under the effect of the overlord body, they would still suffer considerable injuries. Fortunately, this kind of injury was still within his tolerance range. Therefore, Jiang Li deliberately did not use the black scale armor to defend his entire body. Instead, he fought the 4 demons alone. This kind of pressure was huge, but it was not to the extent of truly endangering his life. To him, it was a rare opportunity. Under this pressure, Even the speed of the fusion of the 5 cores in his body was accelerating. "Kid, why aren't you dead yet? Twin extreme lightning." Flying in the cloud, Jiang Li had just recovered the huge hole in his chest when another bolt of lightning shot out from the horns of the goat demon below and directly struck the cloud that Jiang Li was hiding in. This small cloud was instantly dispersed by the lightning, revealing Jiang Li, who was enveloped by lightning. Under the intense electric current, Jiang Li's muscles continuously trembled, but his resistance to lightning damage was almost greater than his resistance to fire damage. The speed at which this lightning charred his body could not match the speed at which he recovered. It could only temporarily numb his muscles and slow him down. Moreover, he felt wisps of lightning that had been absorbed into his body. This power made the speed at which his golden core fused faster. "Brother Ox, is this kid a human or a demon? The spiritual chi in his body is too strange. I've never seen him use that mixed demonic chi before. But why did this guy transform into a flood dragon? He's so strong." The pig demon below twitched its nose and quickly smelled the abnormality in Jiang Li's body. Once Jiang Li started to fight with his full strength, he would definitely use his energy. The demonic chi of the catfish could not cover it. Of course, Jiang Li's 9 Nether Usura power was different from the mainstream spiritual chi. HMPH, no matter if he's human or demon, he must die here today. Where did this guy come from? There's definitely more than 100 drops of dragon blood in his body. Kill him, pull out his tendons, skin him, and stew him. Let us brothers taste dragon meat. The ox demon opened its mouth to the sky. On its 2 spiral horns, rings of blue light continuously lit up. As the air trembled, the surrounding spiritual chi and energy quickly gathered in his mouth. As the blue light on the ox horn rose to the peak, the energy in its mouth gathered to the limit, and in the end, it transformed into a straight blue pillar of light that shot out towards Jiang Li, who was slowed down by the lightning. Draconic Ox Roar Cannon. Jiang Li only had time to lower his hands to block before he was struck by the blue pillar of light. Boom! In the air, an explosion ring shaped like an ox's head spread out. The wind pressure that pushed towards the ground blew until the plants on the mountain broke and rocks rolled down. Even the aftershock had such power, so the damage suffered at the core was even more unimaginable. "Is he dead?" They all raised their heads and stared at the sky, paying attention to any change in aura above. "TF, he's a human. He should be dead already." The goat demon guessed. "No, that guy's body is very hard. I'm afraid he won't die so easily." The donkey demon, ox demon, and pig demon were all existences that had fought Jiang Li at close range. Their understanding towards Jiang Li's sturdy body was clearly deeper. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At this moment, a few leaves floated past the 4 demons and flew higher and higher. "It seems like there's a wind." They had thought that the wind pressure caused by the ox roar cannon had not completely ended. However, when they observed carefully, they discovered that a few large trees that had not been broken were swaying more and more violently in the wind. Not only was the wind blowing, but the wind was also getting stronger. In the air, a dark cloud was churning and swelling wantonly. In just a few breaths, it had already covered the original clear sky. A slender black figure was swimming in the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds. "It's that guy, stop him." The 4 demons reacted and kicked the ground as they flew into the sky. "You want to stop it now, it's already too late." Summoning clouds and rain. The pouring rain was like a river pouring down from the sky, enveloping the nearby area in rain and fog. Clouds followed dragons, and wind followed tigers. Creating clouds and causing rain was the instinct of the dragon race. As long as he was willing to use his spiritual chi to move the water of the 3 pools or 5 great lakes, he could sustain it for 10 days and nights. The rain poured down. The black dragon immediately transformed back into human form and rushed towards the 4 demons below. He cupped his fists as a hammer, and his target was the most fragile-looking sheep demon. Of course, a wall of flesh blocked his path again. The 5 banishment demons were missing one, and could not form a terrifying combined array. However, after interacting with each other for 1,000 years, the cooperation between them was also pure. The pig demon was the tank among them. It endured most of the damage in the battle and relied on its fat body to restrict the enemy and provide its teammates with a fatal blow. It was not easy to break through his fat defense, but if he did not break through, it would be very difficult to injure the other 3 demons behind him. However, this time, the pig demon was unable to easily receive Jiang Li's fist like last time. Instead, he was sent flying and fell down. Moreover, a purple bruise appeared on his back. His strength suddenly increased. Chapter 395, Battle for 7 Days. After pounding away the pig demon, Jiang Li immediately rushed towards it. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the horns, intending to break them. In the future, if he used the horn to generate lightning in the rain, it would look much better. However, the lightning landed on his body again, causing Jiang Li's figure to pause. He had already been blocked by the pig demon. Now that he stopped, some of the initiative had completely disappeared. Under the shadow, another large donkey hooves landed on him. Jiang Li was beaten back to the ground. Under the rain, he stood on the muddy ground and began an intense battle with the 4 demons. However, this time, the 4 demons clearly sensed that this guy, who they did not know was human or demon, was much harder to deal with than before. The most obvious manifestation was that his strength had increased. Jiang Li's strength had indeed increased. The source was the ordinary rain falling from the sky. His current physical strength could roughly be divided into 3 main parts. One was the power of his body refinement cultivation, and the blood tattoo of 100 beasts and demons. The second was the refinement of his aperture with the human emperor's blood qi, inheriting the power of the ancient human physique. The third was the power of the dragon race, dragon blood, dragon soul, and dragon pearl that gave him the power of the ancient dragon race. What was suddenly strengthened was the third portion of the dragon race's power. The dragon race was the overlord of the water and had hundreds of scales. Although it could also unleash its power on the shore, its true power could naturally only be displayed in the water. He could not drag this battlefield into the water. However, by summoning the wind and rain clouds, he could summon the rain that could splash the sky. In the omnipresent rain, it could also allow his dragon race's power to be better displayed. Although he was still not the 4 demons' match and was injured repeatedly during the siege, it was much better than before. At the very least, he would not be sent flying in a sorry state again. Sometimes, even if he was injured, he would attack one of the demons and leave injuries on their bodies. At their level, their vitality was tenacious, and their bodies were filled with spiritual qi. As long as they did not encounter a crushing battle, it was very difficult to determine the winner. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The originally beautiful scenery of a paradise was completely ruined after 7 days. It was as if they had been attacked by a meteor shower. There were large and small pits everywhere. There were even pits in the pits. Even the fox demons who had lived here for thousands of years would probably not recognize this mountaintop now. Lord White Jade, Lord Black Jade, is Alliance Leader Jiang going to be fine? It's been 7 days. Why hasn't it ended? Lord Jiang Li really doesn't need our help. It's truly too strenuous for him to go against the 4 demons alone. If we can help Lord share some of the pressure, perhaps we can drive them out of 2 Mountain. While the experts fought for 7 days, the fox demons in the cave in 2 Mountain hid in fear for 7 days. They had been worried that Jiang Li would not be able to last long. The 2 Mountain fox demons that were hiding in the cave was like turtles in a jar. Once Jiang Li was defeated, they would not even be able to escape. 2 Mountain's Wuxia, who had already recovered a portion of her demonic strength, also wanted to go out and help several times. At the soul formation realm, everyone's life force would become very tough. Even if there was a certain gap in strength and foundation, it would not be easy to win in a short period of time. However, this referred to one-on-one situations. A few days ago, the tail that she had cut off had just been attacked once. The sense of helplessness was still fresh in her mind. Two mountains Wuxia felt that even if she was at her peak, she would not be able to withstand this situation for so long. However, every time she wanted to go out, she would be stopped by the two fox demons, Black Jade and White Jade. It caused her to suspect that these two fox demons had a feud with Jiang Li in secret and wanted to deliberately kill him. Wuxia suggested again. Jiang Li could fight the four demons for 7 days alone. If she was included, along with the help of Black Jade and White Jade's fusion form, with 3 against 4, there might be a chance of victory. However, Black Jade and White Jade were not interested in her suggestion at all. Don't disturb the Lord's mood. If he wants to take them down, he can do it at any time. All you need to do is stay here and not die. In order to not make the fox demons feel offended, Black Jade and White Jade changed their address of Jiang Li from master to lord. The fox demons in the cave were still shocked. In other words, Jiang Li had deliberately caused this battle. He had the power to easily subdue the 4 demons. The might and reputation of the 5 banishment city had accumulated for a long time in this region. If not for the demon kings attacking, the fox demons would find it difficult to believe that someone could defeat them. That was a deep-rooted understanding that could not be changed with a few words. Spiritual maiden, the water level is rising again. Should we move higher? At this moment, another fox demon came to report. The turbid water was surging at a visible speed. The huge battle destroyed the surface vegetation of 2 mountains. A large amount of surface soil was also destroyed, and it rained for another 7 days. Naturally, a huge amount of water was accumulated in the mountain. The terrain of this underground cave was too low, and a large amount of rain seeped in. Now it seemed that they could no longer block it. If they did not move, they would all be soaked in the water. The fox demons looked at Black Jade and White Jade and waited for the 2 new spiritual maidens to give the order. The 2 fox demons stretched out their claws and pressed them against the stone wall of the cave, feeling the vibrations from above. The frequency and intensity were greater than before. Don't worry, it seems that the Lord's battle is approaching the end. Let's go up. Black Jade and White Jade walked up confidently. Although the other fox demons were still a little worried, the water level was already behind them. They could only follow. On the ground above, the chests of the 4 demons rose and fell violently like bellows. They did not mind the foam like blood spurting out of their nostrils. Their eyes were fixed on the young man in the middle. The 7 days of high-intensity battle exhausted the 4 of them. There were no less than 100 injuries of various sizes on their bodies. However, the youth standing in the middle still looked the same. They swore that in these 7 days, the fellows they surrounded and attacked had suffered at least 100 times the injuries they suffered. Even if it was a pig demon with thick skin, if it suffered such damage, it would probably have died several times already. However, this guy looked so calm. Not to mention being injured, he did not even seem to be exhausted. Is this guy a monster? He won't be injured, won't he be tired? Chapter 396, 99 Runes Purple Extreme Golden Core. The 4 demons calling a human a monster sounded a little strange. However, the perpetual motion machine Jiang Li was ridiculously strong, causing the 4 demons to feel deep helplessness. They surrounded Jiang Li, but they did not have the slightest intention of continuing to attack. Instead, their gazes crossed each other, and it was unknown what they were thinking. Kid, we'll let you off today. Don't let us see you again. Right, our brothers, the 4 demons, are in a good mood today, so we won't fuss about it with you anymore. We'll give you 2 mountain. We'll mind our own business in the future. They already had the intention to retreat. They shouted at Jiang Li as they retreated. After all, Jiang Li's recovery ability was bottomless, and his spiritual qi and stamina did not show any signs of exhaustion. If they continued fighting, they would probably be the ones exhausted to death in the end. At that time, they would not even be able to leave. After the four demons finished speaking, they planned to use their flying technique to leave. However, how could Alliance leader Jiang agree to let them go? Now Two Mountain could be considered his territory. They had ruined his mountain to such an extent. How could they leave just like that? With a stomp of his foot, a large number of green sprouts suddenly emerged from the bumpy ground. It was the seed that Jiang Li had casually scattered in the battle earlier. Those vines instantly wrapped around the four demons, preventing them from rising into the sky in a short period of time. Then a huge lotus phantom appeared on the surface of Two Mountain, and blood-colored petals gathered inward. Taking advantage of the time when the four demons were entangled by the vines, he locked them all inside the lotus shadow. In the 7 days that Jiang Li dragged them along, the statue clone had plenty of time to tamper with the ground. He used the karma-cleansing lotus to set up a temporary array formation on the mountain. Although they could not unleash their full power without the enhancement of the earth vein, they could still trap the four demons for a period of time. The four demons broke free from the restraints and noticed that they were surrounded by the lotus shadow. They immediately glared at Jiang Li. "You're courting death." They felt that they had already given Jiang Li enough respect by taking the initiative to retreat, but this person was still unwilling to stop and wanted to make them stay. Did he really think that the 5 banishment demons was easy to bully? At the very least, up until now, they were still suppressing Jiang Li. It was just that there was no way to determine the winner. If Jiang Li did not let them leave, they would not be afraid. At most, they would beat him up before leaving. The demon ox horn charged towards Jiang Li again and collided with his fists. However, this time, the ox demon clearly felt that its strength had fallen into a disadvantage. The human in front of him had actually become stronger again. The four demons continued to attack. They quickly discovered that at this moment, 7 days after the battle, the human in front of them was undergoing a terrifying change. Amidst the continuous collision, the strength and spiritual qi rose at a visible speed. Not long after, they were even unable to suppress Jiang Li. A few minutes later, a 5-colored spiritual light blossomed. A terrifying aura forced the four demons back. 5 inner cores tightly attached to each other were spat out from Jiang Li's mouth. There was also a ball of bright flames burning the 5 inner cores. As the flames roasted them, the boundary between the 5 pills had already disappeared. The 4 inner cores around were slowly fusing into the largest dragon pearl golden core in the middle. This was where Jiang Li's rising strength came from. What is he doing? That's a human golden core. Quickly destroy it. Wait, a human golden core cultivator. Is this guy only a golden core cultivator? No matter what it is, we can't let this guy succeed. The four demons could not believe Jiang Li's true cultivation. However, they still tacitly rushed towards the golden core that was fusing. Regardless of whether this thing was a golden core or not, it seemed to be the core without a doubt. As long as it was destroyed, it would definitely be a huge blow to Jiang Li. However, as soon as they approached, a huge sense of danger enveloped them. Fear, it was the same aura as before. It was the flames on the golden core that made them stop in their tracks and instinctively not dare to approach. The ox demon opened its mouth and condensed an ox roar cannon. However, halfway through, just as he aimed at the golden core, another huge sense of danger assaulted him. He could sense that if this shot was fired, the flame would definitely pass through space and land on his body. The feeling was so clear that the ox demon could only dissipate the energy in its mouth. The most important function of the legendary Suyern human fire was to expel demon beasts to protect humanity. How could it be possible to avoid it by using a random long-range attack? Not to mention the 4 of them. Even if a demon king was here, they would probably not dare to touch the golden core wrapped in the human fire. Then they could only watch helplessly as the 5 golden cores slowly fused together. Jiang Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was not afraid of others causing trouble. His palms and head faced the sky, and his body continuously emitted a large amount of top-grade spiritual qi and the power of chaos that surged towards his golden core. However, the fusion of the 5 cores was unprecedented. At the final moment of the fusion, the energy needed suddenly began to rise exponentially. The huge suction force sucked away the surrounding spiritual qi on the spot, causing the entire lotus shadow to become unstable. The 2 types of energy in Jiang Li's body had already reached the limit that his body could endure. However, it was far from satisfying the needs of the golden core. The sudden spiritual qi insufficiency caught Jiang Li off guard. Without a sufficient energy supply, the vitality in his body began to be replenished. The perfectly curved and healthy body began to wither and cave in, because too much vitality had been sucked away in a short period of time. After such a long time, it would definitely injure his origin. Jiang Li, who was fine after fighting for more than 7 days, was almost sucked dry by his golden core. Sure enough, the path of cultivation was filled with dangers. Especially when the path of cultivation was unique, without predecessors, there would be more danger. Fortunately, Jiang Li was a person who liked to prepare before work. Originally planned to use it when I broke through to the nascent soul realm. I didn't expect that I would need it now. Jiang Li looked at his palm that was already slightly dry and did not panic. He took out the ground control flag from the coffin. Then the small flag unfolded, and a vein pattern that was meandering like a flood dragon was released by Jiang Li. As soon as those patterns appeared in the air, they continuously increased the concentration of spiritual qi in the surroundings. The spiritual qi in a radius of dozens of kilometers was attracted and gathered here. What dense spiritual qi! It's as if I'm in a large spirit mine. What's that? The 4 demons of 5 Banishment City did not dare to approach the fire and were unable to break through the lotus shadow in a short period of time. They could only stay on the spot and watch Jiang Li fuse with his golden core. At this moment, the fox demons hiding underground had already returned to the ground. Before they could feel sad about the destruction of the 2 mountains, they were already attracted by the golden light emitted from above Jiang Li's head and the golden core that was like a black hole. That seems to be an earth vein. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were immortals who could intercept the earth vein spiritual vein and plant it on their mountaintop to nurture the dragon vein and strengthen the foundation of the famous mountain. I didn't expect to see such an immortal technique today. Some ancient inheritances and old fox demons with decent knowledge would recognize the golden light that was emerging from the ground control flag and entering the golden core. Hearing the old fox's explanation, the other demons also revealed respectful expressions. This golden pattern was indeed the earth vein. Jiang Li naturally did not have the ability to intercept the earth vein. However, as a feudal artifact under the human emperor in ancient times, one of the terrifying abilities of the ground control flag was to capture the earth vein. In theory, it should be used to move the earth vein and modify the environment. It could even move low-level earth veins repeatedly to feed high-level spirit veins and finally develop a dragon vein. However, at this moment, Jiang Li used the entire earth vein and threw the spiritual qi into his golden core. Since his own spiritual qi was unable to satisfy the fusion of the golden core, it should be enough to use an entire earth vein no matter what cost it required. With an entire earth vein as nutrients, the energy demand for the fusion of the 5 cores was naturally no longer a problem. Under the refinement of the human fire and having enough power of virtuous merit to protect himself, he naturally fused completely without any danger. As the last purple-gold light flashed, Jiang Li's golden core appeared. When he was at the core formation realm previously, his golden core had changed in 3 colors: gold, red, and purple. Then there were 33 golden runes and 33 blood runes on the extreme violet golden core, a total of 66 runes. Now, after the fusion of the 5 cores, the golden core was twice as large as before. There were 33 mysterious white runes on it. In addition to the red and golden runes, there were 99 in total. Even he could not help but tremble when he felt the power contained in them. Jiang Li could sense that his strength had obtained an explosive increase compared to before. The terrifying 99 runes extreme violet golden core had already reached the limit of the golden core realm. As long as he was willing, he could shatter his core and reach the nascent soul realm at any time. Opening his mouth, the extreme violet golden core that had fused with his endless blood and sweat automatically shrunk and flew back into his stomach. He took out 2 more 9 nether earth fruits and nibbled them clean in his mouth. The vitality that had been extracted by the golden core in Jiang Li's body was completely replenished. The sunken skin and muscles returned to their original state, and his strength had more than doubled when compared to before. He looked at the 4 demons again. "I'm really sorry for making you wait. In order to express my apologies, let me send you to reunite with that big yellow dog." "What? You're the one who killed him?" As soon as Jiang Li spoke, how could the 4 demons not know that the disappearance of the yellow dog was the work of this person before them? However, they clearly had a misunderstanding, thinking that the dog demon had been killed. They were furious in their hearts. The 5 great demons came from the banishment immortal residence together. For thousands of years, although there were often conflicts, the feelings between them were also extremely deep. However, when they recalled the appearance of the golden core just now, they did not dare to vent their anger. "What we did to Two Mountain previously was our fault. Now that the yellow dog is dead, it can be considered to have resolved the karma between us. How about this matter ends here? The 5 banishment city will definitely not take revenge on Two Mountain." The 4 demons chose to admit defeat. It was one thing for this person to not die, but he actually became stronger the more he fought. Especially with that flame in hand, they could not even attack. If Jiang Li used that flame, the only outcome would be that they would follow in the footsteps of the yellow dog. Jiang Li originally wanted to arouse their anger and test the strength after the fusion of the 5 cores. He did not expect that these 5 fellows would actually have such a reaction. After all, they were once domesticated animals. Their bloodthirsty nature was still much inferior to wild demon beasts. However, Jiang Li would not let them off so easily. He reached out and grabbed the coffin, pulling out a huge yellow dog. The yellow dog was thrown into the middle of the 4 demons. It was also covered in injuries. Clearly, it had been beaten up quite badly in the coffin. "So you're not dead. Wait, what's on your neck? Is it master?" Although he was not dead, this demon had already lost his original confidence. This was because there was a metal ring on his neck. With this thing around, Jiang Li could make him suffer any time. The big yellow dog, who had been patiently taught by its master, no longer dared to resist Jiang Li after trying a few times. The other 4 demons were originally quite excited to see that the dog demon was still alive. The 5 demons combined might not be as powerful as the rumors said. However, below the Demon King, they had already touched the peak existences of the soul formation realm. They were confident that as long as they joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat Jiang Li. If it was really impossible, they had to fight to a draw. However, now that the dog demon was wearing the same collar as before, as long as Jiang Li chanted the spell, the dog demon would be crippled. Forget about helping. It was even possible for them to turn against each other if they could not withstand the pain. They did not dare to expect a counterattack. They even had a very bad guess. Since Jiang Li had obtained the yellow dog's collar, could he also have their respective restraining artifacts? There was naturally an answer. He did not hide it. With a wave of his hand, 4 artifacts floated behind him. Looking at the 4 artifacts that had once worn them and brought them endless pain, the 4 demons' pupils constricted, and their legs could not help but go soft. Long before the four of them arrived, the nine-nether clone had already met up with his main body. These artifacts naturally arrived in Jiang Li's hands. What Black Jade and White Jade said previously was not bragging. Jiang Li's main body plus two clones and the combination of the Black Jade and White Jade could defeat them head-on, even without using these restraining artifacts. Moreover, he had such an ace in his hand. These four guys had purely been tempering his body for 7 days. I'll give you one more chance. Either kill me here or I capture you and make you my servants. From now on, I won't use these four artifacts. As long as you defeat me, I'll set you free. Jiang Li crossed his arms and spoke to the four demons patiently. Unfortunately, the four demons clearly still looked disinterested and completely lacked fighting spirit. Humans were really too good at lying. They did not believe a word that Jiang Li had said just now. How could he really not use such a winning artifact? However, if they did not attack, Jiang Li would not forgive them. A fist enlarged in the ox demon's eyes. Jiang Li's speed was twice as fast as before. His speed was not slow to begin with. Now that it was doubled, they did not even have time to react. The ox demon let out a wail and was sent flying. The other four demons were helpless. They could not escape now, so they could only join the battle. They did not believe that he would not use the artifacts for 15 minutes. Once they really had a chance to win, this human would definitely not hesitate to use those artifacts to restrain them. No matter how hard they worked, it would not end well. If they injured this future master, they would be the ones to suffer. The 5 demons, who had once raised livestock, really understood the principles behind this. They could not be bothered to pay attention to the incense stick that Jiang Li had erected. They weakly faced Jiang Li's punches and kicks, hoping that this human would quickly stop. Jiang Li's aura from before was not fake. Now, the power of his punches and kicks was shocking. Any one of them could cause the 5 demons considerable injuries. They had barely formed the 5 banishment demon array, so they could withstand a few more attacks from Jiang Li. However, it was only a few more hits. If they were at their peak, they might be able to suppress Jiang Li. However, they had no fighting spirit now, and the spiritual qi and demonic qi in their bodies were only at 20–30% of their usual capacity. How could they be Jiang Li's match? After being beaten up ruthlessly, they lay down in resignation. All right, Jiang Li admitted that these 5 demons' thoughts were not wrong. When these 5 artifacts landed in his hands, the outcome of the 5 banishment demons was already predestined. He could not give up these 5 powerful combatants for nothing. He had to let them serve the human race for the rest of their lives to make up for their previous sins. Chapter 397, Bitter Swamp Twin Kissing Mesquite. Are you convinced? Under the service of Black Jade and White Jade, Jiang Li put on his clothes again and looked down at the 5 demons. The 5 demons lying on the ground seemed depressed and desperate. After the death of the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian, they originally thought that they could no longer be bound and live freely. The 5 demons who had enjoyed the life of freedom were naturally unwilling to live under another's roof. However, with a wave of Jiang Li's hand, the artifacts left behind by the Lu clan's ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian, automatically flew out and landed on the 5 demons. Just like back then, even if the cultivation and demonic power of the 5 demons were no longer the same as before, after being bound by these artifacts, they were still unable to break free. Jiang Li mobilized them slightly, and the 5 demons, ox, sheep, pig, dog, and donkey, felt an intense pain from the depths of their souls. After enduring a wave of fear that was left behind thousands of years ago, it was also awakened by a familiar feeling. Their indignant expression completely disappeared as they obediently lay on the ground, not daring to raise their heads and look straight at Jiang Li. "We admit defeat, Lord. We admit defeat. We are willing to serve you as our master. Please spare us." The 5 demons lay on the ground and returned to their humanoid forms. However, those artifacts still stuck to them like glue, preventing them from having any bad thoughts. That ancestor of the Lu family was indeed worthy of being a demon trainer master. Even a demon that had been separated from the world for hundreds or thousands of years could be defeated with just an artifact. It could be seen how cruel the demonic cultivation methods passed down by the Lu family were. To do this, it was most likely that they had already done something to the demon's soul when they were weak. Unless one could cultivate to the demon immortal realm, it could be said to be extremely difficult to escape this kind of restriction. Even if the netherworld was still around, the reincarnation cycle could not remove it. If not for Jiang Li interfering midway, the Lu family would not have killed themselves because of greed. With these 5 artifacts, they might really be able to subdue the 5 banishment city and rise up from then on. Unfortunately, greed harmed others, and these things still fell into Jiang Li's hands in the end. After using these 5 artifacts to intimidate them a little, Jiang Li was not interested in continuing to torture them. He put the 5 demons back into the coffin and let them use the spiritual qi in the coffin to quickly recover their injuries and combat strength. On the other side, the 2 mountain fox demons finally recovered from their shock and surrounded Jiang Li to thank him. "Thank you for helping 2 mountain out. Congratulations on receiving the 5 demons as your servants." In the fox group, Wuxia's eyes were filled with fear and envy. The 5 banishment demon that had caused the entire 2 mountain to be terrified not long ago had actually become the subordinates of this human in the blink of an eye. It could be seen that if Jiang Li wanted to attack 2 mountain, even if these foxes felt that they were noble, they would probably not be able to defeat Jiang Li with a single hand. Fortunately, she had made the right choice earlier. She wanted to hand over the information about the Xianxia tomb to curry favor with Jiang Li. If she had lost her mind earlier and chose to resist by force or by illusion, it was hard to say how 2 mountain would be now. In any case, she was definitely doomed. "Lord Jiang Li, in order to thank you for saving 2 mountain, please accept this fox fur coat." 2 mountain was too poor and had nothing to give him. After thinking for a long time, 2 mountains Wuxia stepped forward and respectfully delivered a thick snow-white fox fur coat. The fox fur emitted specks of spiritual light. Clearly, it was not ordinary. On a closer look, there were actually 6 furry tails hanging on the fox fur coat. This caused Jiang Li to be slightly surprised. Previously, he had also learned that after the spiritual qi resurgence, there had only been 2 six-tailed foxes in the history of 2 mountain all these years. One of them was 2 mountains Wuxia, and the other was her mother. The corpse of the previous generation's spiritual maiden was actually made into a fox fur coat. Now, she was even giving it to Jiang Li. This 2 mountains mannerism was really too practical. "Lord, please don't misunderstand. Mother was harmed by a villain outside back then. Her corpse was made into a fox fur coat, and her essence soul was imprisoned in a pearl. Wuxia spent a lot of effort to retrieve these 2 items. Lord, please treasure it." Wuxia saw Jiang Li's expression and was afraid that he would have a bad impression of 2 mountain because of a misunderstanding, so she immediately explained. Jiang Li nodded. To be able to make use of the demon beast's corpse to its soul so thoroughly, the one who killed the spiritual maiden of the previous generation was probably a human cultivator. The fur of the 2 mountains fox demon could resist the invasion of illusions and mental injuries. It was considered a good artifact, so Jiang Li no longer stood on ceremony and put away the fox fur coat. With a wave of his hand, the fox demons dispersed. Now, the entire 2 mountain was covered in uneven pits like the surface of the moon. If they wanted this place to regain its former vitality, they still needed to work hard. After resting for 3 days, Jiang Li sat on the back of a large water buffalo. The buffalo walked on the air and returned to the sky above 5 banishment city. At this moment, the 5 banishment city was no longer as bustling as before. A gust of wind blew past, and only withered leaves flew everywhere in the entire village. It was not only in the city, But the large forest outside the city had also lost its former vitality. It was clearly a warm summer with abundant rain and sunlight, but only 10 days had passed. The originally lush forest, from the tall trees to the low grass, had already withered. Countless leaves withered, accumulating a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground. Ordinary people would probably fall into that thickness, without even seeing the top of their heads. Under the quiet appearance, there was often an even more terrifying killing intent. Even if he stopped in the sky, Jiang Li could notice that the air seemed to be emitting an aura that was similar to an insect. That aura indicated that once he descended to a certain height, something bad might happen. Jiang Li reached out and grabbed a sheep demon that had yet to transform from the coffin. This was one of the small demons he had captured from 5 Banishment City. In order to accommodate these demons and humans, he even spent a lot of effort to specially isolate a suitable environment in the coffin. After sticking a light body talisman on the sheep demon, his hand loosened, and he directly threw the small demon towards the 5 Banishment City below. As the name suggested, the light body talisman could reduce the weight of objects and slow down the speed of falling. Even if one fell from a high place, they would not die easily. The sheep demon did not have any artifact on it, so it clearly could not fly. It did not know what had happened at all. It began to fall freely with a dumbfounded expression and quickly circled in the air. It fell towards the quiet fortress below. The speed at which the sheep demon fell became faster and faster. The height that Jiang Li threw it down was a little too high. Even if it did not die, its 4 legs would be crippled. However, before he landed, Jiang Li's ears suddenly went numb. He heard a series of intense vibrations that disgusted his ears. Buzzing sounds rang out. First, there were hundreds, then thousands, and then quickly became tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Using his hearing of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, the city below suddenly seemed to buzzle. Countless vibrating waves spread out below. Then, a dense swarm of mosquitoes flew out from every shadow in the 5 Banishment City. In the blink of an eye, a thick black cloud formed. They smelled a living thing. It was like a huge black hand dragging the sky as it grabbed the falling sheep demon. The sheep demon's cries stopped abruptly. It was held back by the swarm of mosquitoes and could not land for a time. Countless tiny needles stabbed into the sheep demon's body, pulling out everything that could flow. The sheep demon actually did not need to consider landing safely, because it was already dead before it could reach the ground. When the sheep demon landed, its shriveled body was actually smashed into countless tiny pieces like a piece of porcelain. Was it the group of mosquitoes we saw at that time? Through the 9 nether clone, Jiang Li had naturally seen the mosquito that flew out from the banishment immortal residence. However, he did not expect the destructive power of those mosquitoes to be so powerful. This reproduction ability was a little exaggerated. In 10 days, the mosquitoes sucked up all the creatures in the vicinity, including animals and plants. In such a short period of time, there were actually so many of them. Just looking at them made one's scalp go numb. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, the mosquitoes below became restless. They seemed to have discovered Jiang Li and the ox demon who were floating in the sky. In the surrounding forest, countless black mosquitoes similarly flew out. They gathered larger and larger, surging towards Jiang Li above. Name: Bitter Swamp Twin-Kissing Mosquito. Type: Small insect. Age: Rapid reproduction. Lifespan: Short term. Gender: Male and female in one body. Source of nutrition: biological body fluid, spiritual qi. Habit: insect queen ecosystem, nourisher. Jiang Li quickly threw an appraisal skill down. These disgusting mosquitoes had a name that he had never heard of. After sweeping through the information, he roughly understood the situation of these mosquitoes. It was no wonder that these mosquitoes could reproduce so quickly. According to the information of the 5 banishment demons, there was still a huge difference between the overwhelming number of mosquitoes and the small group of mosquitoes that appeared at the beginning. It should be a derivative creature of the tiny clump of mosquitoes he saw. It could also be seen from the two aspects of appraisal: lifespan, short-term, and habit, insect queen ecosystem, nourisher. These derivative mosquitoes were a type of life force gatherer. Their lifespan was not long, and after some time they would collectively die. The reason for their existence was to provide nutrients to the mosquito at the source. However, these derivative mosquitoes had such destructive power. The initial mosquitoes could even force the 5 banishment demons to abandon the city and escape. How terrifying would it be? Looking at the approaching black mosquito swarm below, a ball of liquor fire flames appeared in Jiang Li's hand and casually smashed towards the surging black cloud. The black mosquitoes almost occupied all the vision below. It was impossible to miss. A fist-sized ball of fire fell into the black cloud and suddenly exploded, forming a red fireball 500 feet in diameter that enveloped a large number of mosquitoes. A large piece of the black color below was wiped away by the flames. A burnt stench filled the air. This fireball had burned tens of millions of mosquitoes. However, before Jiang Li could relax, the dense buzzing sound sounded from below again. The liquor fire spirit flame is being absorbed. The enormous fireball started to shrink at an abnormal speed. Soon, it was completely extinguished and vanished from Jiang Li's sight. These small mosquitoes had a good resistance to damage of various attributes. Moreover, they lived by absorbing spiritual qi and had the ability to directly absorb the spiritual qi in the spell. 1. Of course, even so, this mosquito was actually not very strong alone. Any bird could eat it. However, once the number reached a certain size, it could fill the victim's entire body in an instant. Then all the blood in his body would disappear in an extremely short period of time. Even with the protection of a defensive artifact, the mosquitoes had the ability to absorb spiritual qi. No matter how much spiritual qi there was, it could not withstand the absorption from millions of mosquitoes. It was precisely because of this that they were so troublesome to deal with. This large area was sucked into a desolate region. Looks like ordinary spirit fire can't do anything to these mosquitoes. The enormous black insect ball was already getting closer and closer. An even larger fireball appeared in Jiang Li's palm again. Then he injected his 9 nether usura power into this flame, and the soul dissolution liquor that had long been stored in his body. For a time the fist-sized fireball quickly swelled, its power greatly increased. Most importantly, the power of the 9 nether usura was not pure spiritual qi. The power of 2 worlds was not so easy to absorb. He threw it down again. A shocking heat erupted from it, causing the surrounding air to distort. Due to the fact that there were a large number of mosquito corpses as fuel, thick smoke rose, and the flames did not dissipate for a long time. The huge commotion alerted more mosquitoes. More black mosquitoes rose into the sky, trying to bypass the fireball in the air and attack Jiang Li. Jiang Li raised his hand and struck out a pale white fire snake that descended into the flames below. The fire spirit formed by the holy spirit of the rock mountain range controlled the huge fireball below. The fireball immediately deformed, turning into 9 flaming pythons that began to burn the other mosquitoes. In the thick smoke, there was the stench of burning insects. Jiang Li could only continue to rise into the sky to avoid being tainted by the stench. He looked at the floating flames that were constantly swallowing more and more mosquitoes. Later on, the entire fireball that was burning in the air directly landed in the 5 banishment city fort. It was roasted for half an hour before it dissipated. The white ghost lantern cold flame holy spirit flew out of the fireball in disdain. After ruthlessly coughing out a few balls of black smoke, it returned to Jiang Li. Without the obstruction of these abnormal beings, the earth vein below became clear in Jiang Li's eyes again. After fusing with an earth vein in his golden core, Jiang Li's earth spirit talent became even stronger. He saw at a glance that there was something wrong with the earth vein here. The spiritual qi flow in the earth vein was very abnormal. Something was attached to it and greedily absorbing the spiritual qi in the earth vein. Apart from these mosquitoes, there were no other creatures in this region. Relying on the direction of the earth vein flow, he easily found the key point. That mosquito must have an extraordinary background to be able to kill an earth immortal back then. No matter what, Jiang Li had to deal with it carefully. 1. Chapter 398, Taoist Mosquito. Old Ox, how did your previous master Lu Shaoxian die? Others might not know, but Jiang Li understood that the source of these mosquitoes that were crazily absorbing life had flown out from the banishment immortal residence that had already transformed into an underground tomb. If he could know the origins of these things, he would be more confident in this trip. He rode the old ox towards the node at the core. In the 5 banishment city fort, there were a total of 5 luxurious mansions. They were owned by the ox, sheep, pig, dog, and donkey. However, behind the 5 buildings was an independent treasure vault that outsiders did not know. The 5 banishment demons took half of the wealth of spirit stones that they had collected over the years and piled them here. Jiang Li felt that the center of the surging earth vein spiritual qi was here. Master, we actually don't know when our former master died. 1,000 years ago, after Master returned from a certain ruin, he only said that he was going into seclusion and asked us to guard the banishment immortal residence. However, once Master entered seclusion, he never came out again. We did not dare to disobey his orders and open Master's home. For the first 200 years, we have been guarding this place diligently. 200 years later, our demonic strength gradually rose. Only then did we slowly establish the current 5 banishment city. Through the artifacts on the ox demon, Jiang Li could confirm that he was not lying. The 5 of them actually did not have much status under Lu Shaoxian back then, and he would not tell them important things at all. However, they could actually wait 200 years after their master disappeared before they began to pursue freedom, and did not dare to leave this place for the rest of the year. The pitiful 5 demons were fierce and famous outside. They were quite loyal to their masters, or perhaps because they were really too afraid. Even after thousands of years had passed, they still did not dare to forget the instructions of their previous master. Although they had been tyrannical these years, they had only established the 5 banishment city with the banishment immortal residence that had sunk into the ground as the center. They did not dare to touch the sealed banishment immortal residence at all. Moreover, in the center of their 5 demon mansions, which was above the banishment immortal residence, another treasure vault was built. They placed half of their income into the treasure vault as a form of worship to their master. After such a long time, who knew how many treasures they had accumulated in this treasure vault, but the 5 demons only injected new earnings and did not take them. They had sacrificed immense wealth just to express loyalty to their master, who was most likely dead one. This might be the reason why Jiang Li could subdue them so easily. The servile nature that had been nurtured 1,000 years ago had yet to be eliminated. He had thrown the 5 banishment city into a sea of flames to roast it previously. Most of the buildings had already been burned down, and everywhere was scorching black. However, the materials used to build these 5 mansions were considered excellent. They could block water and fire, so they were not destroyed. After passing through the ruined city stronghold, Jiang Li stood in front of the Ox Demon's mansion. The 5 banishment Ox Demon did not wait for Jiang Li to speak before taking the initiative to step forward and use its horns to knock open the door of its residence. However, right at this moment, Jiang Li suddenly felt a slight pain between his brows. It was not an injury, but an automatic warning to danger. He raised his hand and clamped a slender, transparent, and strange long needle between his index and middle finger. This long needle was completely transparent and did not reflect sunlight. Ordinary people might not be able to discover it even if they placed it in front of their eyes to carefully observe. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and took a closer look. This long needle was actually hollow. There was some suspicious liquid inside the hollow needle, and it was very likely to contain fatal poison. Not only was this hollow needle extremely difficult to notice with the naked eye, it was also silent when it shot over. Even Jiang Li, who cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, did not hear anything. A hidden weapon, it was really hard to guard against. He looked around and carefully observed the direction where the hollow tube came from. Only then did he vaguely see a transparent outline on the signboard of the Ox residence. About the size of a human head, a huge mosquito was quietly lying there. Its pair of similarly transparent side eyes seemed to be staring at Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at the hollow needle in his hand again. What kind of hidden weapon was that? It was clearly the dirty mouthpiece of that transparent mosquito. Flames appeared on his hand, burning the mosquito's mouthpiece. Then, he waved his hand and sent the flames towards the mosquito. However, this flame did not hit. The mosquitoes of the natural world had already raised their dodging attribute to the limit. This was even more so for the transparent mosquito. The invisible wings flapped, quickly moving irregularly in the shadows. After avoiding Jiang Li's flames, it quickly disappeared. Jiang Li stared for a long time, and actually did not discover where this mosquito was hiding. Moreover, the transparent mosquito wings flapped in the air without making any sound. The movement was silent, and its figure was difficult to see. Its aura was not leaked at all. The concealment ability of these mosquitoes was a little too exaggerated. The flames that burned the entire city did not kill them all. This kind of special silent mosquito only appeared here. It seemed that it was an elite monster guarding the area. Before he could think of a way to find such a mosquito, in the next moment, Jiang Li felt a sharp pain in his entire body. Hundreds of small and sharp hollow mouthpieces shot towards him, and the 5 banishment ox demon from different directions. Clearly, there was more than one invisible mosquito hidden here. The sound of steel needles hitting metal rang out. The mouthpieces that landed on Jiang Li's body were all broken and fell to the ground. The ox demon's defense was not as abnormal as Jiang Li's. Although the fur was thick, it was also pierced by the sharp needles. The transparent, long needle worm barrels were injected with the poison in the middle, and then a red line stretched out. Then, dozens of blood threads emerged from the hollow mouthpiece. Although these mouthpieces were small, the speed at which they drew blood was not slow. The strength of the 5 banishment ox demon was not bad. With a sweep of its spiritual chi, it broke all the mouthpieces. However, the front end of the mouthpiece remained under the skin, continuing to slowly bleed. Creatures like mosquitoes were really disgusting. However, such a disgusting creature had something that could deal with it. Jiang Li raised his hand and scattered a handful of seeds. Immediately, countless plants with sharp teeth grew on the ground. Insect-hunting grass, human-biting flower, zombie-eating vine, and blood-sucking wood. More than 20 carnivorous plants quickly grew and spread under the support of Jiang Li's spiritual chi. Demon Awakening Hunting Forest. This was another version of Jiang Li's 9 nether tree realm. Apart from the great sea floating wood that adapted to the salt on the beach, these were other plants he chose. They were all carnivorous plants. The surface of these plants could secrete some sticky and sweet nutrient juice. It could lure nearby insects to approach and capture them. The hunting forest quickly enveloped the entire 5 banishment city. Its height covered the sky and sun, surrounding the residence of the 5 demons in the middle. In the end, the invisible mosquitoes guarding outside the treasure vault could not escape the nature of insects. They were well disguised and had the high dodging characteristics of mosquitoes. However, they only had instincts and no intelligence. Under the attraction of the sweet juice, these mosquitoes flew out of this hidden corner and landed in the forest, silently swallowed and digested. After dealing with the mosquitoes outside, Jiang Li finally stood before the entrance of the core treasure vault. He held the 5 keys from the 5 demons and was about to open this treasure vault. However, before he could step forward, the door of the treasure vault opened from inside. "Our treasure vault," Through the gap in the door, he saw the scene inside. The old bull beside Jiang Li could not help but wail. 2 streaks of sparkling tears almost flowed out from his eyes. The door slowly opened, but there were no jewels in sight. The various artifacts, spirit stones, and materials in the entire treasure vault had already become dim and lusterless at this moment. Just like the few artifacts in the banishment immortal residence, the spiritual chi inside had all disappeared completely. The treasure vault that was originally worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones had directly become a pile of trash. Needless to say, it was definitely the mosquito's doing. These things should have belonged to Jiang Li. Now that it was all for naught, he was naturally quite angry. At this moment, a sound similar to the buzzing of insect wings came from the treasure vault. These vibrations combined together and strangely formed human words. "Fellow Taoist, I have no grudges with you. Why did you kill my descendants?" A blurry figure in a blue Taoist robe walked out of the door of the treasure vault. Why was he blurry? This was because this figure was clearly not a real person. It was completely black and formed by countless tiny mosquitoes. As soon as he spoke, the mosquitoes on his body began to flap their wings at the same time, causing his outline to naturally become blurry. Were there some tiny mosquitoes that wanted to change their positions? On the surface, they would move irregularly from time to time, looking as disgusting as possible. Jiang Li raised his hand and sent an appraisal. However, his level 9 appraisal technique did not identify many useful things. Name: wing black mosquito. Type: age ancient. Gender: male and female in one body. Status: weak. Danger level: unknown. When such a situation occurred that he could not appraise it, it was usually because the other party's strength surpassed his or had an extraordinary background. The person in front of him might be both. No grudges, that might not be the case. Where did you come from, mosquito demon? I kindly let you leave the secret room, but you attacked my stronghold and killed countless small demons under me. You devoured the earth vein and destroyed the foundation of my 5 banishment city. In that case, do you still think we have no grudges? This mosquito was released by the 9 nether clone at the beginning. Now that the 5 banishment demons had become his demon servants, this 5 banishment city was naturally his territory. There was nothing wrong with his words. So it's who let me out. In that case, I, Taoist mosquito, apologize to you. The original owner of this place has imprisoned me for 1,000 years. I have escaped death but caused much bloodshed. Karma. I'm willing to offer a divine technique as compensation. The 1,000 years karma. How about we settle it today? Taoist mosquito was extremely ugly, and his voice made Jiang Li feel uncomfortable all over. However, he was clearly a monster formed from countless mosquitoes. His words were clear and orderly. Clearly, his intelligence was not low. He explained the situation and expressed his willingness to compensate. A divine technique was naturally quite tempting to Jiang Li. It was sufficient to make up for the losses of 5 banishment city. Under normal circumstances, with Jiang Li's personality, he would naturally not choose to suppress and intimidate others. However, Taoist mosquito, do you really want to end karma and turn hostility into friendship? Jiang Li continued to ask indifferently. Naturally, the mosquito person nodded. The tiny mosquitoes on his face crawled, revealing a smile that could drive a person with trypophobia to death. Then what do you mean by this? Jiang Li lowered his head and looked down. A few extremely fine black dots were climbing up the ox demon's hooves. Not only that, but even Jiang Li's clothes had a few moving black dots. If one did not look carefully, they might think that it was just dirt from somewhere. The black dots made Jiang Li's hair stand on end. It was clearly a part of Taoist mosquito's insect body. A ball of flames enhanced by the power of the 9 nether usura emerged from his body and enveloped the black dots and mosquitoes that were climbing. Tiny screams sounded from the black dots, However, they could not be burned to death in a short period of time. What do I mean? I mean to take your life tilde let me, Taoist mosquito, absorb your soul and destroy you tilde our karma will be resolved then. The mosquito took out a spear that looked like an empty mouthpiece from somewhere and stabbed directly at Jiang Li's head. Being pointed at by the sharp spear tip, Jiang Li suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Dodge, dodge, dodge. 1. If he was stabbed by that spear, he would definitely die. He could sense that the power of the weapon-shaped spear was definitely very terrifying. It could definitely break through his defense easily. The black scale armor that was ready at any time instantly enveloped his entire body. As he stepped on the ground and flew back, he also used the 9 netherwood art to instantly grow a tree from the ground and block in front of him. This was a reaction that Jiang Li could do in an instant. However, the spear instantly pierced through the tree that blocked Jiang Li's path, and it nailed Jiang Li's forehead with a speed that he utterly did not have the chance to dodge. Jiang Li felt a pain between his brows, and his entire body flew back at an even faster speed before falling into the forest behind him. TM injured. Jiang Li, who was caught by the forest, felt dizzy and weak. He touched the forehead of the black scale armor helmet and clearly felt a small hole. There was a trace of blood flowing out. Not only had the spear from before penetrated the 9 nether wood that Jiang Li had created, it had actually easily pierced through the defense of the Earth-rank artifact, the black scale armor, and it had even pierced through the helmet and injured him. If not for his fast reaction and summoning the immortal slaying flying sword at the last moment, to let the intrinsic flying sword drill out from between his brows and point at the mouth spear. If the hollow spear stabbed another inch, even he would be in danger today. Even so, it only scratched the skin on his forehead before the spear absorbed a large amount of his blood qi. Moreover, Jiang Li's black scale armor and immortal slaying flying sword had both suffered considerable damage. The black scale armor directly gained a small hole, and a few cracks appeared on the immortal slaying flying sword from the tip of the sword. Looking outside, the mouth-shaped spear absorbed the few points of blood that were tainted by the spear tip from the hole in the middle. Then the mosquitoes on Taoist mosquito's body wriggled a few times and let out human-like tongue-clicking sounds. The smell of the human emperor's blood Kai tilde, and such dragon blood tilde looks like I'm lucky tilde, I encountered such a delicacy as soon as I came out. It's just that your spiritual Kai tilde smells a little strange. As long as I absorb you tilde I Taoist mosquito will be able to recover tilde some strength. 2. Chapter 399, Draining Heavenly Veil. Jiang Li took 2 breaths and put away the damaged immortal slaying flying sword and black scale armor. He looked outside the forest and saw that Taoist mosquito had already fought with the 5 banishment ox demon. However, the ox demon's strength was still inferior to Jiang Li, and its protective light was broken in a single exchange. Without even having a chance to escape, the black mouth spear stabbed into the bull's butt. The battle ended quickly. Instead of fighting, it was more like hunting. Moo! With a miserable cry, under the extraction of the long spear, the strong water buffalo body visibly shriveled. In just a few breaths, it had already become emaciated. It was skin and bones, and it was obvious that it was losing its breath. As for Taoist mosquito, his body that was completely formed by black mosquitoes emitted a faint red light. His aura rose rapidly again. Clearly, he was enjoying the blood and spiritual qi extracted from the ox demon. Low-grade blood tilde it can be absorbed by me, Taoist mosquito tilde, but you, an ox demon, have cultivated your fortune in several lifetimes. My delicious friend tilde, don't worry tilde, you'll be next tilde. As he drew the ox demon's blood, he looked at Jiang Li, who was in the forest. The countless mosquito eyes on his entire body flickered with a greedy glow. In his eyes, demons that were comparable to soul formation cultivators were only low-grade food. However, Jiang Li, who possessed the human emperor's blood qi, an ancient dragon blood, could be called a delicacy. The ox demon was already lying on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, hundreds of vines suddenly darted out from the forest and bound the ox demon before pulling it back. The 5 banishment demons could unleash their greatest power together. If one died, their combat strength would be halved. Jiang Li had originally returned to take the treasure vault of the 5 banishment city this time. Now that the treasure vault was already destroyed, he could not throw away the combat strength that he had just obtained. He, Jiang Li, was thrifty and could not suffer such a huge loss. Thought you would run away, immediately tilde for a mere mount tilde you'll stay here, and it's a lot less fun tilde. When they saw Jiang Li save the demon, a ball of mosquitoes escaped from Taoist Mosquito's body and flew to the vine that stretched out. The agile vines instantly became stiff. Soon, they turned from emerald green to dry and completely lost their vitality. The pulling of the ox demon naturally stopped. After absorbing enough spiritual qi, the mosquito flew back to Taoist Mosquito's body and instinctively shared the gains with the entire cluster. Then, with the mosquito as the center, a green-black aura erupted and quickly spread throughout Taoist Mosquito's body. It was the poison that Jiang Li had buried in advance. Although it was not specifically targeted at insects, its poison was enough to casually let a large demon's intestines rot. However, the green-black qi did not last long. Taoist Mosquito quickly returned to his original appearance. Ha 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 I. Taoist Mosquito tilde, I can devour anything in the world tilde, how can mere poison do anything to me? After seeing through Jiang Li's thoughts, Taoist Mosquito laughed mockingly. However, the next moment, the hundreds of withered vines suddenly exploded, revealing a pitch-black chain. The black chain tightened under the immense force and pulled the ox demon back from the spear. It turned out that the vine just now was only a disguise, and the poison was only an attempt. The dragon imprisoning lock hidden inside was the key to saving the ox demon. How dare you snatch food from me? Taoist Mosquito had just absorbed more than 100,000 demons, and the liquid of plants in a 50-kilometer radius had already faded. It was not easy for decent ox blood to come, but it was snatched away midway. How could Taoist Mosquito not be angry? Another ball of black mosquitoes flew out from his body and landed on the dragon imprisoning lock. The spiritual qi that Jiang Li poured into the dragon imprisoning lock was completely absorbed in the blink of an eye, causing the dragon imprisoning lock to shrink at an even faster speed. However, after absorbing all the spiritual qi that Jiang Li sent in, the mosquitoes stuck to the dragon imprisoning lock could not absorb it no matter how hard they tried. This was because the dragon imprisoning lock was an ancient divine artifact. After being tempered by time, the original spiritual qi had long been lost. It did not possess spiritual qi itself, and Jiang Li had always been unable to repair it. Naturally, there was no spiritual qi to absorb. It was useless even if they broke their mouths. First, he threw the ox demon back into the coffin. It had just been sucked dry too badly, and 95% of its life had been lost. Even if he ate carefree grass, it would be very difficult to recover in a month. Instead, Jiang Li looked at the mosquitoes that were still attached to the dragon imprisoning lock. A ball of flames appeared in his hand again. However, this time, Jiang Li's 9 Nether Usura power had changed the ratio of the two energies. The ratio of 1:9 displayed the full characteristics of the Usura world's power of chaos. There was too much power of chaos contained in the energy. The ball of flames was blood-red in color and beat violently at all times. After touching the dragon imprisoning lock, the thick layer of tiny mosquitoes exploded like popcorn and quickly fell to the ground. As expected, compared to the spiritual qi of the continent of the 9 provinces, this kind of mosquito could not accept the power of the Usura world. Moreover, they had absorbed the remaining demons in the entire 5 banishment city after all, and even absorbed more than half of the ox demon's spiritual qi. Every single black mosquito that was smaller than a sesame seed contained a lot of spiritual qi. After Jiang Li deliberately displayed the characteristics of the power of chaos, these mosquitoes that automatically absorbed the energy of the outside world exploded because of the two energies being chaotic in their bodies, causing them to die. At this moment, Jiang Li saw the method to deal with Taoist mosquito. What's this? Jiang Li's joy disappeared. He discovered something abnormal among the mosquitoes that exploded like popcorn. It was a red mosquito. However, before he could take a closer look, buzzing sounds sounded from all directions. Further away, the mosquitoes that had not been burned to death flew over under the summoning of the variant frequency. The large number of mosquitoes did not approach. Instead, they formed a bowl-shaped black sky screen that covered the entire forest. 1. In the beginning, Jiang Li, who was hiding in the forest, was only shaken by the buzzing that covered the heavens and the earth to the point his scalp went numb. However, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. Supporting this forest is quite a burden to you, right? You people of this era are really lucky, you haven't experienced the fear of spiritual chi disappearing from the world. However, today I, Taoist mosquito, will let you experience that despair draining heavenly veil. Taoist mosquito seemed to instinctively hate the flowers and trees that preyed on insects. Although it might not affect him much, he did not choose to step into the hunting forest to attack Jiang Li. Instead, the mosquitoes in its entire body shook, controlling all the new mosquitoes it produced to unleash a powerful move. All the mosquitoes that formed the heavenly veil began to extract the spiritual chi in the sky screen at the same time to prevent the spiritual chi of the outside world from surging in. Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes exerted their strength at the same time, causing the concentration of spiritual chi in this space to begin to decrease at an astonishing speed. Jiang Li had the status of medium-grade merit blessing to begin with, so his senses were even sharper. Soon, without the support of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the forest that was quickly produced began to lose its vitality. Not long after, it collapsed into a pile of rotten wood. Without the protection of the forest, the spiritual chi in Jiang Li's body inevitably leaked out. Due to the fact that the storage of spiritual chi in his body was far higher than that of ordinary cultivators, the speed at which it leaked out was quite fast. It looked like a green smoke was rising from his body. Jiang Li, who was originally hiding in the forest, was exposed before the other party again. He raised his head and looked at the black sky formed by countless mosquitoes. Taoist mosquito actually used this method to simulate the environment of spiritual chi loss during the cultivationless age. In the cultivation world, all spell techniques cast by those above the core formation realm basically needed to resonate with the spiritual chi in the environment. Just this kind of spiritual chi loss was enough to directly reduce the combat strength of most cultivators by half. Moreover, the expenditure would inevitably increase greatly. However, to Jiang Li, even if it was the true cultivationless age, it would only cause him some annoyance. This environment did not affect him at all. He had never lacked spiritual chi since he started cultivating. I've caught you. Without the obstruction of the forest, the pitch-black spear stabbed towards Jiang Li's head again. It was still sharp and fast. Ding, there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. This time, the hollow spear that could penetrate anything and absorb spiritual chi and blood chi was blocked by a blood-colored steel trident. Earth-rank demonic weapon produced from the Usura world, the bloodthirsty trident. Previously, Jiang Li's forehead was injured by the spear because, regardless of whether it was a spell or artifact, as long as he used spiritual chi, he would be restrained by Taoist mosquito and would practically be unable to effectively block the spear. However, after trying, this terrifying mosquito was not compatible with the power of chaos in the Usura world. There was no trace of spiritual chi on the bloodthirsty trident, so it was naturally not afraid of the characteristics of the hollow spear. When he realized that his mouthpiece was blocked, Taoist mosquito was stunned. This human who possessed the human emperor's blood chi and dragon blood was unexpectedly tough. However, he did not panic at all, because other than sucking blood, he was also the nemesis of artifacts. Art energy was extracted and sucked back into Taoist Mosquito's body through the mouthpiece. However, the next moment, the wriggling mosquitoes on Taoist Mosquito's body fell silent. A bump gradually appeared on his neck. Then, a ball of mosquitoes and chaotic energy exploded like popcorn. Taoist Mosquito could not help but cry out in surprise. The power of Usura. Tilde, you're clearly a human. Tilde, how can you have the power of Usura? Jiang Li could still hear the shock in the strange voice. It was naturally impossible for Jiang Li to tell him his background. The bloodthirsty trident in his hand erupted with strength, causing the two sides to retreat some distance. Is it because of this weapon? HMPH tilde, this trident can block my spear tilde, but under my draining heavenly veil tilde, how long can you last? The shock lasted for a moment before Taoist Mosquito thought that he had guessed the reason. As he looked at the spiritual smoke rising from the birds above Jiang Li, he was still confident in his victory. He brandished his mouthpiece and continued to stab at Jiang Li. However, with the Usura weapon, the bloodthirsty spear, how could Jiang Li suffer a loss twice? The spear and trident collided without any disadvantage. Taoist Mosquito's movements were not slow. From time to time, he would scatter clusters of mosquitoes and attempt to attack Jiang Li's main body. Once these mosquitoes landed on their bodies, they would drill into their skin and bones, not stopping until they sucked them dry. With a thought from Jiang Li, the Ananda Usura blood tattoo on his back that was covered under his robe lit up with a red light. A blood-colored phantom of 1,000 hands divine statue with a benevolent expression enveloped his entire body. The divine statue phantom was completely formed by the chaotic power of the Usura world. The mosquitoes that flew to his side to steal spiritual chi all exploded and landed on the ground because they had stolen the power of chaos. Seeing that this was feasible, Jiang Li even deliberately emitted spiritual chi and the power of chaos into the air. The reason why he emitted spiritual chi was to let Taoist Mosquito think that he was quickly consuming it, and make him think that his draining heavenly veil spell technique was useful to stall for time. The power of chaos was prepared for the mosquitoes on the other party's body. Jiang Li discovered that the complete Taoist Mosquito had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. However, every mosquito that formed Taoist Mosquito only had instincts. These mosquitoes were greedy and would suck in the power of chaos without any choice. Releasing the power of chaos to create an environment could slowly weaken the other party bit by bit. Taoist Mosquito relied on the draining heavenly veil, while Jiang Li used the power of chaos. The two of them wanted to use a stalling method to slowly injure and weaken the other party. Therefore, they maintained a tacit understanding and brandished two earth-rank weapons to collide on the ruins of 5 Banishment City. However, the battle outside was intense. In the coffin, the 9 Nether clone, the sword cultivator clone, and the divine statue clone studied a red mosquito carefully. There were at least 100,000 tiny black mosquitoes on the dragon imprisoning lock. However, almost all of the flames formed in the chaos were dead. Only this red mosquito still had a complete body. Moreover, it looked half dead just now, but now it danced nimbly in a crystal cup. The red mosquito repeatedly collided with the inverted crystal cup, causing cracks to appear on the blanket as it tried to escape. The 3 clones looked at each other. In the end, the statue clone took action and drew out a stream of the power of chaos before pouring it into the crystal cup from the gap. When the red mosquito sensed a high concentration of external energy, it immediately absorbed it instinctively. However, the scene of the popcorn exploding did not happen. Instead, the red mosquito grew a little larger, then split into 2 and shattered the crystal cup. This red mosquito could actually absorb the power of chaos. 4. The 3 clones and Jiang Li, who was fighting Taoist Mosquito in the outside world, revealed a trace of shock at the same time. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. Slowly, more and more mosquitoes fell to the ground. Jiang Li took the initiative to slow down, and his strength decreased. It seemed that both sides were gradually exhausted from the intense battle. However, hidden in the eyes of both sides, there was a feeling that their plan had succeeded. 1. After fighting for a day and night, the mosquitoes on Taoist Mosquito's body became much sparser, and Jiang Li gradually showed signs of weakness. Finally, at a certain moment, the spears and forks of both sides did not collide. Instead, they formed two parallel straight lines and stabbed into the other party's body like lightning. Chapter 400, Amber Storm. The trident and spear stabbed into each other's bodies. Jiang Li's side was pierced through. Before blood could flow out, it was already drawn away by the spear. However, there was almost no effect on Taoist Mosquito. This was because he was a collection of lives formed by countless mosquitoes. He had no organs, no vital points, and even no physical body. This stab was no different from not stabbing at all. Then Taoist Mosquito revealed a complacent expression, as an enormous suction force arose from the mouth spear that stabbed into Jiang Li's body. The Usura blood phantom that enveloped his body immediately disappeared. The energy that filled his body surged along the spear towards Taoist Mosquito. On the bloodthirsty trident in Jiang Li's hand, a strand of red energy was flowing as well. He took the initiative to send a strand of the power of chaos over. Two high-purity forces of chaos surged into Taoist Mosquito's body at the same time, causing his entire body to begin to fluctuate unstable. At this moment, Jiang Li had withdrawn all his spiritual qi and turned to stimulate the Usura blood tattoo on his back with all his might. It was so that the other party could suck as much as he wanted. The body formed by mosquitoes was big and small at times, constantly deforming and swelling. The layer of mosquitoes on the surface also began to explode and die. The mosquito that called itself Taoist Mosquito revealed a look of fear. It was as if in the next moment, Taoist Mosquito would die from the intense conflict between the two energies. Bang! The human-shaped black mosquito actually exploded. However, Jiang Li was not happy about this because the spear in his chest was still absorbing his strength endlessly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The exploding black mosquito seemed to have reversed time as it gathered back into its human form. Fellow Taoist tilde, you think so tilde, you must think so, right? How pitiful tilde, how unfortunate tilde, the power of Asura tilde can't kill me. As he spoke, the suction force of the hollow spear in his hand increased again. It sucked until Jiang Li's eye sockets and cheeks sank deeply. The Usura blood tattoo on his back became dim because of the blood of madness being sucked out. This Usura blood tattoo was formed when he broke through in his cultivation realm. Because it would not automatically disappear, Jiang Li did not make its duration indefinite back then. Now, under the other party's extraction, the duration of the Usura blood tattoo on his status bar was quickly decreasing. Jiang Li could only react quickly and tore the status to an infinite duration. Looking at Taoist Mosquito in front of him, the mosquitoes on his body were quickly churning. Among the originally black mosquitoes, there were more and more red ones. It turned out that the strongest aspect of this kind of mosquito was not its resistance to spiritual qi, nor was it its ability to suck blood and reproduce. It was its adaptability to foreign energies. It was clearly the power of another world, but he could completely adapt in a short period of time. As long as he reproduced the red mosquitoes that he had already adapted to, he could absorb the power of chaos like absorbing spiritual qi. El really didn't expect that a human like you could actually possess the human emperor's blood qi, dragon blood, and the Usura blood at the same time. But soon these will all be mine. In the previous battle, this mosquito had actually already produced a red mosquito that could adapt to the power of the Usura world. Jiang Li was deliberately showing weakness, but so was Taoist Mosquito. His actions successfully attracted Jiang Li to stab him, and took the initiative to infuse the power of chaos into him. Now that his mouthpiece had pierced through, it was already impossible for Jiang Li to escape. At this speed, even if he had 2 types of spiritual qi infusion, he would not be able to endure it. Sooner or later, he would lose all the spiritual qi and die. However, there was a problem. Jiang Li had long discovered the remnants of the red mosquito on the dragon imprisoning lock and conducted an emergency meeting and research in the coffin. He clearly knew that it was very likely that the other party would transfer the spiritual qi first before adapting to the power of chaos. He would also allow the variant to reproduce rapidly in the future, to have the ability to absorb the power of chaos. With the power of chaos directly infused, the possibility of subduing the enemy in one move was very low. Why did he take the initiative to step into the other party's trap? Taoist Mosquito was laughing crazily. He seemed to be looking forward to seeing an expression of fear and despair on Jiang Li's face. That emotion could make the blood he tasted even more delicious. However, although Jiang Li's expression was ugly, he was unexpectedly calm. He had never underestimated the people of the world, especially when the mosquitoes that had killed the earth immortal Lu Shaoxian called themselves Taoist Mosquito. I'll know that the power of chaos might not be able to kill you. However, it can slow you down. Jiang Li recalled the red mosquito that had survived the dragon imprisoning lock. Although it had adapted to the power of chaos and could absorb it to become stronger, before succeeding, the mosquito froze and pretended to be dead for a long time before slowly recovering its mobility. Clearly, it would take some time for these mosquitoes to change the energy system. During the conversion process, they would fall into a motionless state of false death. This gave Jiang Li a chance. Make me slow down. Fellow Taoist, you can't even move now. There's no one else in a 50-kilometer radius. How can you save yourself? At this moment, Taoist Mosquito's body was already mixed in black and red. He was completely unable to move. However, his resistance was astonishing. He still did not believe that Jiang Li, who had been stabbed by the mouthpiece spear, could have any methods to deal with him. Even the flames that used the power of the Usura previously had minimal effect on the current mosquitoes. That was until Jiang Li opened his mouth and spat out a golden core that was almost the size of a grapefruit. On the golden core, there was a golden flame fueled by the power of virtuous merit that was slowly burning. You're a demon, right? You're a demon. Let's see if you're afraid of this. The legendary merit fire of the human race, the Southern clan's human fire. This ball of flames had already completed the mission of refining the golden core. However, as long as Jiang Li did not remove its status, it would not disappear. It still adhered to the golden core and quietly burned. The strongest attack of a golden core cultivator was to spit out a golden core. Human fire tilde, how is this possible? No tilde, get away from me tilde, I am the broken wing black mosquito tilde, how can I fall here? The 99 runes purple extreme golden core that was close to the size of a grapefruit and wrapped in the flames suddenly collided with Taoist Mosquito, who was close by. It easily pierced through his chest, creating a huge hole. Then the entire swarm of mosquitoes suddenly shrunk into a ball. A few breaths later, it suddenly exploded, turning into mosquitoes that flew around aimlessly. Each of these black mosquitoes was an independent entity. After they combined all the living beings, they had powerful strength and a unified will. However, this did not mean that their individual instincts would be erased. The aura of the human fire made countless black mosquitoes feel fear and spontaneously want to leave. After the fear reached a certain extent, and the hive mind could no longer suppress it, the entire Taoist mosquito formed by countless mosquitoes collapsed on the spot. Without the control of the broken-wing black mosquito, Jiang Li could finally pull the spear out of his chest. Then his legs went soft, and his vision went black, almost falling to the ground. This feeling of having his strength extracted like a floodgate was too terrible. Jiang Li even had the illusion that he was about to be sucked into an empty shell. Even with the many statuses on his body, it would take a few days to recover. He only wanted to lie on the ground and sleep for 3 days. However, it was not time to rest yet. He opened his mouth and put away his golden core. The aura on Jiang Li's body changed, and he returned to his original appearance from the pure power of chaos. Then he slapped his hands on the ground, and a tree rose from the ground. 9 Nether Seal, Amber Storm. The tree grew taller. After surpassing all the flying red-black mosquitoes, it began to grow horizontally, extending a large number of thick branches in all directions. It enveloped the chaotic mosquito swarm below. After that, the leaves did not grow, and a large number of cracks appeared on the branches. From the crack, drops of bean-sized resin dripped down like water taps. There were many cracks. The range was extremely wide, quickly forming a resin storm. The high viscous resin fell and collided with the flying mosquitoes, quickly wrapping around them. When they landed, they had already condensed into translucent mosquito amber. Countless mosquitoes formed from Taoist mosquito spread out. They only had instincts, not more intelligence. If they were given some time, the mosquitoes would gather into Taoist mosquito again. However, Jiang Li would not give these damned mosquitoes a chance now. As he maintained the amber rain, Jiang Li also observed warily if any mosquitoes escaped the range of the rain. Once a mosquito left, he would activate the bloodthirsty trident to quickly kill the enemy. Even if it meant shooting mosquitoes with a cannon, he would not hesitate. After using the 9 Nether Seal technique for half an hour, Jiang Li finally froze the last black mosquito into amber. At this moment, a thick layer of amber had already accumulated on the ground, enough to cover his knees. The broken-wing black mosquitoes that were separated were actually not very strong. It was basically impossible for them to break the amber seal on their own. This was a new 9 Nether Dao art that Jiang Li had comprehended after breaking through to the Golden Core realm. He did not expect it to be useful today. In the end, he opened his mouth and spat out a huge fire dragon, destroying the draining heavenly veil that was formed by countless mosquitoes. Only then did Jiang Li gasp and sit down in the pile of amber. This time, it was indeed too dangerous. If not for the protection of the human fire, he would definitely not be this mosquito's match. Even if he fled, he might not be able to escape. Fortunately, he had the merit blessing and his fortune was immense. Otherwise, the outcome would be unthinkable. He casually picked up an amber beside him. Inside the clear and transparent amber, there were 2 mosquitoes, one black and one red, frozen while flying. They were still alive, but they could not move at all. After observing for a moment, Jiang Li cursed, "Damn it, you're just the broken-wing black mosquito. Where did you get the guts to call yourself Taoist Mosquit?" At this moment, Jiang Li's heart was rather complicated. There was disappointment and relief. Previously, when he heard this mosquito call itself Taoist mosquito and speak frankly about the ancient era and the cultivationless age, he really thought that this was the Taoist mosquito from the ancient divine investiture battle. Taoist mosquito's main body was the blood-winged black mosquito, but he was a true primordial beast. He was a peerless wonder born outside of the 3 realms and 6 paths before Pangu split the heavens apart. Although he did not appear much in the divine investiture battle, his achievements were even above that of the great Peacock King, Kong Xuan. He was part of the top combat forces merely below the sages. Jiang Li was disappointed because the primordial beast he originally thought had become a fake entity called the broken-wing black mosquito. Although it was only a slight difference, the actual thing could not be compared to the legendary figure at all. Of course, this was also fortunate. If the other party was really a blood-winged black mosquito, it would probably be very difficult to defeat him regardless of whether it was the power of chaos or the human holy flames. Jiang Li would probably die in an instant. He shook his head and shrugged off the greed in his heart. In fact, he had long known in his heart that these mosquitoes were not the blood-winged black mosquito. This was because the blood-winged black mosquito's main body was one, not a group. Moreover, in the cultivationless age, the stronger the mighty figures, the less likely they were to exist now. The ones who could last until the end were mostly the weak mountain deities. Even if those prehistoric mighty figures could rely on certain methods to survive, it was definitely not something that the spiritual chi of this era could awaken. It was more or less the same when the spiritual chi was upgraded to Khanate spirit chi. Khanate spirit chi was a high-level energy that could allow one to directly cultivate into an immortal or god after a series of cultivation realms. It was what those mighty figures needed. Forget it. Although this broken-winged black mosquito was not so ferocious, it should be related to the primordial beast in some way. To him, it was still a huge gain. If he could convert it into his strength, thinking about the terrifying speed at which these mosquitoes' strength increased in 10 days. 1. In his hands, it was equivalent to having an ace that could flip the table. Jiang Li sat in the pile of amber and waited quietly for a while. He let the statuses on his body fill up some of his energy before standing up. He released the yin burial coffin and began to collect the large amount of amber on the ground. They were placed in the deepest corner of the coffin and given the strictest surveillance. Then he released 1,000,000 ghost soldiers and dug 3 feet into the ground. He dug everything on the ground into the coffin. The harm of this mosquito was too great. As long as one escaped, there would be no end of trouble. They had to eliminate as many hidden dangers as possible. After taking away all the land and the ruins of 5 Banishment City, Jiang Li did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he brought the 5 banishment demons, Black Jade, White Jade, 2 mountains Wuxia, and the 9 nether clone to pay respects to the mountain and the surrounding families. Coupled with the black worm that he had disguised himself, these were 9 greater demons who could occupy a mountain in the 10 Directions region. There were no terrifying demon kings in the periphery of the flowing sand river. The alliance of the 9 greater demons was enough to make the demons of the other mountains tremble in fear. Therefore, the negotiations for the mountain were carried out very smoothly. The leaders of these mountains quickly formed a loose alliance with Jiang Li and the others. Jiang Li's prosperous Jiang Inn had officially opened a branch on every mountain here. 2 weeks later, Jiang Li's injuries had long recovered. The 2-9 nether wood in the coffin finally brought him good news. The upgraded version of the 9 nether earth fruit had matured.